got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror wasn't visible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror wasn't visible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. Getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Getting dangerous. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. There's paradise waiting for you.
Electric. 陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。阿嬷，
加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。
浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5+皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
ever since. It's all that I can see. Like you did, you give it up on me. Your innocence, it took me by surprise. 'Cause you must know that I'm leaving here tonight.
It's 2 a.m. and you're knocking on my door. I won't answer, you're screaming out some more. This isn't love, it's a need to be in control. You always play the victim, whatever. Careful where you are, 'cause my heart's like a flame. Constantly karma, now you have to play. Give me space. I need that breather, time. Give me space. I need that breather, time. Moving slowly, so hot you're burning. We've been waiting, slow jam season. Don't be shy now, nighttime romance, golden moments. Don't stop dancing. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say ooh la la,
don't be shy, come on. Cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Ooh, la, la, I like the way it feels. Ooh, la, la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh, la, la, I like the way it feels. Ooh, la, la, this is what we came to do. Ooh, la, la, eh, we came to party. Ooh, la, la, we came to party. Ooh, la, la, eh, we came to party. Ooh, la, la, eh.
Cold sweat staining my sheets, they're crawling over me. I'm falling into the deep, into the deep. I'd kill my queen to forget all of my dreams and regret all of the words left unsaid. Drift in that sea.
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吧？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信。舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎文谷，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，就是这味道。浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吧？
对呀。
家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far, but so close. Oh so far, but so close.
Hello， 各位观众，欢迎来到2024 PCS 夏季季后赛败部决赛的现场。我是优武。那麻烦一下，在你静音跟转台之前，先让我把话讲完。我今天不是来转播的，好不好？我今天的任务呢，是来让线下来到现场的观众朋友们，看他们有什么话想说，我是来进行访谈的。所以今天的主角不是我，是来到线下参赛的各位观众。那我们已经找到第一位观众了，算是各位的一个熟面孔，我们请他直接来跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是赛评陈瑞。
好了，那陈瑞，现在身为一个赛评，我们今天第一个问题，预测一下今天 SHG 跟 FAK 的比数吧。
今天的话，应该是 FAK 3-0。
啊 ，FAK 3-0，铁口直断。为什么？
我想看今天是 Abby 会哭，还是一健哥哥会哭。
好，那再来，今天这个下一个问题，你今天来这边现场，你最想看到什么？
我今天来最想看到的，当然是希望可以打满了，因为毕竟大家都是花钱买票进场的嘛，就希望打越久越好，最好把都打60分钟是最好的。
不是你这个先铁口直断3-0，然后你再说你希望打满。好，没关系。
我们赛评是公正客观的分析 ，OK， 可以吧？
好，我来最后一个问题，请问你大凯跟罗杰的差别在哪里？
大凯跟罗杰的差别，一个2486，一个015-1，
好，
差别不大啦。
OK， 好，非常感谢你。来，最后有没有什么想对线上的这个观众说的？
感觉 PCS 今年确实大家实力都提升非常多了，就除了在家看 LCK 的观众，也可以同时一起双开锁定一下 PCS 的比赛。
好了，非常谢谢陈瑞，感谢你。
touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Makes you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. When's it gonna start? It feels real, but you could be pretending. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. Is this love? Is this love? When's it gonna end? Are we forever or just young offenders? Waiting for the rules to bend. Is this love? Is this love? Tiny little fears go blow away. Oh. Tiny little fears go blow away. Oh, but you know, when's it gonna start? When's it gonna? When's it gonna? When's it gonna start? Is this love? Is this love? When's it gonna start? When's it gonna? When's it gonna? When's it
找
gonna
到了
start?
第二批观众来接受访问了，来欢迎。好的，两位，请问今天是为了谁来的
NL，
小熊，
好，那你喜欢 NL 什么地方？
因为我是好熊宝。
那你喜欢熊姐什么地方？
我也是熊宝，我两个都喜欢。
好，那两位是第一次来参加线下赛吗？
对啊，
对。
那两位第一次参加的话，希望在今天的比赛看到什么？
希望能打满5场。
希望一键能把对方做成炸虾。
好，那因为今天的主播是杰克，那这个我们约的人真的是比较少见一点。那你们今天稍微猜一下他的实际身高是多少？
应该有个160吧。
差不多。应该也差不多。
想知道正确答案吗？155。我猜你们多高？170。好 ，OK， 非常好。好了，那最后有没有想有什么话想要对线上的观众说的？
大家加油！
罗杰说你是2486。
非常好，谢谢各位，拜拜。
Power, weakness, thought, money, driven, major.
好的，我们找到了第3组的观众，我们欢迎他们来进到镜头来，来欢迎2位，来2位跟镜头打声招呼。来，请问今天2位是为了哪一支队伍或为了谁来到现场的
？FAK 挖口，一样是 FAK 的挖口。
好，2位喜欢挖口的什么地方？
我觉得他 AD 打得很好，我已经看他看2、3年了。对，就是很喜欢他，很敢打这样。
好，那2位有没有觉得哪一支队伍在季后赛淘汰，你觉得是最可惜？你很想看到他今天来到现场比赛的
？CFO 吧。CFO。
好，那最后一个问题，如果今天可以的话，你们希望老三可以祝福谁？
你回答。SHG。
好，非常好，谢谢2位。最后有没有什么想对线上的观众一起说的话？
线上的观挖口加油，FAK 加油。
好的，非常感谢2位，谢谢。
Suddenly terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Maybe I'm a monster. Standing on a frozen ground, dreaming of you, waiting for a distant sound and calling for a dream. Waiting for the stars to fall down, waiting for the moonlight to shine, waiting for the shadow.
Hello， 各位观众，欢迎我回来到我们这个现场了。来，我们找到的是第4批的观众了。来，请2位进到我们镜头来了。好的，2位，这个虽然前面已经有非常多的观众已经讲过了，但我还是想要来问一下2位，觉得今天的比数如何？
希望能打满了，但自己预测是3-1 FAK 赢。对。
我也是这么认为。
OK， 3-1 FAK 赢。来，2位有没有最喜欢的主播赛评
？Section Low 的 Nash 都还 OK。对。
我喜欢 Section。
OK， 那2位都是大凯的粉丝嘛，但我就问一个问题，我希望2位可以诚实的回答我，你觉得U5的转播怎么样？
其实我觉得没有很差，就是可能就是上面的语词上面可能再改善一点，就是可能有一些冗言赘字，但我觉得其实没有到很烂。
我觉得非常棒。
好，非常感谢2位。好，来，那最后有没有什么想对线上的观众，或者说想要对你喜欢的队伍加油说的话？
就希望这次 PCS 出去世界赛队伍都可以得到一个好成绩吧，就毕竟是 PCS 最后1年。对，
加油！
好，非常感谢2位，谢谢。
Waiting for the shadows of light, shadows of light, the shadows of light. Shadows of light.
Welcome, everybody. We are back now for our lower bracket finals. We have in one hand FAK Esports, who started off their playoffs being the first PCS team to ever drop a series to an LCO representative, and now they are one series away from qualifying to Worlds, and they're going up against SoftBank Gaming, who on the other hand, they've dropped a 3-0 to PSG. They are LJL's last hope, and they have Evie at the helm to try and get them across the line. I will once again be your host, Veshi, and alongside me it will be Lo. And before we get into the action, I do have to thank our sponsors because they have been so great. They've gotten us all the way here, of course. It is going to be Changhua Telecom, who, with Harmy Video, you get the subscription for free if you do sign up with them in the near future. The Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel as well, of course, who have housed our international teams. They've kept our representative, one of the favorites of all the fans, SoftBank, alive, kept them over in Taipei, kept them housed, and they are now competing thanks to our sponsor, of course, Grand Sheraton Taipei again, and China Airlines, who, without them, wouldn't have been able to get the LJL teams over here. They have fantastic value flights. You can find them, of course, on the China Airlines website, so definitely do check them out. And Carry Energy, our new sponsor, fantastic energy drink. If you do find their product, I do recommend it. It will keep you nice and physically topped up and mentally as well. And last but not least, hey, I love this. You know how much I love this. It's TTL Brand Ramen. They have sponsored us year after year, and they are such a fantastic brand. They have amazing food. If you do find them, certainly will check them out. Now, how intense is tonight's game?
Yeah, I think you and I were talking before the show went on today. It feels like, to us at least, this is the higher stakes match, maybe, than even the final, just because you get to make it to Worlds if you win this, regardless of how you do tomorrow in the grand final. Both teams gonna just be putting it all on the line. If you've got strats here, you're not saving them for tomorrow's games. You're showing all your top lane picks, everything you can, and I think especially in the top lane, it's going to be interesting. Let's do predictions first, should we?
Should we start with predictions? Yeah. Get that nice and done.
You go first, though.
I go first?
Yeah.
3-2 FAK Esports. I think the plot armor on this org is just insane at this point. As I said just in the introduction there, they started off becoming the first PCS team to honestly get humiliated by Team Bliss. That's how their playoff run started. They've now played 27 games, the most by far, almost double the next closest. They've been in almost half of our games so far in playoffs, have included FAK. It's been the FAK Esports Invitational. And they are now one game from that horrific defeat. They were looking bad. They almost lost to West Point. They are now one game away, and I think the plot armor is just too good. They've been ramping up. Yi Jiang is an absolute beast. Wako, the best player on the Rift, hands down. I think they've got it.
Yeah, I actually, maybe boringly, have just the same prediction. It's 3-2 for FAK. I don't think that would be a boring outcome. No. As you said, with the way they started this tournament, I kind of just wrote them off. Even after the first 3 series they played, they kind of narrowly beat Bliss out in the rematch, it felt like, and I still just had FAK written off, was expecting them to drop out at some point. You know, if not to the OS teams, if not to the LJL teams, maybe even CFO should have been able to take them out, but FAK beat them, and they beat them twice.
Yeah, and here we have it. It is the bracket, of course. We are on that match number 9 on that lower bracket final. SoftBank up against FAK. Winner moves forward to what feels like an inevitable win for PSG Talon. But as you said, neither of these teams had to have done any prep for PSG. The final barely matters for them. All that matters is getting to Worlds. Once you're at Worlds, your season continues, your year continues, and that's where you can make your big mark. You don't make it at the end of your finals here of the PCS. You make it at Worlds. And on your screen there, it is, of course, SoftBank, Evie Forest, Dasher, Marble, Vista. And when I think of this roster, when I've seen their growth, when I've seen them perform throughout this playoffs, it's been Dasher who's leveled up. It's been Dasher who's got them across the line a lot of the time. Yeah. But importantly, it's also been Marble on the Misfortune.
Yeah,
I think the Misfortune, a massive pick this series. Wako now finally getting some wins on that pick as well, not sort of being stuck as you see FAK Esports on your screen there. Not being stuck to that Zeri, not only finding wins on the Zeri.
Yeah, starting Pretender.
Yeah.
FAK Esports, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
I think just based on how that previous series went, right, it felt like they subbed Jimmy and out after maybe game 1 or 2
after
against
game
CFO.
2.
Yeah, they dropped their first game to CFO, or the second game to CFO, put Pretender and looked like a day and night difference.
Yep. And the 5th team in PCS history to qualify for Worlds, because neither of these two orgs have represented themselves over there. It was SoftBank, who fell short of going to MSI. One series, needed to come first, weren't quite able to do it. Now, all they have to do is reach the finals. They don't have to beat PSG this time.
Yeah, second place will do it this time. And yeah, neither of these teams were teams we expected. SoftBank, you kind of expect to make a solid run in playoffs, but Frank especially, you expect the likes of CFO over them, and they pretty impressively beat those guys. And it was off the back of Jiang.
It was.
Yeah, the rookie top laner on the side of Frank. I am so excited to watch this guy play today and hopefully tomorrow, if he does get his way. But he's got stiff competition in Evi, especially because Evi, he's capable of carrying games on things like the Renekton or the Kennen, but he's also capable of just neutralizing a lane completely with K'Sante, with Rek'Sai even, he was picking earlier on. Wasn't an amazing game on the Rek'Sai top or anything, didn't carry, but no one made any progress against him.
Yeah, and I think staying on Evi, as we have a graphic here for him, the Rumble as well was a big pick, and you see it there in the most played. Was a very, very good pick, especially up against DCG, using it, I believe, 3 games in that single series and getting a win in 2 of them. Doing well, dominating Taco up in that top side. Now, Jiang, admittedly, is just for my, I test the better top laner between Taco and Jiang. I have Jiang, so it's not going to be as easy for Evi, as well as for Frank. They got to see that series. They were spectating that series. They know, let's not let Evi have the Rumble. It's a pretty easy takeaway now. Just, you know, it's always been a ban. And here, I'm going to get a highlight. This is just a solo kill. He had about 3 or 4 of them. Hopefully we get to see all of them, because there were multiple solo kills in this matchup.
Well, he's played 8 games and he's had 7 solo kills.
Yeah, I think almost all of them were just almost entirely on the Rumble. Yeah, he had a really good series for himself. But back on to what I was going to say about Evi is he can go 0-2, 0-3 in lane, but he doesn't tilt. He will stay solid, and he'll come into those team fights and be more impactful than almost any other top laner we have in the league. The only one that maybe could be considered otherwise is Arja, but Yi Zhang now on our screen. Most played K'Sante, Riven, and Na all even. Now this guy is 5-0 on Riven in the last 2 splits. 5 wins, 0 losses. His last game up against CFO wasn't very impressive. He died solo, I think, 2 times to drive his Urgot, but he came into the team fights and had a great impact, and honestly didn't do poor enough to sort of complain about. But yeah, the 2v1, he actually bonked a Void Grub rather before this happened as well.
Yeah, he stole a Void Grub to start this playoff too, and then 1v2 killed these guys in the top lane.
With the Doran's ring.
And in this series, it just felt like there was no hope for DFM to win because of how strong Jiang was in the top lane. He just destroyed top lane every matchup. And this was really nice. This game, he does end up going 1-5, I think, by the mid-game, by the time the mid-game rolls around, but there's a solo kill.
Yeah, definitely a very capable player. Draft tendency. This is an interesting little graphic. Now, no real surprise to see the highest shared is in that support role, being just what the meta of these support picks tends to be. Poppy is also something they've both shared, but Vista is
much better.
Yeah, Vista has looked a lot better on that pick, coming not looking like his strength, really, the Poppy. But yeah, I think nothing too surprising here, really. The Yone and the Yone for the side of Yone and Yasuo rather for the side of Frank versus Dash's AP champs. And that tends to be what I think has worked best for both sides. Ultimately, I think Pretender looks really good on Mages, if maybe that's an angle they're looking for, having him in first, which would throw up some spice in the draft, maybe make SoftBank a little less sure of how this draft will play out. Gemini as well, much preferring the brand, whereas Forrest, he's picked the Taliyah, but he has, it's looked rough. Comparing him to Dasher, I would rather have Dasher on the Taliyah.
Yeah, the Taliyah just hasn't looked nearly as good as the Zyra or the Brand, who are much more meta picks. And I think with Maokai off the table, Lilia becomes a really big priority pick in this series for the junglers. Viego, actually a counter to Lilia, at least in solo queue, is picked into the Lilia quite often. Having Pretender in to play some AP might mean that Gemini can go to what is, or used to be, a signature champ for him. Viego.
And interestingly as well, Wako's just never picked a champion.
Yeah, never played anything.
No, but for Wako, a lot of Misfortune, a lot of Zeri. He's played a bit of Ziggs. Don't like the Ziggs at all for Wako. And it's not because he's bad at it, it's just because he's so damn good at those traditional AD carries.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want him on one?
Yeah, Ziggs feels like a champ when I've seen it really succeed. It's when you build a comp around it and play an early game strategy around the Ziggs. It doesn't really matter how good your ADC is. He just needs to be there on Ziggs to drop a satchel on the tower. And that just feels like a waste of Wako, who, as you said at the start of the show, is probably the best player on the map.
Yeah, I think traditionally, I mean, looking back at his career over the past 2 years, he has been a very consistent top 1 or 2 AD carry in the region, and he's can keep doing that this split. Even though he's like pretty much not getting resources, he is still consistently remaining to be that power player down on that bot side. I mean, their first series up against CFO, if you remember, was pretty much entirely carried off the back of Wako Zeri.
All 3 games.
Yeah, the only games they won was Wako and Zeri. They lost when he was on Misfortune, and they lost when he was on Ziggs. It's just night and day the difference that this team has when Wako's able to provide those late game teamfight DPS carries and honestly playmaking ability he gets access to by having those.
Yeah, we've seen him step up on the MF. That was something we kind of needed to see out of him, especially going into this series, because otherwise you are probably going to have to ban MF against Marble, who has looked completely different on MF compared to every other champ that he's played. I don't want to see Smolder so much this series, but I suspect we will.
Yeah, I'm not suspecting it in the AD carry position, admittedly.
No,
I think like it's tending towards the solo lanes these days, especially mid lane. And recently there's been a little bit of talk on Twitter and whatnot about the grass Smolder, which is actually being played in the LCK. So I think the grass Smolder is something to look at because it gives you a lot more tankiness, a lot more survivability in the early stage. You lose out on things like mana a little bit, depending on your runes, but you aren't able to go for that the precision tree, so you won't have access to the precision tree and the inspiration tree, so you can't have that double mana to get you through that early stage of the game. Instead, you'll replace it with health as your resource. So it's a different look at the Smolder. I'm not sure exactly what the prerequisites for thinking that is the better pick in terms of those runes are just yet, but certainly something to consider. I think out of any lane, it's probably going to be a mid lane pick.
Yeah, I was watching Chovy play it just a minute ago into Yone.
Right.
So maybe if we get some blind pick Yones out of either Pretender or Jimmian, usually a Jimmian kind of thing, but Pretender just came out in the previous series and pulled out a Yasuo. So could easily see him playing the Yone as well. I can't imagine it's too different.
Yeah, look, honestly, the difference in strength between these two mid laners is not noticeable. They are both just very, very good mid laners. They offer you different things in how they play the game, though. Obviously, Pretender a lot more reserved. He's pretty happy to just go even in his lane, come to the team fights and have a lot of impact, whereas Jimmian really wants to push the issue. He wants to be forward in his lane. He wants to have that priority, push to the tower, look to roam, look to skirmish, and that is the difference we see between these two mid laners, where Pretender, I think, much more capable, not capable, but much higher performance in the team fights, whereas Jimmian is a lot better at arriving at these skirmishes and finding impact. So I think that'll change how the game's played, but also, as we said just before, AP champions are probably going to be a big thing now that we know Dash is very good at them. Obviously, we already knew that, but Pretender, he has always been a very good AP sort of control mage player, including things like Cassiopeia, which is not likely to be seen, but it's something to consider because we've seen it in the past for the PCS, and he's very, very good at it.
Yeah, and in terms of these mid laners, it could just be a matter of form as well. Whoever is just in better form at the moment, you just put them in. And that is just a luxury that really no other team in the PCS has, having two mid laners just at this caliber of Pretender and Jimmian, who are just up there with the best, both of them.
Yeah.
And I think I'm surprised that the synergy with Pretender and Gemini has just, they don't suffer for it at all. You know, Jimmian and Gemini have played together for such a long time, but Pretender just slots in so well with his jungler, and he's going to need to beat out Forest. And if you remember earlier in the playoffs, Forest and Dasher were looking unstoppable alongside each other. And I think, honestly, Forest has just looked a lot better when he goes for Vi. Vi and Lee Sin, they're teams internationally who are just ignoring the ADC mid-meta, picking something AP in the mid lane or top lane and putting their very skilled junglers on Viego, on Vi, and I think I want to see that from Forest. Last playoffs, his Lee Sin was just his go-to champ. He would pick it up every chance he got. And he's going to have to step up because Gemini has been stepping up. Gemini has been looking stronger every time we see him alongside Olaf, Frank, really.
Yeah, I think for Gemini, on the other side of things for Frank, I want to see him on tanks. Not because he's not capable of playing the carries. Like we saw, obviously, Game 4 up against CFO. Gory was something like 5-0, 6-0, or 6-1, or something like that. And somehow, no, this is Gemini. So this was the game that Gemini was just on Zyra and finding routes onto Gory's LeBlanc.
Yeah, I remember this.
It happened like 3-4 times that he just manages to I don't know, he's a magician or something, but he was able to continuously find a LeBlanc as the Zyra. So he's very capable at it, but I love how Frank look when Gemini's on a tank, when he's initiating with Kaiwing, finding these big team fights. As looking at another highlight for SoftBank against DCG once again. It's a classic, this is.
Yeah, I think they did end up ultimately losing this game to the 665 Amumu and the Caitlyn, but there's a 1K shutdown for Evie, and this is just showcasing some of their impressive team fights, I think.
Yeah.
Not the easiest to team fight against the Amumu, but they were getting wins here.
They are a very skirmish-heavy team, I find, from watching SoftBank. They love to fight. They love to get into fights, and I think what benefits them mostly when they're looking for these fights and doing whatnot is that they often are better at finding gold after the fight. Like, they win a fight, you know, 2 to 3, something like that, and they'll go get a tower. They'll go get an objective, whereas a lot of other teams are struggling to find those angles. And I think that's why we see SoftBank find success, is because they're just able to get much more out of so little. But Frank highlights are on our screen now, and this game right here that we're watching was just a Wako masterclass.
Yeah, one of my favorite plays, maybe my favorite play of the playoffs so far, was this Zeri play by Wako. And this whole game, he was just making montage plays, and kind of the whole series when he got his hands on the Zeri. Unfortunately, it's just kind of not a meta where you can put Wako on something like Jinx, like Zeri, where he can take over team fights that way. He's likely, if this goes the distance, as we kind of both expect it to go 5 games either way, he's going to end up on things like the Ezreal, certainly on things like the Misfortune, the Ashe, that they're not crit scaling hyper carry ADCs. He's going to have to find ways to have impact, and I'm not too worried about his Ezreal. Especially earlier in the split, if you remember, he was looking like a monster on Ezreal.
Unreal, yeah.
But just in the playoffs, not so much. Mostly been shining on the Zeri.
Yep. We have our predictions down the bottom there, and hey, I said 3-1, but I've changed my opinion.
Yeah,
I have changed my opinion.
Oh yeah, I have not.
Yeah, you kept the same.
Stuck with it, 3-2, Frank.
Yeah, and I'm noticing a lot of the LJL casters are thinking SoftBank's going to win.
Yeah, but we can't talk. We can't throw stones in our glass house.
Yeah, the PCS casters preferring the PCS team.
Yeah.
That's kind of good, though.
How can you not?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's really impossible to tell. I think it's genuinely just impossible to tell.
Yeah.
This is one of the few matchups we haven't seen at all in the playoffs as well. Like
somehow.
almost any other combination of teams would have seen each other. I mean, Frank have probably versed every team in the playoffs, excluding SoftBank, and this is where they meet them.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And yeah, now it's for their most important game. They've got to take down SoftBank. And yeah, I mean, testament to how close this series is probably going to be is that all the casters are just divided as well. Pretty much 50-50 between Frank and SoftBank winning. No one really knows how this one's going down. I disagree with anyone predicting a 3-0, though.
Yeah.
I think that's crazy. I don't think we'll be seeing that. We rarely see a clean series out of Frank in general. I think their cleanest was against CFO, right? Where they only dropped 1 game.
Yeah, from memory, yeah. Round 0.
Yeah, 3-0 against round 0, yeah.
But other than that, yeah, it was just, I guess the 3-1. But they've maximized screen time. That's what they're doing.
Yeah,
they just,
longest game time.
Look, they could be a lot better than you. They're going to take it to 5 because they need to be on the screen as much as possible. Mountain going for the Frank 3-0.
Okay. Confident. I've just kind of...
Is this calling him a clown? Why did they put his face on Shaco?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of stands by what I was saying a little bit earlier. It's just a silly prediction to think this one won't go at least a 3-1 or 3-2.
Yeah, and look, the nature of League of Legends, it could be a 3-0, but you should not be coming in looking at these two teams thinking it will.
Yeah,
right?
And if it's a 3-0, that doesn't always mean it wasn't a close series. Sometimes it's just the way the hat falls that, it's a 3-0 series, but every game was very close. But I think with just the players on either of these teams, players like Wako, Jiang, Evie, Dasher, each of these guys is just good for a game.
Yeah, legit.
If you play enough games, these guys are just going to solo carry a game.
Yeah, and that equals 4. So then we get to the last, and that's got to be a concerted team effort, I suppose. And I don't know. I think the reason why I have confidence in Frank is because of just the level up. Just the straight level up. They have just series by series by series looked better and better and better. And now we come to the most important series possibly of their careers. Like for Yi Zhang, this is his first year, and he's about to possibly make Worlds. That is so awesome. But We're going to go to maybe another graphic or a break. I'm not exactly sure. And when we're back, the walkouts and the games, we'll see you very shortly.
Moving slowly, so hot you're burning. We've been waiting, slow jam season. Don't be shy now, nighttime romance, golden moments. Don't stop dancing. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. This is what we came to do. Hold up, not too fast. We got time, gon' make it last. Champagne glasses, hit 'em. I'ma move like this, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it, come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Sing, ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. We came to party. This is what we came to do. Come on, baby, don't be shy. Come on, 'cause you and I, we own the night. We gon' take it slowly, right up to the morning. You know it. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I like the way it feels. Ooh la la, this is what we came to do. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, we came to party. Ooh la la, eh. We came to party. Ooh la la, eh.
You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline. It's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
其实一开始季后赛大家的状态不是特别好，就是问题还蛮多的，但是就是我们其实有在越来越进步，虽然还是有很多问题啊，但至少我们比一开始进步很多，是有明显的在改善的。
まあそんなにめちゃくちゃいいわけでもないですけど、めっちゃ悪いわけでもないし、まあですね。
我觉得当选手就要去世界舞台发挥自己的表现，因为其实我觉得我每年打的世界赛算都在进步吧，就是学习到很多，然后也蛮多没打好的，然后我希望我今年可以改善以前的问题，然后在世界上好好发挥。
やっぱりプロ選手だったら一番ロードの大会で一番でかいワールドに行くのがみんな有名だと思っているので、僕もそうだし、だから本当に必ず行ってなんか自分が最後に満足したいです。
我觉得对上 SHG 最大的问题就是我们要防住他们上半部的进攻。我认为只要防住的话，取胜应该就不是问题。
FAK のトップラインの選手が変なピッチをやるけど、私のエビがもっとうまいだと思うからそんなに考えしない。
我觉得 AB 是一个很会看双方打野路线去决定自己的换血的玩家。那我认为上次我输给他，这次我一定会赢回来。
正直本当にこれまでのね FAK の試合見てたら、イージンがマジで対面ボコボコにしてるんで結構怖いですね。まあでもやっぱ強い相手とやるのはすごい好きなので楽しみでもあります。
AB 我会把你做成炸虾天婦羅。AB 天ぷら。
いいじゃん。君の戦いは見させてもらってかかってこい。君のリベンで。
我自己觉得他就是一个很制式化的韩系选手吧，打起来其实跟俊佳有点像。然后我觉得他们也是比较怕我这种疯狗类型的，就有时候会怪怪的。
안정적으로 하는 플레이 선수라고 챔피언 쪽으로 제가 조금 더 앞선 것 같아요.
我觉得瑞斯特都已经掰在我手上了，我瑞斯特想不到他去哪根葱。
재민이 선수 AP 정도는 제가 조금 더 잘하는 것 같아요.
觉得在选选手是一位非常经验老道，然后也很稳健的选手，从他身上我也学到蛮多的。
算是老油条了，就蛮稳健的，团战也打得很好，很果断。
지민選手はかなり僕にとってアグレッシブなテクニックでライン戦から戦う選手なので、ちょっとそこラインがちょっと気になっています。プリチェンド選手はジミエ選手と比べたらそこまでにアグレッシブではないんですけど、代わりになんか安全なチームの勝つためのプレーができてると思っています。
Dasher 選手，我想教你一句 mid gap 嘅粵語點講？中路差距。
Dasher 選手我會報今年春季賽的時候的。
LJL で戦ってたリット選手たちは FAK のリット2人に比べて絶対下手だと思っていないので、ここにとって勝てないと思っています。
他们对赢下游戏看起来也不是靠他嘛，所以我感觉我应该是有机会压制他的啦。
私が思うにはワコ選手はすごくアグレッシブなプレイヤーで PCS でも1位に争うプレイヤーだと思う。
Marvel 選手すみません，真的对您没什么印象哎，还是早点送你回去放假吧，看你打得这么辛苦。
スクリームだと結構ボコボコにしてるんですけど、それでも覚えてないです。
Vista 这个选手，他这个选手蛮有趣的是，我认为他是跟平常的 PCS 辅助感觉完全不一样，偏向看大局跟保护团队的一个辅助。
高木選手は天候サポートがうまいと思う。
连当年你的队友是臭皮，我都能赢你的，这一次你好好看着办。
2021ワールド出てきました。準々決勝まで行ったけど。海運選手あったっけ？
SHG 我不会再输给同一个队伍 twice。
FAK 이기고 월드 자리 먹을게。
SHG 起来真的太原是我们要把你登出了。
俺らが勝ちます。
我刚才已经联络了饭店柜台了，已经把你们的行李放在门口了，你们等一下回去就可以带着行李直接去机场了。拜拜。
私たちは SHG シェラトンホテルガーディアンズ。 私たちが長くホテルに残ることになるでしょう。FAK。
召唤师们在哪里？欢迎你们莅临2024 PCS 夏季总决赛，我是你们主持人 Section。在今天，我们将来迎接的是第1天的赛程，同时我们也即将来面对的是败部总决赛的巅峰对决。经历千锤百炼，2支战队终于登临此地，将在此展开殊死搏斗，胜者将再创辉煌，拿下决赛最后1席之位，而败者最终将抱憾退场，功亏一篑。此战不仅是背水一战，同时也是决赛前的最后试炼。胜者将会是来自 LJL 赛区的劲旅 SHG 吗？亦或是逆势而上的 FAK？ 哪一支战队将在最后这一刻拿下属于他们那唯一一张的世界赛门票？让我们拭目以待。上路 ，Amy。打野 ，Fury。辅助凯威。最后 PSG 留给以下讯息给2支战队，来顶峰找我们吧。
We are back, and what an intro! What an intro! I mean, I think Gemini won the competition of entries.
Yeah, Kaiwing had a little...
I think it was a brawl molt, I think.
Okay.
That's what I interpreted it as.
Yeah, could have been. It's blue side for SoftBank to start out the draft here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
unsurprising.
No real surprises, I think, when it comes to the side selection from here on out. I think only DCG really being the red side component, and so now we will just probably have a lot of blue side selections, and will this be the battle of who gets blue side more often in the series? Because sometimes that is genuinely what it comes down to. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping we can see fights from either side of the map for both teams, and makes it a little more interesting as the tournament develops.
Yeah, it will matter a lot how these drafts go, how much it matters being on blue side versus red side. How many of Evi's champions you have to throw bans at when they've got first pick. The Rumble is a given.
Yeah.
That's just red side tax in this series, I think.
Yeah, I think obviously Yi Jung as well, playing well on the Rumble, as you said, will probably just force it to be a red side tax. Now, Evi's Renekton has been a pretty staple ban for most teams here in the PCS playoffs, so we'll see if that continues on as it has been so far, or if Yi Jung can perhaps find a champ that he wants to pick into it and feels comfortable.
Yeah, it would help on red side quite a lot. You do need to win at least one game on red side, as you said.
Yeah, and I really want to quickly come back to, because we didn't touch on this, but Wako in the little player interviews.
Oh God, I love that.
Just dropping flame.
Yeah.
Just straight flame. And he's like, oh, sorry, pal, I don't really know you, but you've worked so hard, I'll send you on an early vacation.
I believe his opening line was, when they win, it's not because of my opponent in the bot lane, Marble. So he hasn't made an impression on Wako at all.
Yeah, apparently not, but I'm sure Marble, I mean, he had fighting words too. He's like, I smashed him in scrims. How have you already forgotten me? Or something along those lines. So, fighting words between the AD carries. Everyone else was just pretty kind to each other, all things considered.
I mean, the top laners came at each other a little bit towards the end. I think there were threats of frying Evi.
Oh, yes, some tempura. Yeah, there was.
Making tempura of the man.
Yeah, maybe. Yi Jung, though, he did not get called an aquatic creature this time. So, maybe opting in for a different meta when it comes to those bits of, I don't know if it's trash talk
how can
or
you not love
nicknames.
Evi, man? How can you not love Evi?
Such a good dude. Such a good dude. Walks out, 2 thumbs up, the classic. El Clasico at this moment.
Yeah, that opens his segment with like just acknowledging that he's essentially watched Young destroy his competition to get to this point, and that he's the next one in his sights.
Yeah.
But honestly, of all the top laners, I'm not worried about Evi too much. I don't imagine he'll fall over. It would be an incredible performance. He's already performing incredibly young so far. For him to now destroy Evi in the way he's been destroying these other top laners would mean that, you know, he's just leveled up that much further.
Yeah, on his rookie year as well. I mean, that's the big story here for me as well. It's just, you're on your rookie year, you're now competing against someone that's been to the world quarters. Evi, one of the biggest names, the most solid names known in LoL esports. And there's the thumb as we do enter now Champion Select for our game number 1 in our series to decide who will go on to face PSG and, more importantly, make it to the World Championship here in 2024. Jax banned against Yi Jung. Rumble banned against Evi. Nasus, we've got 3 top lanes to kick us off.
Renekton makes it a 4th top lane ban now, and the Jax ban makes me think they want to play something like a Cassante, but then the Nasus ban makes me suspect a Kennen first pick is coming here for SoftBank.
Yeah.
Though I'm not sure if they need to first pick it because it's not a champ I really associate with Jung.
Yeah, possibly not. And I think also you got to remember, maybe you've forgotten, it's been a long time since our last series, but game number 1 was won entirely off Yi Jung split pushing on that Jax. So probably just eliminate that. No option for that this game. Ashe and Lilia to round out these bans. Forest, no interest in picking up that champion. Worried about Gemini going for it, and it will be that Zyra immediately locked in.
Wow, I suspect Gemini will go straight for the Maokai with the Zyra. I think he might have just gone for the Maokai had he had first pick this game. Frank would have just taken the Maokai themselves. But SoftBank, you get why they've locked in the Zyra.
Yeah, take Misfortune away from Marble.
Yeah.
Obviously, we said it earlier. It has been the champ he's performed by far the best on. Why let him have it?
Yeah, I honestly think this should have been the first pick for SoftBank. We'll see what kind of answer they have for it. They've tried the Smolder into it in the past. Did not look great. Now, Corki for Pretender has actually been borderline the only champion he's played this playoffs with a Yasuo game chucked in.
Yeah, and game number 4, again, I keep coming back to this series against CFO, but game number 4, Pretender on this Corki. Just Goomba stomping that game.
Yeah.
As it's going to be the Smolder here, most likely will be into that Corki.
Has to go mid. We've seen Smolder into MF enough to know that this is just not a really playable matchup. And the Jin will confirm it. This is a very strong comp from the side of SoftBank. The synergy between these three champions feels amazing.
It is. It is. Not the easiest, though, for especially the earlier stages of this game.
Yeah. Skill shot reliant.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised to see an Alistar over something like a Leona. Leona feels really strong into these immobile champs on the side of SoftBank. But maybe just Kaiwing's preference is the Alistar. Yeah, it's locked in.
Yeah, okay, interesting. See if there's anything that comes through in the rest of this draft that proves to us why. I mean, they're only going for a jungler and a top laner, so probably not. Both top laners not with a champ yet. I mean, in theory, the Smolder could go top, but very unlikely. Means that we are probably going to see more bans towards the junglers. Perhaps Frank look for support bans.
Yeah, dropping jungle is a little bit worrying for Frank, I think, because they will have Gemini's champion pool pinched here, and he has to play AP unless Jiang has something. With the Kennen banned away, that's one strong AP option gone in the top lane.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's already Brand and Maokai open, and if both of those get banned, then probably fall a little bit deeper into the pool, but should be okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's got there. He might just be stuck playing AD. They don't go for it. Instead, they just ban the Gnar.
Which is a little bit perplexed. I mean, this does shape up to be a K'Sante.
Yeah, they want to play a K'Sante, and I guess if Jiang just takes K'Sante first here out of the bans, they'll play maybe Rek'Sai into it again.
Yeah.
That looked fine when Evie played it recently. They didn't ultimately win that game, but it was just a completely neutral lane.
There's the Leona. Will be banned. A little bit interesting, being that we just see the Alistar do so well into that Leona so often.
Yeah, maybe just reading it to preference for Vista. Works quite well with a Jhin. But Vista can still go for something like the Rel, which, yeah, Alistar is a soft counter to the Rel. You can really shut down the engages.
Ooh. So they do put the respect onto Yi Jiang. They ban away his ribbon. What do we pick here? I mean, jungler makes sense. Just pick Maokai. Go the Liandry's Maokai build.
They're daring him to take K'Sante here. So many K'Sante counters banned out in this game.
Yeah, but it is Yi Jiang. I'm sure he's got something in store for us. This kid is a prodigy when it comes to those bruises up in the top side. There it is. Maokai locked in. We'll likely be seeing that Liandry's Maokai build. Pairs very well with both the Corki and the Misfortune. Has set up through that ult for Kaiwing as well on the Alistar. Be a very devastating team fight composition here coming out of Frank, depending on what top laner they do opt in for. Now SoftBank, they have to pick up both a support as well as a top laner here. Rel's going to be their choice of support.
Yeah. Rel makes sense to me. Maybe doesn't actually synergize with these champs on SoftBank all that well, but is just such a strong champion. And K'Sante would be very unsurprising, just based on the Gnar ban, the Jax ban from the side of SoftBank. As well as Renekton Rumble. So many picks you'd take into the K'Sante just gone.
Yeah, I mean, the top lane pool has been pinched so much. Now, what are we going to see?
Yeah, I have no idea what Jiang's going to play.
I mean, it could be something more unique, like the Camille. He's shown the Camille a couple times already. The Gwen. The Gwen is definitely possible. Go tank Maokai, pick the Gwen.
Yeah, you do need some AP in this comp. Jiang did redeem himself on the Gwen.
Or maybe it's going to be the Camille. Even the Aatrox, I mean, throw your mind back to spring, and this guy on Aatrox was dropping 15 kills on the regular. Looks like it will be. Okay, so we haven't seen an Aatrox since Taco played it up against CFO earlier on in the split. And we are going to get our look at it once more. And Yi Jiang, I mean, for my money, was just the best performing Aatrox we had in spring.
Yeah, I agree. Just getting so many outplays on this champion. We'll see if he can pull off a similar trick against SoftBank here. This is going to be a very tanky K'Sante, though, for the side of SoftBank. MF already doesn't have the easiest time dealing with K'Sante. So it's going to be up to Pretender to put most of the work into this K'Sante. And
yeah, and look, he will be able to. Yeah, ultimately, a Corki with true damage, it just shreds through anything.
Yeah, we'll likely need an LDR this game. As much as we criticize the early LDRs on the Corki, probably just has to get it because Evie is not going to build anything but armor this game.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen the end game stats when there's a Maokai in the jungle. That
Yeah, it
builds all
does
the
just top damage.
It does just, yeah, every
Especially
game.
in Gemini's hand.
Yeah, and don't think that an objective is being picked up by SoftBank if Gemini is on Maokai, because that guy, his smite steal rate, it has to be the highest in the league by a far margin.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing it last split on Rel. This split, the Maokai Q smite looks just as good.
Absolutely, and now all our champs, our compositions are locked in. I need you to tell me, before we get into game, who's got game number 1?
I think SoftBank will be winning this game based on the draft.
All right.
I don't think the Aatrox was an impressive or impactful enough last pick. As you said, though, Jiang is a monster on this champion, so he might just carry this game.
He might just do that as we now load onto the Rift. You see it there. It's SoftBank up against Frank. It's game number 1, and this decides 2024. Who will continue on to compete, to represent their region at the World Championship?
Nothing too out of the ordinary as far as these rune pages go. Conqueror on Zyra. We've seen a few different pages on the Zyra. I think I like the Conqueror and the Electrocute quite a bit more than the Comet.
Yeah, and I think interestingly, well, not interesting, we expect it to be the Phase Rush, but Forrest, when he played the Maokai, actually went for Aftershock. So
yeah,
there is a difference in this, at least. Obviously, we expect the Phase Rush. I think it's just objectively the better of the Keystones.
Yeah, it allows you to play so much more aggressively on a champion like Maokai.
Yeah, and especially when you're already going to be somewhat squishy, as far as, Maokai comes.
Yeah, Forrest starting on the blue buff is kind of out of the ordinary for these Zyras. Means that these top laners are likely just going to be on an island and play is going to be centered around bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, this mid lane, it has favored the Smolder generally. Just having a pretty good time up against the Cork. It also scales very well.
Yeah.
We'll see how Pretender's able to navigate this. Dasher, a very capable laner. We've seen it time and time again. Very good at activating himself on the map after getting a pushing lane.
Yeah, give him an inch, he'll take a mall and show up in bot lane to pick up quadra kills. Plays very well with any priority in the mid lane. I don't expect the Smolder to get all that much priority. But the laning phase should be pretty even, and then as Corki gets 1 or 2 items... Ooh. Uh-oh, Kaiwing misses Q there.
Vista just smurfing down here, and Waku paying the price for it as he loses half his HP there, thanks to Marble and his 4th shot on Jin.
Yeah, feeling pretty good as the bot lane of SoftBank, as both junglers are pathing down here as well, so
yeah,
HP advantage.
The HP advantage, but Marble just naturally lost a lot of minions. After the first 2 waves, only having 8 means he missed 4 minions out of those waves, which is not what you typically see.
Yeah, Gemini is going to be struggling here, though. They have the move first on SoftBank.
Yeah, he shouldn't ever really be dying. He also, has the Phase Rush available to himself, but forced away from this blue. Some smart jungling there coming out of Forest as he is going to smite that one away and now look towards the Gromp here, getting his plant set up, and Vista coming to join him as as Marble.
Can try walk up and smite this. Will Frank spot lane fight this? Mid can't move to help. Oh, SoftBank gets scared off. I don't think they had to back off this at all.
Yeah, well, Forest doesn't have smite, so there's just no world in which he actually gets that Gromp anyway.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even let him walk up. Forest is still happy to pick up that blue buff. It is a big pickup for him. He's going to fight on these wolves now. This wolf running down gives his position away a bit.
Yeah, just unrelenting with the pressure as Forest, but we'll go over these wolves now. Realizes that continuing to push there can get very, very risky. Going to instead pick up the Scuttle Crab and can return to his jungle to pick up even more if he so chooses. Definitely a lead early on here for Forest, as you do come to expect from the Zyra.
Yeah, and it's scary when the Zyra gets a lead this early. She can really run away with the game just because of how much faster she's going to clear compared to the Maokai after this first base. Gemini is trying to fight for these camps, though. This could be very scary for him.
Just getting vision. I think he'll go up to try and secure himself this top grab eventually.
Yeah, he can do the top grab into probably his Raptors.
Yeah, his camps will respawn. Yeah.
And I don't think Forrest is going to be able to contest him. I'm surprised Forrest doesn't do his red buff, because he will be on the top side of the map now. Gromp already up for him.
Yeah, that is very strange. Just by virtue of it's going to mean that his second camp storing.
I think he wants to protect top. He's scared of Evie getting dived by the Maokai Aatrox.
Okay. I mean, interestingly, this kind of means now that eventually Gemini will be able to make up the deficit of that one camp. Because just by virtue of his camp's going to come off cooldown a lot quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, he picked up a buff for Forest, but he didn't actually take his own red. Meanwhile, mid lane, as you'd expect, dead even in CS. Once Pretender picks up this farm. Ooh, nice play from Jiang there to deny Evie the minion. The cannon minion, actually.
Yeah, but max range on the Q there. Damn. Deadly accurate. Now, this is a matchup we've seen Jiang just go to war in, really. Yeah. I don't know how else to word it. Just back and forward, continuously fighting, but he always tends to survive on about as close to 1 HP as possible.
Yeah, and if he's been practicing this matchup, it might be something Evie isn't ready to play. He's obviously played this matchup a lot, but unlikely has that many reps on it on this patch.
Yeah, and seeing the healths at the moment, I mean, obviously Evie as well is going to struggle, being that he is a champ that uses mana. Level 6 for Jiang, the World Ender almost picking up that first blood, but Evie, he's going to lose his flash, he's going to lose his teleport, and Jiang feeling good here early on.
Yeah, and with that wave pushing away from Evie, that's going to be a massive farm advantage for Jiang. Doing really well with this counter pick. I was doubting the last pick, Aatrox, but so far so good.
Yeah, so now Dragon, but Gemini is lurking here. He sees everything committed and he's flashed forward. He's gone on here to the jungle, to Forest, who flashes away right into Pretender's waiting arms, but Pretender does an auto attack and the kill will go over to Kaiwing. His first blood is secured.
Yeah, first blood of the series goes to Frank. It's an outplay from Kaiwing. He flashes out of the Smolder ulti onto Forest, who flashes in the wrong direction there. Jungle and support flashes committed, but you're happy to pick up that kill and the first dragon.
Yeah, I don't know why Pretender didn't just auto-attack that guy once.
He didn't get an assist?
He got the assist, but he could have just had the kill. You'll watch it here. Go through the replay, but yeah, definitely a kill for...
It's the flash from Kaiwing. If he gets hit by this Smolder ulti, it's a very different fight, and the flash from Forest should have probably been to the other side of the Dragon Wall. Pretender, as you said, maybe not noticing the Zyra flying past him. Forest has started up these Void Grubs.
Yeah, now Gemini doesn't have flash. Did just use it, but Forest likewise did the same. Now Dasher we get comboed by Kaiwing. This should be most of the Void Grubs picked up from Forest. In fact, probably all three, as there's no real way for the Frank side to make their way into this river. And also just Evie has his ult while Jiang does not.
Yeah, Forest going to be pretty happy to pick up these Void Grubs. I think he'll get level 6 off this third now. And can maybe put Jiang in a little bit of pressure. Jiang hasn't managed to get a recall off yet, but is very healthy.
Yeah, I just think he opted not to. The Bramble Vest, while it's an annoying item, I suppose, when you want to heal, it's honestly just not worth, in terms of raw stats, how much it costs.
The amount of gold, yeah. Not a very gold efficient item if you're not factoring in the anti-healing.
Yeah. And so, because of that, I don't believe Jiang's going to feel all that pressured up here. Has his ult back available to himself now too, so ultimately we'll look for that recall, get his items online, and start pressuring this lane a lot more.
Yeah, and suddenly all three lanes for Frank are pushing in and putting pressure on, especially Jiang once he gets this recall off. And TP's back. It could just be all three lanes pushing for Frank, and Gemini is a player you would hate to be against in those situations, especially without your flash on the Zyra.
Absolutely. Marco powering through some gum there. Good to see he keeps his habits. Zyra champ does ridiculous damage. Although that was a level 1 red buff. Keep in mind,
true.
That's the first red buff he's taken of his own. Actually just in the game. Very delayed down that second spawn. Oh my lord, and Jiang still has ult.
Yeah, top is looking very disastrous. Evie's going to have to drop another wave.
Yeah, now Forest is down here looking for something onto the Frank bot lane, but Gemini is as well, and goes to Sapling, going to find out where Forest is, and nothing should really come from this, but really the story of so far this game, obviously that first kill, nice outplay from Frank, but Jiang is just running away off the top lane. Let's look at the replay there in the picture-in-picture.
Yeah, he's dodged every Q out of Evie so far, and then landed all three of his Qs on the sweet spot there. Almost just kills Evie without popping his ult.
Yeah, maybe wishing he did.
Yeah, if he popped his ult, he probably gets the kill there. But maybe underestimating himself. Maokai on bot lane, though.
Yeah, Kaiwing has ultimate, so he's just going to tank out that tower, and the bullet time! Forest is dead, and Kaiwing gets a second!
Unfortunate that the second kill does go to the Alistar, but so well executed by the side of Frank. We said it'd be scary to be this Zyra without a flash. 3 pushing lanes. Decides to help his bot lane out of a pinch, but gets caught on the way out there. Maokai ulti very well used by Gemini. And yeah, they're on their way out here after clearing waves. Force was just helping his bot lane get a recall off here, but this MF ult was perfect from Wako as well to follow up the CC of his teammates.
Yeah, now, again, Kaiwing, he's becoming very fed here on the cow. He's working towards his Warmogs. Keep in mind that we are not on a patch. What are they, 14, 17 is live, I think. We're not on that patch anyway. We're on the patch where Warmogs is still a good item.
Yeah, we're 14, 15 still. And this, honestly, this Alistar getting his Warmogs really early can be scary. This isn't the highest damage SoftBank comp when you've got.
That Q3 lands, maybe an angle to pull the trigger. He does have his flash coming back up. Actually, it's just come back up and makes him a lot more safe, gives him a lot more safety, I suppose, up on this top side.
Yeah, Gemini had flash. He was eyeballing mid lane there. It's Kaiwing with double buffs.
Dash is 63 stacks, not the worst, but
yeah,
not the best.
Amazing. Marvel has to be a little careful down here.
It's better than we see the Smolders into Misfortunes have at this stage of the game anyway.
Yeah, certainly. Just pretty even in CS is Dasher, doing fine. Hasn't had an opportunity to do very much in this game. Most of the play been revolving around these bot lanes.
Yeah, now Dragon spawning. Frank, they already got the first. They're looking for a second, and I mean, probably should be able to pick it up. Gemini actually misses that Bramble smash there.
Yeah, I think this will just go uncontested. Frank will be picking this one up, and SoftBank will be just getting a reset on their Zyra, getting their lanes shoved in, catching up little bits of CS when you do things like this, and worried about Marvel down here. He's been alone for quite a while, and Frank have a lot of vision down here in the bot side.
Mister is returning, but so is Kaiwing's ultimate. We saw them happily look for a dive 3v3 and 3v2. Better odds there. Nature's Grass can come out of Gemini at any time now. Obviously up and available it is. Vista. Ooh.
Finds Gemini there. Will SoftBank stay?
I mean, Gemini just has to sit here and Marble has to nothing to do but walk away from his tower, so.
Yeah, both flashes up for Gemini and Kaiwing. There's a TP.
Wow. I mean, this is Frank committing the TP. We're really committing to this tower here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, while Dasher's off the map, Pretender.
Oh, we found our way. We found our way out to Marble. He gets way too aggressive. The cleanse comes out. The flash does as well. And SoftBank's bot lane will walk away from this. But they are just bleeding more and more minions wave by wave as it crashes. And Dasher actually not even bothering to go back mid, coming straight out to this bot lane to assist and try pick up some of this minion wave. But Wako is just going to pick himself up a first tower.
Yeah, Pretender commits his TP to the bot lane to secure this dive, and Dasher has no response. He doesn't even TP back to the mid lane.
Oh, all up top. Jiang flashes away. He's not getting caught up by the Strangle Thorns. So does lose his ult, does lose his flash.
Yeah, traded for Evi's flash though, so Jiang's still doing very well up here. Doesn't look all that diveable to me, and he's got Kaiwing coming to back him up now.
Yeah, now Evie has to be careful, but most likely will look for a recall, and he is doing so right now. This does mean, of course, that Yi Jiang will be able to do the exact same. Picture in picture. Oh, it was just a really nice flash ult.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Stranglethorn's not landing. They're getting flashed away from. Means that they can't really get a kill, and they can't even dive because they don't do all that much damage to the Aatrox on that play. And SoftBank, I guess this is their idea. They're going to swap their bot lane to mid lane and let Smolder sit in a side and farm up. But Frank are putting on a very fast pace in this game. Probably eyeing up this Rift Herald next.
Yeah, just over 2k gold they are right now, and Vista is coming to check for vision. We'll be able to find out Kaiwing now.
Man, look at the jungle farm, though.
Yeah, but counterpoint, we have a Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, the KP is a lot better for old Gemini at 100%. SoftBank not on the scoreboard yet.
Yeah, you don't really mind being down CS that much as Maokai. He's got his Leandries. Probably just the objectively stronger champion. Especially in the game state, right? Because Frank do just get first move to every objective, so you're forced to, as SoftBank, face check into these saplings. And even Evie right now will take a substantial amount of damage face tanking those.
Yeah, and if you give, with these wards in the top side jungle of SoftBank, I think Jung is hoping they can test this Rift Herald, and he's going to get a flank DP.
Yeah, Evie coming in is just going to slap down a little bit of damage onto Kaiwing and walk on out of there.
Yeah, uncontestable, this Rift Herald for the side of SoftBank. That's another objective given over.
And you start to worry when every objective is just uncontestable. Third Dragon, you have to feel like SoftBank are going to at least have a look at it. Gemini here sitting up around his top laner, providing the cover.
They know Forest is here, they're still going.
Yeah, they're very well aware. Evie's going to be able to use that Pathmaker. Does so, gets out, takes a lot of damage, actually half HP now. But at worst, at best rather, for Frank, this would be a 4v4 dive, and definitely not something I think that's worth looking at.
Yeah, now Forest is losing his bot side camp, so his lead is not going to grow in the jungle, not in terms of CS anyway.
Look at Waku's damage onto Marble. Oh, he even gets the double tap.
Yeah, Marble not able to return nearly as much damage as MF at this point in the game. And it looks like they're just going to give up the top tier one.
Yeah, that's tower number 2.
The pressure they were able to exert mid and top means that this is, again, another uncontestable objective. Pretender letting as many creeps go down as possible. They're just starving SoftBank out of this game. Dragon up soon, and will SoftBank be able to contest that? See if they try. The items look okay for the side of SoftBank. So does that ramen.
Yeah, I was going to say.
My goodness.
Talking about looking good.
Yeah.
That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is TTL brand ramen.
So they are behind an item in the top lane and in the support, but I think you maybe just fight this if you're SoftBank. Just doesn't feel like there's enough damage on this comp right now.
I think what you do is you don't commit to the fight, right? You just look for a fight and let Dasher try and weave in Qs and Ws and get stacks, because the way you accelerate really as the Smolder to get to that 225, which at this rate he won't be getting to by the fourth dragon.
Yeah, you have to do something, because it's not like...
Yeah, you need a skirmish. You need to start letting him actually hit champions. Don't fully commit. Give the dragon up almost certainly, but let him actually attack things. Let him get those stacks up. Because right now, he is struggling, and as each objective falls, it just gets harder and harder for SoftBank to give him somewhere to farm.
Look at Jung. He's either going to the spot wave or he's looking for a flank. I think he's decided on the flank.
Yeah, it's not really spotted. I'm not really seeing a way. There is just vision everywhere. SoftBank are aware to his antics. He's going to sit in this
around?
bush.
I don't know if they actually
Yeah, but they know there's a ward in this bush. They know where he is. They know where he is, absolutely. But Forest, he gets lucky. He doesn't get hit there by that Q. Jung missing out on that one. And now Frank, they managed to push in the mid lane. They have priority over this river. Root looking next onto Kaiwing. That's not who they want to get. The stun comes through now too. But Warmog's available.
It's a good old-fashioned ARAM.
It certainly is. But watch Jung. I mean, they know he's on the flank somewhere. There's no way they think, oh, he's in front of us, and now Evie's searching for him.
Yeah, Evie does find him, but is too low to fight this Aatrox.
Yeah, and Vista just takes half his HP and damage from Pretender, and I'm pretty certain Vista does not have access to the Warmogs. Yeah. And so because of that, down will go this Dragon, and I'm pretty certain as well that Marble didn't even find any stacks in this little skirmish we've had. Jung looking aggressive, misses out on that Q, so won't be going aggressive for the time being.
Yeah. I think either team really had opportunities to get into side lanes and get some resources while this standoff was happening, but both teams not willing to have a member show up late with the teleport. Either side can engage so suddenly.
Yeah, and on that note, while neither team was in the side lanes, it was actually SoftBank side lanes on either side slow pushing to Frank. So that's more resources that have been lost for the side of SoftBank.
Yeah,
and
that favors Frank,
yeah. Jung as well as Pretender were now able to go collect those waves up in the top and bot lane respectively, and they're feeling really good about themselves.
Yeah, and these side lanes are struggling for the side of SoftBank. Not in a side lane anymore is the Jhin, but he can barely hang in there against the MF in this mid game. A champion we were saying is worth first picking in this series. It's Gemini in the right place at the right time to prevent any possible play happening to Pretender. So good at using these Maokai saplings for vision as well. They don't have wards on this side of the map for Frank. But Gemini comes up here to protect his mid laner.
Yeah, now, bit of a lull period. I mean, Frank, they probably should just let this game slowly play out.
Yeah.
Honestly, you're not that worried about the the Smolder as things stand. Once again, he is just so far behind on those stacks. We're already approaching the 20-minute mark, only sitting at 144. And with 3 minutes up until a potential Infernal Soul for Frank Esports, you don't feel that pressure. Usually, at this stage, you're a little worried Smolder comes online for that fight. Probably not going to happen. Even if it does, it's probably too late. It feels like, just with how fast-paced this game has been. And there's no kills. It's just Frank have been winning little wins constantly, bit by bit, that have led to them now being up just over 3k gold. And you see who's got that gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's barely through kills, right?
Yeah.
They're just straight up outplaying them in the side lanes. Pretender with a lot of gold for himself, too.
Yeah, which is the opposite, remember, of the first time they went up against CFO. This team was struggling. Anytime there weren't fights, they were falling further and further behind in gold. And in the last couple of series, truly turning that around and now just doing extremely well for themselves. Nature's Grass gonna come through. Kaiwing goes in, he's gonna pop that ult, and look at the bullet time rain hell down on SoftBank. Kaiwing claims another. Jung will get a reset. Can he find his way into Dasher? No, he can't, but he doesn't need to. Now Evi's the target, and Evi, he has no option but to run away. This can be tanked up. Dasher trying to find damage. The fourth shot, tanked up by Gemini.
Oh, and they're gonna try the Baron now. Evi has TP. He should probably recall here and TP to heal some HP if they want to stop this Baron.
Yeah,
it's very risky for Frank.
Jung looking for the recall. Will be able to get back here. Does manage to teleport. Kaiwing's on a flank. This is not a true Baron attempt, ladies and gentlemen. This is a bait. Kaiwing, he's undetected. He has access to, any form of engage, really, but he's been found. Now it is going to be a Baron attempt. Now Alistair's going to go down, but it's Frank who pick up that Baron. Now, importantly, Dasher, rather, on the Smolder this time. Able to secure himself a shutdown. And that's a minute and a half ahead of an Infernal Soul.
Yeah, that is going to transition Frank really nicely into this Dragon. They're getting everything they need, and two-man engage from Kaiwing. This is why he locks the Alistair, though it may not be the most meta support. He has just looked like a monster on it. No damage to kill Jiang once the Zyra goes down so early. Good target selection from Frank.
Oh, God, I have a problem.
Yeah.
We have a Morello Nomicon.
Yeah, I don't love that. I was thinking about that. But I guess it's not really that much more damage to go Rylai's, but it is a much better item.
It is more because you get kept in those plants for longer, right?
Yeah, very true.
Because you're not often, you are pretty often, but generally the more common of the plants you spawn is through the Q, which doesn't have a slow on it.
Yeah, especially with the Jhin on your team. The Rylai's is amazing on Zyra.
Yeah.
Which makes it so easy, trivial almost, to land the snares on the Jhin. Now, SoftBank have to find a way to get to this Dragon. They will need to contest this one. Dasher not at his stacks, but does have his Muramana active.
Through Baron up minions as well. Vista trying to find his way into Gemini. Will be able to do so. Magnet comes out, but Flash for Gemini gets him out of there. Now, Magnet Storm's going to be down. You've gotten rid of Maokai ult, but you don't have Magnet Storm, which I think now leads to Frank just having the objectively stronger team fight, but maybe they're not even caring about it. It's not like SoftBank can go to the Dragon. We may as well just use up our Baron before doing so. He has one tower at least collected by Wako.
I'm shocked SoftBank don't just go for the Dragon there.
I just think they can't. They have the weaker team fight. They just lost their Rel engage.
Yeah, but they saw 3 members top, and I thought with Jiang just having no TP, neither does the Alistair or the MF. They should just try fight that, 4v2 it was on this side of the map, but it's just Frank picking up an Infernal Dragon uncontested now. Infernal Soul, rather.
Poised now to take game number 1 after Frank Esports. All they got to do is really finish off what they've started. We should be seeing at least a lead here in the series early on.
Yeah, and there's the win on red side. Jiang making very good use of the counter pick in the Aatrox. Evi, haven't heard anything from him this game, really.
Yeah, importantly, he hasn't fallen over like many do. Kaiwing, though, he just completely dashes out of Vista. Does get the flash now out of Dasher, has his ulti available to himself as Dasher now getting very close to having his stacks online, but at 24 minutes you feel like, what's the point?
Yeah, it feels so difficult. It's not the Smolder of old who can defend against Elder Dragons, Barons. This is a much weaker version of Smolder, and you can't justify giving up as much as SoftBank did in the early game to get to this point. I really like the locket second from Gemini in this game. How much SoftBank are just struggling so much for damage.
Give them a little bit more health to get through.
Yeah.
Across the team. There's also a lot of AoE just through Smolder and Zyra. Yeah. Now, sitting up for objective around the Baron. I mean, it is still 2.5 minutes out as Frank taking complete control over this side of the jungle. Gemini even stealing away the Gromp for good measure.
Now, Frank do still have to crack the base, and they might have to wait for a Baron. Honestly, Smolder is not the easiest champion to push against. Kaiwing, bit of a Blast Cone bandit all playoffs.
I like that.
Finds himself a Blast Cone to cozy up to.
Yeah, but he likes those big ones.
Yeah, the Chemtech map, yeah.
Has Flash very soon, does Kaiwing. Nature's Guard's going to come out timed with that Flash. Kaiwing just running forward. Evie's going to be able to tank up. There's no real way to get through him in the time that you need, but by God, look at Pretender's damage.
Yeah, just finds Dasher and Forest on the back there, and SoftBank gradually going to be poked out and maybe pushed off these turrets, but honestly, I don't really expect the base to break yet.
Yeah, Forest yet to have someone on his screen and is about to nearly die.
Yeah, Jung is taking damage from the Smolder.
Yeah, it is just too hard to push into Smolder when you don't have Baron. He actually just pretty much one-shots the wave.
Yep, they can just regroup now, recall and go for this Baron in 1 minute, and feels suicidal for SoftBank to walk into this. Anytime you're walking through a choke against Maokai, MF, Alistair, it feels like a nightmare. They're not on the right side of the map to get vision for this Baron right now. SoftBank, Kaiwing has beat them to it. Look at their jungle, littered with red wards.
Yeah, Kaiwing currently, as things stands, will be getting the most kills in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, if the game were to end now.
King Kaiwing. 3-1.
Yeah,
usually it's Leona with those sort of stats. Alistair doesn't have that same execute potential. He's going to find Forest.
Run into
oh. Didn't have his team around.
Yeah, that could have been scary for Kaiwing. At the very least, his ultimate gone.
Yeah. Won't be connecting though on that route, but now he's going forward. Gemini's going to be able to pull the trigger here. Kaiwing's not going to be killable for a long time. Pops the ultimate. Forest goes golden. Down comes Mum and Gemini. He's locking up Evie. Down comes the ultimate from Wako too. It's not going to find anything, but Yi Jong will. Pretender picks up one. Wako claims one. As soon as there's a make it rain, I believe 2 more people will be going down. We don't even need it. As Gemini flashes in, roots someone up and gets another kill. Evie now. What a poetic way to end this game, being the last man standing. But Young finds him and cancels the teleport. Now, Frank, it's a race. Can they get this done before respawns come through?
I think they can just end the game. It might be close. Force is up in 10 seconds. But Dasher's probably the one to look out for. Marble's up now. It's just over.
Yeah, Kaiwing tanks up those towers. Game's over. Do we kill Evie before it over? We do. Gemini claims that one up on the top side, and it's Frank Esports now. Up 1-0.
Just a statement game. There was no point in that game where something went SoftBank's way, really. They got a blue buff to start out the game, and from then on, Forest just got bullied. Zyra not looking like a justifiable first pick in this game anyway.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, question marks around the Zyra, of course, because as you said many times, is that Misfortune feels like a first pick. Not necessarily because just of Misfortune, but because it seems like Marble's best champion.
Yeah, and it would give them an early game. They just didn't have an early game that series. Or that game,
not at all. And I think it all, like all the problems somewhat stemmed just through bot lane. I mean, there was a 3v3 dive. Just a 3v3 dive where obviously Alistair tanking up with the ult makes it a lot easier, but they just kill Forest. That was the second kill of the game. Obviously their first dragon. Something went horrifically wrong there, and that was kind of the beginning of the end in many ways, where it was just like, okay.
Outplay from Kaiwing.
Yeah, obviously the outplay from Kaiwing, but it's just like, we probably shouldn't be in that position, really, if we are SoftBank.
Yeah, they had all that prio in the bot lane early on, and it felt like they were using it reasonably well to steal some of these Maokai camps, but I don't think Maokai should have ever been allowed into his bot side of that jungle. He actually hadn't done a single camp on the bot side when Forest got there, after already taking his Raptors too. And yeah, he just shouldn't have been allowed to walk up to the Gromp, I don't think. Of course, he does have smite advantage, but you don't have to do the camp on Zyra. With the Conqueror, the point is you kind of just stand there and auto the Maokai, and his bot lane at that time was stuck under their tower. First move for Vista and Marble.
Yeah.
But after that, they just got run over.
Yeah, and I'm a little perplexed by the Conqueror Zyra, because it felt like that was just an obvious Arcane Comet game. It gives you a little bit more power early. There's no real tank you're
Conqueror's
that concerned
really good early.
about. Yeah, I mean, not as good as just poking people with the Arcane Comet, right? Because that's what Zyra does. Zyra doesn't really commit to fights. They need fights to commit into her. That's sort of how Zyra operates.
I've just been a Comet Zyra hater. I'm the biggest hater of that rune. I like Electrocute or Conqueror.
You're just a hater all around, pal.
Yeah, I hated the Zyra pick in general.
Yeah,
I think
it's fallen off.
Yeah, I think a Maokai or a Misfortune first pick just made a lot more sense in that series. It didn't feel like they got anything.
Frank got both.
Worthwhile, yeah. Yeah, they immediately locked those two. I think exactly those two champs in.
It was. And then also the Alistar looked good as well.
Oh yeah.
And I think maybe like something that we didn't see is that obviously there's the Leona into the Zyra, right? We know that works very well, but Frank were just looking to dive bot. That was their intention, was just, we're just going to dive bot. And the fact that I say it's like 100% it was the game plan is because it was a 3v3. Right? Usually it's like 3v2, you dive bot. They see 3v3 and they're still like, okay, we're strong enough. We're going to do this. There's enough power. Forrest already lost Flash. There's nothing you can do about it. And it worked out perfectly well. And that was another thing I think about this Dragon fight and how it went so poorly is Forrest lost Flash from it and died, which means as soon as they look at him again, he's just rolling over.
Yeah, it was just well executed. We said it would be scary because after that Dragon fight, it was 3 pushing lanes for the side of Frank, and Gemini walking around with a Maokai ult. He's hunting this Zyra. Anywhere he goes, he's going to pair up with whichever lane he's next to. We'll have Prio moves first. Yeah, got kills, and Forrest just never got off the ground that game. And by the time Dasher got off the ground, it was just...
Yeah, way too over.
Yeah,
I mean, they've pretty much lost everything, right? They'd already lost a soul. They'd lost one Baron. Half their base is gone. It's like, okay, we've got our stacks now, but like the next time Maokai presses his R button, what are we doing? And you kind of saw it here as Kaiwing just finds this engage. And
nice engage, but it's the solo laners from the side of Frank here who I think, that's a double TP, and they just one-shot Marble here, find their way onto Dasher next, and both the carries just gone. All that scaling for nothing, unfortunately for Dasher. Didn't have his flash there.
Yeah, and another person that was quite quiet is Evie. And I think in a game like this, and the pressure that is on everyone here is you probably want someone like Evie to just have his pick of the litter. Let him play a champion that he can truly take over a game in. And it's like Cassandre kind of can, right? You see some games where Cassandre
so many
does.
top lane bans.
Yeah, but also some of them were just coming through here from the side of SoftBank, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And as a response, you're probably just going to ban top laners as well from Frank to... You know, you see that they've banned the Nasus, then you kind of have to ban the Kennen. We saw that that come out, was it last series? It was CFO Frank, where Frank just didn't respect the fact they banned Nasus, let Rest have Kennen, and it was just kind of game ending from there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, stats. Did Kaiwing? No, Kaiwing, no way he finished with
4 kills.
Damage.
Yeah, he had the most kills.
He did?
Yeah, he had 4 kills. Next was like Pretender with 2, I think.
Nice.
Yeah.
Not often you see an Alistar come out of a professional game with the most kills.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up the MVP.
Yeah, I actually wonder. Honestly, it's hard to necessarily choose, I feel.
Between him and Gemini, I think.
Yeah, I would agree.
Every play was made together, ultimately.
And, I mean, Jung as well dominated top. Like, while it didn't come into any kills, Evie was just being forced off his tower constantly, and we saw his tower fall pretty easily. Now, Kaiwing does pick it up. And I think, I mean, he started that last game-winning team fight, started off a bunch of dives, and very respectable performance.
Yeah, the Rel not able to get anything done this game, really. Her only synergy in this game is really the Smolder. Zyra doesn't care too much about following up a Rel ult compared to something like maybe Brand would.
Yeah.
And by the time Smolder was online, as we said, not much for Vista to do in that game. Kaiwing, on the other hand, had strong lanes, made really solid engages, always finding 2 with his flash pulverizes and taking out, Forrest on every play. I think maybe all 4 of his kills were on Forrest. Not sure.
Yeah, I actually don't know, but what was this one?
This
Another
was
kill
flash
on
onto
Forrest.
Vista Forrest. Like every time you just pulverize. This was a headbutt pull, flash headbutt pull. But I'm not sure if they had flashes up on these guys, but it's just a combo. You have to flash when there's an MF staring you down. And here it's just too easy for Jung. Can't afford to lose a carry so quickly in these fights against, when you're that far behind.
Yeah, and Jung never really tested that game. Like he was doing his top lane well. He was landing his Qs. We saw that time and time again, but he really had to prove that the Aatrox is a good or bad champion. He just beat K'Sante in a lane and came into team fights.
Beat him pretty hard.
Yeah, oh, he did, of course, but we all kind of expect that K'Sante struggles early on in that matchup. Honestly, it's just almost entirely because of mana. One champ has mana, one champ doesn't. It's like, oh,
same
awesome.
as Renekton.
Yeah.
Same deal.
Yeah, and the range as well. So you expect him to lose early and then have to try and prove himself in these team fights, but he was literally just coming in, ulting, auto-attacking someone once, and he had a kill. Like, that was actually what was happening.
He looked invincible on the Aatrox that game. Just a Jhin and the Smolder from behind trying to take him out, because Forest would go down at the start of every fight thanks to Kaiwing, and usually Wako following up.
Yeah. Man, Wako also didn't really have to do much. He just pressed R.
Yeah, just let your jungle support engage. Yeah, just let jungle support engage, follow up with your spells, and win the game.
And that's not typically what we expect from Frank either, as a game like that, where it's like just completely silent pretty much the whole game. I mean, we were at like 20 minutes with only 2 kills. It was just Frank picking up objectives and just quietly running away with the game time and time again. And I think if they continue up that, they should be looking pretty good for the rest of the series. Now, one caveat is pretty much every single series Frank Esports has played so far, they've lost game number 2. That's been really where they've struggled. Just not sure why, but they've just had this weird record of just losing game number 2. So, I mean, SoftBank, they certainly can fight back. There were signs of life the further that game went along, but unfortunately, it kind of just got out of hand way too early. But yeah, game number 1, done and dusted. Frank Esports now lead, getting one step closer towards that Worlds, I guess, attendance, I guess is a good word. But we're going to go to a break now. Once we're back, we'll see if SoftBank can bounce back.
You gon' buy me a diamond, so jump on it. Come on, I know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la. I like the way you feel. Ooh la la. Don't be shy now, let me see. Ooh la la.
got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me off the ground and I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're alive, like a fire. I feel safe in your Wi-Fi.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, game number one, Frank Esports taking it pretty handily, honestly. Not really any fight back from SoftBank
I'm not
throughout
sure if
the
they got a
duration.
kill. I think they got some. They had some KP, so they would have gotten some kills off the back of that game, but
there wasn't many.
Never getting kills when it was really relevant, and we kind of just saw the Smolder problem in that series. So often we see you fall behind early with a Smolder on your team, and then you just can't contest any objective, and you have to pray for a miracle to somehow get to your stacks and win some fights.
Yeah, a lot easier said than done getting to the stacks, especially when the game gets out of hand early. And it didn't necessarily, like, it was only 2 kills for like 20 minutes, but it was just, it's only 2 kills, but
in terms
first
of
tower,
farm,
top tower, even a mid tower, like everything. The Rift Heralds, the Dragons, everything was really stacked against Dasher. He wasn't able to stack up. Now, blue side once again for SoftBank.
Yeah, so SoftBank in the previous game managed to get a priority jungler, but without any strong lanes, it just didn't really matter. They were just getting rolled over, no ability to cross map. You kind of need one lane that is going to win an aside or get pressure through mid so that you can trade objectives when you're the weaker team. Even if you're trading down, you have to trade something. In that game, it was just give. You know, sometimes not even collecting waves while they gave those objectives.
Yeah. Was pretty methodical by Frank Esports. Looking really good with Pretender in.
Yeah, and they didn't have many kills, as you said, but the pace was immaculate.
Yeah.
Extremely fast for Frank.
Yeah, Jax once again will be banned, so keeping it the same thus far. And the Rumble. I mean, I expect that we probably see it again. I don't know how Evie's going to deal with the red side 5th pick that Yi Jung's going to have the entirety of the time that they are on blue side.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd have anything up his sleeve to destroy the Cassante like he did. We haven't seen Aatrox almost at all. They actually just banned the MF, so they're doubling down on the Zyra first pick.
Yeah, and that leaves Lilia open. Because that Lilia was banned by Frank. They banned, by SoftBank, and Frank here, they banned Ashe.
Yeah, but the way this draft is going, it's just going to be Maokai Zyra again.
Could be Lilia.
I don't think you'd first pick the Lilia with the Maokai available, though.
People have been. The Lilia has just looked really strong.
Okay.
Now,
that also makes sense with the Nasus. I think the reason they didn't do this game 1 is because they're worried about just a Riven lock-in.
Yeah, and it very well could be. Riven, I mean, it'll suck really early on, but as soon as you get Merc Treads, you feel pretty good. Yeah, don't see a reason not to just lock Maokai.
Yeah, they can also take away the Corki if they want it here. Now, I did see in, I believe it was the LCK, of Vladimir picked into the cannon.
Yes, I did see that too, actually.
That is a very old school counter pick. Not a counter in the sense that you're going to beat the cannon in lane, but you get a free lane as Vladimir. It was actually a terrifying scaling champ.
Vladimir does not strike me as a Yi Jung pick.
But having AP in the top lane does maybe open Force up to not play these AP carries in the jungle. Have not been his strong suit so far. Yeah, there you go. The Vi locked in. He's looked a lot better on this champion.
Attaboy. Yeah, he did look very good at the Vi.
Yeah, with the Vi locked in, Dasher has the option to play something like the Taliyah in the mid lane, which he's looked incredible on.
Yeah, it might make it rough to find damage through magic resist.
Yeah, especially with an Ezreal locked in. Doing a lot of magic damage on this champion too.
Yep, and I don't see a reason not to just keep the same 3, essentially. I think so far, liking what I'm seeing out of Frank.
Yeah,
Gonna be able to ban mid laners all supports here, whichever they choose.
I think it should be supports.
I agree.
It's too hard to tell where Dasher's going to go with the mid lane. They could get rid of Smolder. They have much more early game to facilitate the Smolder scaling.
They might want the Smolder.
Now Frank identify. Yeah, Smolder does quite well into Ezreal, does quite well into Zeri as well. Might just be a Zeri picked up for Wako.
Yeah, could be Kai'Sa as well. Look really good on the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, good matchup into the Ezreal.
Yeah, plus you get to...
SoftBank recognize it, yeah.
It's because you get to buy Zhonya's as the Kai'Sa, which just eliminates a target for Vi.
Yeah, it helps with the damage profile too, so good ban from the side of SoftBank.
Yeah, now...
I expect Riven will be the second ban for SoftBank for Frank. Maybe they just get rid of the Smolder. No, they're going to get rid of the Ahri, so they're really expecting Dasher on some AP this game.
Yeah. Orianna is an option. I believe we did see as Orianna appeared with exactly Vi already.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, I mean, either way you look at it, Ahri Vi, very scary. Orianna Vi, very scary. So, I mean, that barely changes anything. But obviously, team compositionally, and especially for team fights, the Vi and the Orianna can get a lot done, really.
Yeah, the Ziggs banned away. Ziggs, Maokai is a very popular combination, so taking that out of Wako's hands. Now he's probably just forced onto something like the Zeri here. I can't really think of any other ADCs. Maybe Varus if he really wants to, but Varus into Vi Kennen.
Yeah, the Smolder.
Oh yeah, of course.
This is a little volatile, though. Can be scary to see a Kennen behind you when you're Smolder.
Yeah, we'll see how Frank navigate these early games with a Smolder. SoftBank not able to do it. It's going to be Forrest this game with his choice of lanes to play around. Whatever Zhang picks is still going to be vulnerable to Vi ganks when there's a Kennen involved. Zeri mid. Yeah, unsurprising from Marble there. And Vista has the option to go Poppy here if he wants to.
Yeah.
Very good pick into the Alistar, and he's a very good Poppy. By far the best Poppy support we've seen.
Yeah, I don't know what they'll go for. The Alistar kind of doesn't mind the Poppy as much as other things. Like, the Rel hates Poppy. But Alistar's kind of okay.
Nautilus just handshaking tanks.
Yeah, okay. And it gives more lockdown for this Smolder. As well as Corki, I suppose, as we see Pretender doing a lot of damage on that champion.
Notice the Riven just being completely ignored. They're not expecting that to come out.
Well, could it be the Mundo? Or the Aurelia? Aurelia is a good matchup. It is definitely a good matchup into the Kennen.
Yeah, but this Vi might just eat him alive. Zhang is going to have to get a big advantage.
Oh, there it is! Yeah. Game 2. Bring out the Riven. 5-0 he is currently on the champ in his professional career.
Can SoftBank give him his first loss on the Riven?
Evie tempted him.
Yes,
if you remember.
Bring it on.
He wanted to face Yizhang here on the Riven, and he gets his opportunity to now. How is Yizhang going to navigate this lane? Obviously, it should be pretty rough early on. He does have access to that shield on the Riven to try and tank up some of the damage coming through from this, Kennen from range.
Yeah, should still be heavily Kennen favored early on.
Yeah.
And honestly, in terms of scaling, Kennen is one of those champs who he scales as well as you play with him. At the end of the day, there is an Alistar on the enemy team. Kaiwing will likely take exhaust for this Kennen too, but that we've seen people play around that very well with the Kennen.
Yeah, and I don't know what to expect now. I mean, all right, we'll do it again. Prediction for this one. I think I like Frank's draft, but it's because of nameplates on and we have Riven.
Yeah, honestly, again, I like SoftBank's draft. I think this is a better draft for SoftBank than it is for Frank. But that being said, I don't know what this top lane matchup looks like. I don't know what it looks like in the early game. I don't know what it looks like in a side lane. No idea what Riven does in team fights. Zhang manages to find 4 or 5-man knockups on the Riven somehow.
Yeah, obscenely consistently too.
Yeah, and Kaiwing is on a heater on this Alistar too.
That's true. Now game number 2. SoftBank, they're down that first game. Frank, they are 2 singular games now away from qualifying themselves into Worlds. Being able to go up against and meet PSG in tomorrow's grand final.
So the Electrocute here on Evie tells me that he just wants to scale. He's got Ultimate Hunter, he's got Electrocute. He's not taking Airy to try bully this Riven out of lane. He just wants to get his items online and flash onto this Corki and Smolder. No cleanse for Wako.
Yeah, now Yijang, being a melee top laner, he has Absorb Life, Second Wind, and a Doran Shield. So he's probably actually going to be fairly okay up in the top lane. The only thing he's missing that Yone that never can be moved from his lane usually has is the fleet footwork, but the healing from that, a little bit trivial a lot of the time.
So this time it's going to be junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, which I think Gemini straight up has to in this game. If he clears top to bot again, he is not getting his bot side. Jiang is going to be on top of Forest. Forest doesn't have a spell skilled.
Oh my lord. That is a lot of damage out of just an auto, a Q, and an auto. Now, Forrest is half HP, but Evie is going to be here to help him out with that jungle camp. Smart by Evie to stay for so long.
Yeah. Once he sees the Riven, he can head back to his lane. I don't think Jiang's really going to look for a trade on this cannon. He'll have an E up and bone plating, so Evie will be fine here, even winning the trade.
Gets the movement speed, even rocking that electrocute, and gets another auto attack off even for goodwill.
Yeah, I'm surprised Jiang went for that.
Especially when he only had the one Q left, right? He couldn't get that cool Riven combo where you weave in these auto attacks between the Broken Wing activation.
Level 2 first for Jiang. Evie is actually going to level up here and get his Q if he wants it.
Opting not to. I'm glad that we're paying attention to this top side. Down bot, Israel is pushing a Smolder in.
Yeah, I can't think of a weaker early game than, or weaker level 1 than Smolder Alistair.
Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to. Maybe like Smolder. No, actually, I can't think of one.
Yeah, Alistair just doing nothing level 1 and Smolder in the same boat. And Gemini, I think, just back on that point, really intelligently clearing out his bot side and getting out of there because he does not want to be fighting around this bot lane if he can avoid it.
Yeah, plus, I mean, it probably is a very volatile matchup in this top lane.
Yeah, I could imagine the Riven getting ahead just 1 or 2 kills for this Riven, and Kennen can't do anything. Kennen, a very strong champion, very high priority, but from behind against a bruiser, just does nothing.
Yeah, it sucks. Still can find impact in team fights, but certainly in that side lane, it's pretty miserable.
Yeah, Forest going to be on the crab first and traded for the top crab. Being pinged by Gemini. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, now, Evie, he has a ward down, so it's going to be pretty hard for Gemini up on the top side to try and find a gank angle, but if ever there was a jungler to do it.
Yeah, I think this wave might be pushing away from Evie.
Oh my god, Gemini's flashing over this wall.
Yeah. This wave sucks for Evie. He actually just has to play up here.
Oh, he's used his lightning rush as well. John?
Yeah.
Okay, Gemini isn't going to commit. He is going to look for that recall.
Yeah, good trading from Evie. It looked like Jiang was trading early on so heavily because he wanted his jungler to come up here, but actually didn't get any damage onto Evie. I don't know if he's touched him yet.
Outside that first Q.
So yeah, Evie's going to just play very aggressively.
Nice sidestep. Gonna lose out on a cannon there though, is Yijang. Doing pretty well in farm, all things considered, but...
Yeah, that is his goal in the lane ultimately as Riven. Into something like a cannon.
Yeah, just every time Jung's finally able to hit Evie, he has bone plating back up, so...
Yeah. Gets stunned for his trouble.
Yeah, and loses even more HP because of that electrocute. Pretty smart rune decision, I think, coming out of Evie.
Looks like the wave reset pretty safely here for Franken. They're going to get a crash. Forrest is on his way, but I don't think he'll be in time to stop this wave here. Waka really low on mana. I wouldn't be surprised to see Vista trading heavily now, but Kaiwing is just blocking the hook here.
Yeah, and that's all it's going to be. Now,
yeah, they
Waka,
don't get the back here, though.
Yeah, but, I mean, they could, I guess, but it kind of sucks, right?
It is a cannon wave, I think, so...
Oh my god, it's time. Yeah, no, Wako's still staying here.
Yeah.
Gonna suffer being on low mana.
Yeah, Ezreal in the same boat, though. Both with some biscuits to their name. What is happening here? Gemini is just staring at Forest while he does the dragon. Has no bot lane to come help out in this fight. Maybe gonna try cheeky. Yeah,
he's found his way here, and Dasher gets over the wall, but Pretender has flash available to himself. Not gonna pull the trigger.
Oh, wow, Dasher holding onto his flash there too. Impressive, making Gemini just look a bit frustrated. Now, can they even trade the Void Grubs here? Dasher doesn't have TP to get his mana or his HP back. And looks like Jung, for now, has Prio in the top lane. Evie not being able to recall yet.
Trying to come out. Yeah, he gets the one, gets off. Not worth risking it, considering your support is just back in base. And Marble even getting that crash down the bot side. So winning across the map thus far.
Yeah,
is
day and
SoftBank.
night. Day and night early game for SoftBank this time around. And Dasher responding to the pressure on a mid immaculately.
Yeah. Was a little dicey, but Pretender just not with the damage there yet on the Corki.
Yeah,
Couple of scaling items, all he really has to his name.
Yeah, Jung's already used his TP and couldn't quite get the Hex Drinker finished. If he does actually go for that item, we don't always see the Hex Drinker completed. Sometimes you just sit on a null magic. Now Force is going to be able to pick up these last two Void Grubs. Actually gets 6 and maybe looks for something. Gemini level 5. Force unaware of this Maokai's positioning. But has to be pretty careful, Gemini. No flash now.
Yeah, needs to get to level 6 to start activating himself on the map. We see him very good at utilizing that Nature's Grasp. Saw it last game time and time again.
Pretender is really
Wow.
That is not gonna
Valkyrie's
help him.
forward. It's going to be fine, though. Just getting out that lightning crash. Dasher maybe thinking more attention was on the way. But I think Pretender just going forward there, baiting out that ultimate and calling it a day.
Yeah, Dasher going to take a favorable recall still here. I'm surprised he does back. He does cancel it.
Hook lands onto Kaiwing. Not going to be able to buffer it. Actually flashes forward. Lands the two-man knockup. Lands the stun. Cleanse comes out, but then Exhaust follows. Flash away now from Marble. Should be able to get out. And Vista likewise doing the same. Hook returns. In comes that cease and desist. And it should be a first blood. Indeed it is. And Marble from SoftBank picks it up.
Yeah, the engage is thwarted by a nice flash from Kaiwing, but there's just no damage coming back from a Maokai and a Smolder at this point in the game. Eventually, Force makes his way there. Doesn't even have to use his flash. Gets onto the flashless Gemini, picks up a kill. Massive turnaround for the side of SoftBank. As it's just a nice hook here from Vista. Does Kaiwing buffer it? No, he doesn't buffer it with his Alistair Q, but ends up getting a two-man knockup here because he saves it. The exhaust flash away from Marble. They do lose both their flashes on SoftBank, but they buy enough time for Forest to get here and take out Gemini. Wako's free hitting the entire time, but this champion is just not useful.
Yeah, so SoftBank in the lead. Getting that kill onto the Ezreal can be very, very beneficial for them going forward. But as you said, importantly, Wako was able to continuously hit, and he was struggling a lot in terms of those stacks. Now he's up to 48, so slowly building that up.
Yeah, not amazing, but it's fine. For Wako, they still... Oh, Forest.
Yeah, he has flash available. Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, that's the second horrible flash in the early game from Forest. He did the same thing last game, and now his bot lane's in trouble. Marble should be okay on the Ezreal here. Clean.
Nice. Well done.
Marble.
The Arcane Shift, just too good. He's going to be able to get himself out of that position. Now, it is going to be a little bit daunting to walk back to this tower. I mean, see Wako just standing here. He's even... I mean, he took so much damage there.
Yeah. Blue buff Ezreal is no slouch at this point in the game. They've done a good job of staying in the game on this bot lane.
Jung trading aggressively. Gets the bone plating again, and we'll lose out on that trade once again. Looks like we will just be sitting on that null magic.
Yeah, it doesn't commit all the way to the Hex Drinker. Would have been maybe crazy to do so. Considering the rest of the map for SoftBank. Not going to care too much about a Hex Drinker. Evie is going for the Leandri. He's not my favorite Kennen build, but I mean, if he continues to look like this in the lane, 1v1, it'll certainly be worth it. So Gemini is just spamming ganks.
Oh,
neglecting his entire top side.
Found his way through that pocket of vision.
Forest is here, though. If this goes badly for Gemini, it is horrible for him. His whole top side is up. Forest crossing now.
It is so scary to look for a dive on a Kennen.
Yeah, do they see this Vi, though?
I'm not sure they do just yet, but I mean, Gemini spent so much time up here. Out will come that slicing Maelstrom. Let's see if he's going to be able to survive. He flashes away, but Gemini's going to follow it, and out comes the Broken Wings. No! Jung's not going to be able to find it. He misses the ultimate, and Evie will survive once more.
Oh, the Ezreal's on its way up. I don't think it'll take out Jung, even if it does hit. Hard to hit a Riven anyway. Wako now suffering. Loses his flash. Kaiwing no ulti.
Nice hook there from Vista. Forces out that flash from Wako, and as you see it, he's the one suffering. We'll be able to use that ultimate
What a play
to pick
from
up a
Evie. Recognizes that the Maokai ult is coming, steps past it, but actually runs back into it there. I think that was a slight mistake. I think it's the Maokai Q. Famous spell for ruining your teammates' skill shots, and Gemini not usually making those mistakes, but unfortunate how that works out there. As this is a lane, as we said, that can snowball for the Riven. But for now, Evie will be fine. Loses his flash. Won't need it for a while, though, as this dragon goes SoftBank's way.
Yeah, 2 dragons on the board. A complete reversal of last game in regards to at least that objective, as they are also up 1k gold and looking pretty good here are SoftBank. Now, Merc Treads have been completed from Yijang, so it makes this lane a lot more scary for Evie. That stun not going to be all that impactful, slowing down Riven's forward momentum if Jung ever finds the angle.
Yeah, Kaiwing lurking in the bot side jungle of SoftBank isn't going to find anyone here. He's probably way overstepping here considering how far his smolder is, but he does have Pretender and Gemini hovering down towards him. Marble has to be a little careful here. Does just ulti the wave. Actually, a couple plates picked up surprisingly for Frank's bot lane.
Yeah, Gemini found by Vista. Going to be able to proc that phase rush though. Takes a Mystic Shot on the way out, but won't be that phased by it.
Locket finished up for Gemini. Much cheaper item than Forest's Sundered Sky, I assume he's going for.
Yeah, should be. Those items.
And any fight around this Ezreal who has a very early Triforce relative to the rest of the map is just going to be winning. Forest not willing to pull the trigger on a dive bot yet, even without this Smolder Flash available. He has his item completed now. Can't just go for these Void Grubs. I think that is the plan for SoftBank, with Vista heading up to the top lane. And I don't think Frank can really do anything across the map or really contest this. As Marvel is deciding where to deploy, he's actually going to go up to the Void Grubs too. They do have TPs up on SoftBank to defend their bot lane turret if they need to, but Wako didn't hang around either.
Yeah, maybe time for a 5v5. I actually am, as I said last game, just a big proponent of looking for skirmishes early when you have a Smolder. Not planning to win them, not committing too hard, just finding skirmishes, because once again, the more you fight with your Smolder, the more stacked you do get. Now, SoftBank taking a leaf out of the Frank Esports playbook as they teleport Dasher up here to try and secure themselves first tower. Now their minion wave does die, but down will go those plays. Now Jung found by Forest. He's not going to commit the cease and desist though.
Yeah, Pretender's just free hitting bot tower though. Someone should get down there, but if they TP Evie down there, he could just get dived.
Yeah, we found our way here onto Gemini. Nature's Grass comes out and he is going to be able to use everything and actually just walks on out of there despite the slicing Maelstrom coming down. Now, first tower was picked up there for Dasher as Pretender does answer back. It's still going to be beneficial, of course, for the side of SoftBank. Now, Carmen going aggressive is going to force out that Arcane Shift, but that's not going to be that much of a problem for Marvel on the Ezreal.
But on that play is where this game deviates from the previous, where SoftBank were in this position, they were just giving objectives. Frank have managed to trade a tower from a very weak position. They cannot take this fight at all. For the Rift Herald, they didn't even manage to pick up the Void Grubs for SoftBank, just fishing for a kill onto Frank, who just ran them around in circles in the jungle, traded a tower back, and of course it's a winning trade for SoftBank, but at least you get something on the side of Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. Something's better than nothing, no matter which way you look at it, and they are trying to fight back. I mean, Wako now almost getting to that second to last upgrade, that second upgrade, whichever way you want to say it. At which point, you know, you start stacking a lot quicker.
Yeah.
Still not on pace to be an awfully quick upgrade.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have it before the Soul fight if SoftBank keep the pace they're going at. He is without flash on the Smolder, but it looks like it will be up for this Dragon fight. So Evie's, importantly, is up.
Yeah, there is exhaust to match it if Kaiwing can adequately mark wherever he is on that cannon, and still yet to see all that much impact out of Yi Jiang. I mean, obviously there was that one botched kill that should have almost certainly been a kill, but wasn't.
Yeah, nicely played by Evie on that play, and Pretender is the man with all the money on the side of Frank. So it's going to be up to him to get his second item finished. I don't think he'll have it for this third dragon, and it's a very strong soul this game for SoftBank.
He's very actively working on it as he's taking away these drugs up on the top side. Look see if he channels a recall immediately after. Doesn't look like it. So maybe not going to have access to that mirror mana.
Doesn't have teleport either, so at this point it feels like Frank might just be giving this dragon up.
Possibly. It is Hextech Soul. But, Shield's going to crash. This might result in a tower. Not quite yet. And Marble not feeling like he's able to really walk up and look to take that one down. But a nice chip.
Yeah, I think Kaiwing was looking to very promptly flash onto him if he did go to hit that tower. And this should just be the dragon. I'm surprised SoftBank are waiting so long to hit the dragon, because they are on a timer with the Smolder. Does certainly outscale this Ezreal if he can get to his stacks, Wako.
122.
It's Frank who have position on the dragon now.
And like clockwork, they hit it, but I mean, they kind of have to run away. Wako taking Mystic Shock there, and Forest being spotted out will just get himself over that wall.
Yeah, Jung is coming down. It looks like they want to fight this on Frank.
See how they do it. I mean, I don't see how this could be ever an easy fight for them, or even an easy fight for them to try and get into. I mean, you press the Maokai ult and run in, but it's going to take a lot of damage from Zeri and from Ezreal. You see already, Jung, he's going to take this Hextech Gate. He's looking for a flank, and he should damn well find one. Down comes this Nature's Grass, only going to lock up Vista as everyone else is able to step into that little slot that it does create. And
they need
half
to get
HP
on
now
Gemini.
is Dragon. Gemini, he's able to get to the Dragon now. Has that Nature's Grass, but he's going to be able to get it. No, yes! Wako gets it on the Smolder, and Yujun comes in, claims one. It's going to get locked up, though, by Forest. It's a 1-for-1, but Dragon did go over to the side of Frank. Now Kaiwing flashes away, will have a headbutt to get to a minion, but Forest, he looks for the flash Q and fails it. And so Kaiwing just walks on out.
Yeah, and somehow Wako's the one who's buying himself time to stack up on the Smolder. He gets the smite. Both junglers there, both smites up, but yeah, it's just the Smolder picking up the dragon, and that is massive for Frank. They do give up a kill on Jiang, along with his flash, I believe, was used, but that is just massive for the team with Smolder. Anytime you can pick up an early dragon, I don't know what SoftBank are waiting for here to go on to Gemini. They have such an easy engage with the Nautilus and the Vi. I'm not sure what Forest is waiting for. They actually wait so long, the Q runs out on this Vi.
Yeah.
And it was even a trade kill onto Jiang, so that is about as well as that could have gone for Frank, considering the position they were in that game, in that fight.
Yeah, now 2 items completed for Pretender. Going to be very strong on this Corki now. Getting close to the same thing to be said for Wako, but not quite there. Kaiwing, yeah, he's no flash. He doesn't have ult either. Now, I mean, okay, they're not able to find him. I thought for sure he was going to go down, and Wako actually finds quite a lot of stacks from it.
Yeah, not quite enough damage. It will be Kaiwing off the map for a little while. Does have Warmogs if he wants to stick around.
No, he doesn't have the health bonus yet.
Oh,
he needs
right.
at least a Ruby Crystal. I'm coming down, not going to allow this tower to go down, and well, that minion wave evaporates.
Yeah, and SoftBank with this gold lead have been completely frustrated by Frank. It hasn't grown at all, actually shrunk a little bit, as they're over-forcing around mid lane, it feels like. Wako very comfortable on the Smolder to kill these waves.
Yep, Dash, though, looks like he'll be able to pick up this tower. No one on the side of Frank particularly interested in matching it.
Yeah, so that is a win for SoftBank, and will grow their gold lead a little bit. Marble, though.
Well, he's found his way onto Marble, but Marble does flash, does cleanse. Still, there's 2 sums going down. Jiang has to find his way out of here, and I'm not sure how. Yeah, hook lands Vista. Nice hook there on the Nautilus, and kill confirmed. Evie picking that one up. It's a 4v5 now, and pretty much everything's still available outside of Marble sums.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to get the mid tower there still. For the side of SoftBank, feels very scary to dive these champions, the Maokai and the Alistar. I think they're going to call it off the play.
Yeah, Wako's just going to keep stacking up. Up to now 169, I believe. Yes, there it goes.
Yeah. Still won't have his stacks by the next dragon fight, but will have them by the soul fight if they do give this dragon. So, with how the last dragon fight went, if I was in Frank's shoes, I would test SoftBank again. They did not execute well at all.
Yeah, and Gemini picking up Aranduins here. I mean, you're against not that much crit, all things considered.
Yeah, just there at the end of the day, critting. Usually we see people go Frozen Heart, but maybe just need some HP in this build. So Jiang maybe in trouble again. A lot of CC between these two. They see someone coming in. Is it Kaiwing?
Yeah, but it's Kaiwing. This is not ever going to work. Kaiwing, he's going to be able to press that ult if he even needs to, and he does. So it is going to be the ultimate taken away, but that should be back up in time for the dragon.
Yeah, can SoftBank actually do anything to make Kaiwing suffer without his ulti? Doesn't look like it so far. Marble doesn't quite pluck up the courage to get that auto on the tower. Very close to going down. As I like this approach much more from SoftBank. They're just rotating Forest around between these side lanes. They have pressure on both sides and mid. So they're not rushing any play.
Oh, just nearly connecting. Pretender now on duty of defending this mid tower that is stiff breeze away from falling. Marco picks up his second item.
Is Wako actually okay under this tower? I think they have to rotate Frank members to defend him.
Remember, Kaiwing doesn't have ult, but Forrest not going to be able to find his way in there. I like what Forrest is doing, as you said. I think very smart, just staying between this side of the jungle. Jungle, meanwhile, though, he's just sitting up top, free farming, going to be able to collect himself a tower, and finally, at long last, SoftBank are able to fell the mid lane tower.
Yeah, there's no TP on the side of SoftBank to defend this top lane tower, so it's going to take Jung forever to take it, but you can't really send anyone up here because Dragon is up in 20 seconds. So another nice cross map from Frank to keep the gold lead closer. Still growing now for SoftBank. They've played this last sequence quite well.
Yep, 2k up, ahead of what could be their sole point. Obviously, we saw Frank pick up the third dragon of the game in their first. And looks like they're poised to try and find their way in. Yijang even teleporting down this bot wave, get that pushed out and get himself a favorable position here. Somewhere in the red side jungle.
Engage from Kaiwing.
Oh my lord, Forrest has lost half his HP.
Yeah, no easy way to get that HP back for Forrest. He is probably just going to die if he pushes his ulti in.
And Marble, remember, lost both his sums in that play mid where Jung ended up going down, so it's going to be a harder fight for him to navigate. Vista finds a hook onto Wako. Wako pops the barrier, not going to be able to lock down. Mum comes through and a lot of CC, but no one's dead yet. Yes, there are. Jung takes one. Jung takes two. There's still a lot of damage back. Look at Dasher. Look at Dasher. He gets himself one. It's Marble who gets the credit. It's a 4v3, but it's Dasher with all the health in the world to keep fighting.
Ooh, Pretender loses flash.
Yeah, but Jung's going forward. He's not going to get the dragon. He's going to have to flash away. He gets the hop. And Jiang makes it out!
Wow, through all that, Dasher manages to hold on to his flash. It's the carries of SoftBank who just stay untouched in the backline, playing off of Evi and Vista, finding a nice engage onto Wako. Wako got away with 1 HP in this fight. And it's Marble committing his ulti here. He does hit Pretender, but you kind of wish he had it to follow up this Nautilus engage. Kaiwing doing his best to block everything. Doesn't actually have his exhaust for the cannon, or maybe it just comes out late. Wako on a sliver of HP almost goes down to that Liandry's, but it's at the end of the day, Dasher gets too much uptime in this fight with the Runans as well. I think that's a very intelligent pickup. Yeah, and there's the damage for him. Jung not able to get into this fight at all. Loses his flash on the back end of it too.
Yeah, now Baron started up here by the side of SoftBank. Gemini in the area, no flash. They have to try and get around if they want to be part of this. Pretender Valkyring over. It's down to half HP. A lot of damage coming through from SoftBank. It's getting lower. Out comes Nature's Grass. Gemini trying to find his way in the pit. He will. Gemini's in the pit. Gemini's in the pit. But Forrest does get that smite. Now it is the fight breaking out. Lightning Crash. Dasher doing so much damage. Forrest goes in. Forrest gets out. But Wako's trying to unload damage. He doesn't have the stacks. He doesn't have a health bar. And Frank don't have a member standing as SoftBank take the Baron and take the win.
Yeah, and it might just be the typical Smolder story. Wako just got his stacks at the tail end of that fight, but it might be too little too late. We see that happen so often. There isn't a soul yet for SoftBank, but they're going to get so much off of this Baron because they've clean aced Frank. Should at least be all the tier 2s.
It was a very, very close clean
How did
ace.
Gemini get in? I cannot believe that. He had a Nautilus on him. He just walked straight in there.
Yeah, does manage to get in, but for the first time in history,
he doesn't
get the smite.
Yeah.
It was Forest who manages to secure that one, and that's a big pickup.
And the story of these fights is honestly Marble and Dasher just positioning perfectly in all of these fights. It's Pretender and Wako finding themselves the targets of these engages, of the Vi ultis, the Kennen ultis, and Dasher flashing forward when he needs to finish off kills, but still perfectly safe in this fight. And this Riven is just not able to touch these mobile carries on the side of SoftBank.
And then you see there, behind the scenes, a lot of SoftBank's coaching staff all very, very happy, and the damage coming out of them, you have to be. Now, Wako does get his stacks online after that, but still having to deal with a minute and a half here of the Baron buff is going to be a daunting task.
Yeah, I think they have gotten about as much gold as they can out of this Baron. It'll be tough to siege this tier 2 top for SoftBank. I don't know if they should commit all that much to it, just because this Dragon Soul should just be enough if they can set themselves up for it. Marble very far up here, but has played well on this Ezreal.
Is going to be able to get across that wall to start thinning out this minion wave, as Smolder needs to do.
Yeah, gonna be a difficult siege, I think, especially without another... Actually, Forest has got mid lane in. Hook onto Kaiwing.
Yeah, not going to result in too much damage, and at least it doesn't get his ultimate there if you are Kaiwing.
Yeah.
Marble actually taking a lot of damage from Wako's Qs here, as he is slowly but surely healing back up.
Yeah, but if they can keep Frank stuck up here, importantly, they're not going to have any vision or position on this dragon. Kaiwing cannot leave. Gemini cannot leave. It's actually Fi's fist fighting.
Yeah, Jung is just losing his battle against this Vi.
Yeah, I always forget how good Vi is in these late games.
Just glass coming out, Pretender just goes forward, and Vista misses a hook. Vista's now locked up, and a teleport coming through. This should be Evie arriving in the middle of absolutely everyone, but it looks like it got cancelled. Wako trying to find the damage, not able to do so. Steps too far forward. Double kill for Dasher. Could even be more if SoftBank continue on forward. Jung almost getting that kill on Evie. He finds the stop on the teleport, finds the fight, but not able to find the kill. As low health bars, yes, but all 5 members still stand for SoftBank.
Yeah, and I stand corrected. They will get this tier 2 on the side of SoftBank. You understand why Frank go for that engage, because they have a numbers advantage. They see 2 people in the mid lane, but Forrest is able to get up here so quickly, almost reading them on this Vi, and shuts Wako down. The most important member of Frank at this point in the game. There's the top inhib.
Yeah, top inhib's going to go down. This dragon now spawning in 15 seconds. Respawn's coming through here for Frank Esports, but they don't have a top wave. Jung, he could theoretically sit up there and teleport down. But pings onto this dragon, and Frank, they're going straight there.
Frank is going to be way ahead. Hex Gate's available, but...
Yeah, Evie is there defending.
Yeah, and it is 3v4 at this point. So you understand why the Maokai ulti comes out, but as soon as it comes out, Forrest gets there in time. It takes quite a long time to take out Vista, actually. Wako, a little over chase there, and gets hooked by Vista. Can't afford to make those mistakes on the Smolder at this point in the game. He needs to be carrying.
Oh, back to life, and a massive fight's broken out. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment as Forrest is getting to get shut down. Wako lives, Wako's flashed away, and Evie not able to lock him down, and eventually the knockup comes through, and they will. Pretender, he has everything to do, but I don't think he has a way to do it. He flashes forward, he gets one. Oh my God, Pretender, he's gonna get another. He's got so much to do, but Marble will shut him down. There's a teleport to the base, and Gemini, can he defend? There's so long until respawns. It should be Dasher, and it should be Marble, but forward goes Gemini. He's locked up the Zering for just a moment, but that moment is not enough, as down will come this Nexus eventually. Kaiwing's respawn is not enough, and be damned, Pretender tried his damnedest. It's SoftBank fighting back.
Yeah, only Pretender able to get himself a kill on the end of that fight, and we missed the start of that fight, but it looked like a nice engage from SoftBank. Again, both their carries just so safe in these fights, and honestly, every member of SoftBank pulling their part in that game, doing what they needed to be. The Vile, the Nautilus ults always chucked at Wako, so it was up to Pretender, who at the end there said, hey, look at me, I scale too. On the core, he one-shot someone. I can't remember who it was, Evie. Yeah, on the cannon. Gets one-tapped, and what a complete day and night difference from game 1 for SoftBank. Not closing out as cleanly as maybe we would have liked, but really impressive, especially from the carries.
Yeah, I'm going to go and say it. I think the Smolder champ is a fraud. I don't want to see it anymore.
Yeah, you got to the stacks. You know, you got to the point where you could have carried those fights, but I mean, with a Vi and a Nautilus on the enemy team, it was hard for Waka to navigate those fights.
Yeah, but it didn't come as a surprise, right? He already saw at least the Vi, maybe not the Nautilus, but it's just, I don't know, it's just getting nothing done. It's just plain getting nothing done.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the damage
early
was...
game just suffers.
Yeah, I mean, the damage was theoretically there, but you just take so long to get to that point where you've kind of just lost the whole map. And by the time he got his stacks online, they just lost a Baron, they were down 6k gold. It's like, well, why are we putting ourselves in this position?
Yeah, I'll also say the Riven, as much as I love to see it pick Jung, does get his first loss onto it and did not look good into the Kennen. No. I think there's a reason that SoftBank did not feel the need to ban the Riven in the second rotation of draft, and it's because she kind of gets ruined by the Kennen. So much more impact in that game for Evie.
Yeah.
Lane pretty even.
It could have been different if that kill came through.
True, yeah.
That kill could have been...
Very snowbally.
Kill could have made a big difference, and that was just a straight misplay.
Unlucky.
Well, unlucky, yeah. Whatever you want to say. Just a... I don't know, it's classic Maokai. Honestly, classic Maokai. But yeah, I think that is something that would have decided a little bit how that top lane looks truly as the game went forward. But I just think there were so many problems elsewhere. Honestly, going forward, you just ban the Kennen. You see them ban Nasus. Let's just ban Kennen. I mean,
yeah,
they had to work that out against CFO. Now they've had to work it out again against SoftBank. We'll see if they do opt to do that. But it seems weird that this has happened twice in a row.
Yeah, the game 2 Kennen does continue to defeat Frank, and they will have the blue side this time around, so they can ban the Nasus themselves and threaten to pick the Kennen. Though we don't see Jung play it all that often. I don't suspect we'll see Jimmy in. He does seem to be front and center, but probably because that's where he was already sitting alongside his coach. I don't expect to see Jimmy in. I don't have any problems with Pretender.
No, I mean,
in
that end play, he almost saved the day.
Yeah. Just too many members alive, and I think both Marble and Dasher on these ADCs went deathless this entire game.
Damn.
And this was the Baron flip that decided the game. It's worrying for SoftBank that it did just honestly come down to a 50-50 smite. They would have won the fight after regardless. You see how quickly this Corki goes down. Just whoever Vi picks is immediately dead, and Forrest played that fight out of his mind to survive.
Yeah, and once again, Forrest looking a lot better on these ADs.
Yeah.
Another reason to not let the Kennen through. I mean, it's so weird that Frank Esports have made the exact same mistake.
Yeah, it is literally just game 2 CFO again.
Yeah. But the rest of the map, I mean, Dasher in these team fights, positioning superbly.
Yeah.
I mean, just 100% uptime in pretty much every single team fight is... I mean, that's going to bode well, especially with the Blade of the Ruined King, Runan's combo. It's like, well, you're hitting everyone 100% of the time, doing ridiculous amounts of damage.
Yeah, and a few of those fights, it was unclear who was winning the fights, and then you kind of pan over to a full HP Zeri. Ult is still active, hitting Runan's onto 3 members, untouchable, and you kind of see where that fight is going. Zeri in the tail end of those fights, very strong.
Yep, and a lot of Dasher showing up. I believe Dasher probably deserves to be the MVP here.
Him or Marble.
I don't know how he took that much damage, because I didn't see him taking damage.
Yeah, I didn't see him getting hit at all. He was full HP that whole game. He does have lifesteal in the Blade of the Ruined King, actually. I much prefer the Zeri build, the Blade of the Ruined King first. Pretty universally gone for. I am happy with either Dasher or Marble picking up this MVP. Even Evie had a fantastic game.
Yeah, I think Dasher deserves it. I think the uptime that he had was just unrivaled, and he will be picking that up, 80% KP, and just pretty much doing everything you'd ever want your mid laner to do.
Yeah, and Pretender did come alive in that final fight, but it was just so difficult against Vi, Nautilus, and
Kennen?
What was the other champ? Kennen, yeah. Vi, Nautilus, Kennen, it was just so impossible to navigate these fights for Pretender and Waka compared to these two carries on the side of SoftBank. And this looks like the final fight of the game. We didn't get to see this. It's Jung getting hooked initially. Then the Zeri ult has just popped very early to one-tap Kaiwing, actually. Must have not had his ulti on. And yeah, he just runs everyone down. Evie just ulting air, doesn't even need his ulti in this fight.
Yeah, and Dasher, I think, eyes on the prize, realizes, oh wow, I didn't...
Yeah, finishes Jung off and then TPs straight into the base. There's just a full tank Maokai to try to stop him.
Yeah, I don't even know where Gemini went. Like, I was just, all eyes were on Pretender at that moment. Like, is he going to be able to do it? And then I was like, oh, they got aced, and Gemini's just in base, like, oh.
Probably got chunked at the start of the fight, procced his phase rush and ran on out of there. Not much for him to do.
Sprinted in the opposite direction.
Yeah, didn't have a Leandries or anything that game, so.
Yeah, I
think why he didn't.
Probably just because Smolder's damage profile's largely magic damage enough.
Yeah.
And, yeah,
there's not
true
exactly
damage.
an armor stacking tank on SoftBank either, so.
Yeah, you don't feel that force. But I think going forward, this Kennen pick is like, well, why are we letting it through? We've learned this lesson already, guys. This is something that we went through in our last series. We don't need to learn this again. Now we've had to. Game number 2, once again, Frank are going to go down. I told you, mate. Game number 2, they are cursed on that game. But, yeah, I mean, I'm sure they can bounce back. We saw against CFO, obviously, they were able to bounce back in a tremendous way. Bringing in Jimmy in, importantly, I'm not sure if they're going to do that here. But
could be a different look for them. Maybe they want some aggression out of the mid lane, but Pretender seemed perfectly fine game 1, and I think they made things difficult for themselves just with the draft in this game. Kaiwing has been playing so well on the Alistar, him just not being able to have any agency at all tied to the Smolder. Same story for Gemini. He got one opportunity to gank top and would have loved to repeat that gank top.
Yeah, well, I mean, but we'll see. Maybe he'll repeat it in the next game, because obviously now we have a tied-up series. It's 1 apiece, as SoftBank did fight back. Now, we are going to go to a break, and we'll be back with game number 3 very shortly.
The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down, the more they think I'm innocent. I'm fighting from the ground, 'cause I can take this pain. It's changing me. Won't rise up to the moment, and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train, I'm coming your way, your way.
tonight they're calling. This is who we are. This is where we're meant to be. And tonight the world is all through the struggles and through the battles never won, we find the courage to find our way back home. We take my hand as we look up at the stars, 'cause tonight they're calling. This is who we are. This is where we're meant to be. 'Cause tonight the world We take my hand as we look up at the stars, 'cause tonight they're calling. This is who we are. This is where we're meant to be. And tonight the world is ours.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, quick little break, and now heading into game number 3 very shortly. An
Yeah.
interesting series we've got on our hands now.
Yeah, and I think Frank have gone for the blue side. If the color of their desk is anything to go off, there was a red desk and a blue desk.
Yeah, I would
The cameraman
assume.
looked like he tripped up a little bit.
Dude, he's
Right there.
flying. He is flying around. And it is blue side. Pretender again, you see there on your screen.
Yeah, I like that. I think Pretender did perfectly fine. Nothing to complain about from him in that game.
I want to see different picks. And bans, actually.
Yeah, you certainly will on blue side. They can drop the Rumble ban. Probably on the blue side, you want to ban the Nasus.
Yeah.
And then threaten the Kennen. We'll see if Jiang, if he does get his hands on this Kennen, we haven't really seen him have as much impact as Evie has managed to have in that last game.
Finally going down for his first loss on the ribbon.
Yeah. Kind of tragic to see it.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, his go-to pick failing him.
Maokai will be the bane of his existence for the rest of his career.
Yeah, goddamn. And Maokai Q not getting them the Baron either.
Yeah.
Usually
For
good for
the
that.
first time ever.
Yeah, Gemini usually does find his way, when he finds his way into that Baron pit, ends up with the steal. Forest, much needed smite secure for his team. So we probably have a different game on our hands if that Baron ultimately was like an 8-point-something Baron power play for SoftBank.
Yeah, it was insane how much they got from that. Into Champ Select now. Frank on the blue side, so we are going to see a different look.
Now, Frank have just been also banning the Ashe on blue side. They ban it both sides, not wanting to put Wako on it, and worried about it coming out from Marble. We've lost the draft.
Cancel draft.
Yeah, someone's got the wrong... Oh, yeah, and there's the Ash, hey. Called it.
Damn.
Jack's banned away by SoftBank. I think that will just be a staple. Don't let Jung get his hands on that champion. He's probably the only guy really playing it in this playoffs. And looking very good on it.
Yeah, completely agree. Now, second ban to come through now. This will probably tell us a lot about Frank's strategy on the blue side.
Yeah, I'm curious what they'll go for. Renekton makes sense. And I think their last ban should just be Nasus. SoftBank do owe Frank a Rumble ban at some point.
Yeah, now, there's Maokai. Do you ban the Kennen to force a Rumble ban?
Yeah, that could be an approach, but then, yeah, looks like they will ban the Kennen, force a Rumble ban. And now you need to decide on something to first pick. I think Lilia becomes a very high priority first pick with a...
I mean, Rumble's just the first pick now, no?
Yeah, SoftBank are saying go ahead, take Rumble. They must have something that Evi's planning to play into this. I'd be very disappointed to just see a Cassante.
I'm yet to see anything picked into this succeed.
Yeah, for an entire year so far.
A year? It's been like 4.
Yeah.
It's been a while. So Misfortune for Marvel, that bodes well for him as an individual. Very good at that champ.
Insta-locking our SoftBank.
Oh, wow.
Evi, a little bit of showmanship there. And it's...
Yeah, ever charismatic as that. Is that Evi?
Looks like it's going to be Wako on the side of the MF Jin matchup. We'll see if he is exploited to the extent he was able to exploit Marble last time around. Now, it should probably be jungle picked up, but they're really prioritizing this Alistar for Kaiwing. Understandable after game 1.
I wouldn't have hated the Rel. Just take it away from Misfortune.
Yeah, Rel Rumble, really strong combo too.
Well, it's not going to be. Third pick, Poppy. Possibly for Vista. We've seen them play the Poppy Misfortune and do very well with it.
Yeah, very strong early game between these two champions. Poppy is a terrifying level 2, level 3 champion. Can just E to a minion, drop a Q on this Jin's head.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what Rooney goes to. Kind of a variety available to you. There's, you know, in a far distant land, you can go Electrocute, but generally Hail of Blades are Aftershock.
Yeah, Hail of Blades seems psychotic this game, though it is my favorite version of Poppy. And the Vi banned away, so SoftBank may be sniffing out because Frank have dropped their jungle so late that it's going to be an unconventional pick for Gemini in this game. Vi very strong with the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately there are just so many AD junglers that you're never banning them all out, which is why you can just drop it to the next phase of draft.
Corki taken away by Frank. Decent pairing with the Zyra, but honestly, Dasher looked incredible on the Zeri. Not a mid laner you can blind pick, in my opinion.
Yeah, Lilia, there it is. I mean, I don't expect a Lilia, in fairness.
Yeah, just banning some power picks, I think SoftBank. Nowhere else to really throw the bans. It's hard to predict where Pretender is going to go with this draft. Actually banning the Yasuo earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, there is still just so many AD mids as well, right? Like Tristana, still available. Something that we've seen Gory and Maple very good at playing. And wow, okay.
Is that going to be into Rumble?
It could be. It could also be mid. But that is the joy of having a flex pick.
Yeah, I just can't imagine it'll go mid because this should just be a Zeri locked in. Or a Tristana. Tristana was just an old school counter pick to Galio. So it seems like a good pick. Ivern.
That is a very good champion.
Yeah, I love the Ivern. You are lacking a little bit of damage and you have to make up for it in the mid lane.
I mean, mid lane's always going to have damage, right? So
something like the Tristana, I think, will give you that early game damage, bit of prio in her lane.
Wow, okay, so the Ivern is just such a strong champion. It's surprising to me that we don't see it more. And oh my god, I'm sick of it.
Oh lord, Smolder blind. I guess they're thinking it could be Galio mid. I have no idea where this Galio is going.
Yeah, I don't think anyone does except SoftBank. And they might not have even for sure known until exactly now. Let's see. We're about to find out.
Who is pairing with the Galio? Usually when you take a Galio, you have something like a Vi. Yeah, it is Lucian mid. Yeah, it's going to be Evie playing Galio. Yeah, I was hoping he had something cooked up, and he did. So we'll see how he does. Hopefully he doesn't get Pretender swapped onto him.
Yeah, that's always a possibility, but that would suck for Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble wouldn't love playing against Solution. That's
honestly,
true.
I've seen enough Rumbles 100-0 attack that I feel like Rumble probably is completely fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Rumble wins this, but we got to trust Evie that this is a good matchup. He's opted into it. They've taken a Yasuo ban.
I think I prefer Frank's draft simply because they have Ivan.
Yeah, I like it because they don't have a Galio.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
I don't see what the Galio synergizes with, apart from he just has to destroy his lane to justify his pick.
Yeah, I mean, he can ult on top of a Poppy, right?
Yeah, I guess, but good luck with Poppy getting on top of a Zeri. Even a Jhin is just going to be so far away. Ivern doesn't, feel all that much in a rush to really get in there. The Galio ult can also work if the enemy team is like heavy engage.
Yeah.
You can just drop it on one of your carries and protect them, but not really committed to engage is Frank's comp. So I agree with you. Frank coming out ahead of this draft.
Yeah, and I mean, we can debate all we want about these things. Ultimately, I want to see how this top lane matchup plays out. And it's something we said about Yi Jung quite often is that he gets his Riven and he plays into whatever matchup. He's played that matchup more than the opposing player has played the matchup on his side of it, right?
The shoe might be on the other foot this game,
Yeah,
bro.
that's what I'm saying. You'd expect that Evie has had more experience playing Galio into Rumble than Yi Jung's had of playing the Rumble into the Galio. So maybe that can be something we think about as we go forward here in this game.
First strike for John.
The FAK Jai Yao's going out.
Very popular team, I imagine. We certainly fell in love with them.
Yeah, but
throughout this playoff.
I could say that about pretty much all of our teams.
This is a Doran's Ring start for Evie.
Yep. Aftershock. Jung going for first strike, which I'm not convinced he can proc all the time. Galio Q.
Yeah, hits very quickly.
Yeah, and it's just deceptively long ranged.
Yeah. No skill point picked up for Evie yet. But we'll probably just go for a Q onto Jung on his way in. Dasher should have the favorable mid lane matchup here. At least in the early game. Scaling certainly favors via Zeri.
Yeah, as it pretty much every matchup does. Oh, wow.
Evie.
PCS debut, Galio as top. I'm not surprised that that is a debut. That's one of the least surprising things I think that's happened so far in our best of 5 here, as we have now, of course, into game number 3.
Yeah, I'd love to have the camera top lane right now. So it doesn't look like all that much trading has really happened.
Actually getting aggressive, but Pretender seemingly happy to just oblige and trade back aggressively. And actually, it's Frank with Jhin Alistair having prio here.
Oh,
Hiling finds an amazing engage. That was so quick.
This is ugly for the SoftBank bot lane.
Yeah, Wako has missed a lot of CS though. Just similar to actually game number 1.
Yeah, Jung overheating
Evie,
here.
yeah. Oh, this. How many times do I have to see this? Evie gets away.
Okay.
And now this is actually a problem for Jung, I think.
Yeah, he might be diveable. He needs to look for a TP when he can.
And that shield coming up for Evie there.
Man, these Lucian matchups versus ADCs are always so close.
Yeah, very exciting, I find.
Yeah, and maybe the observers do know what they're talking about. They've kept the camera here for good reason. Dasher a lot more burst on his champion than Pretender. Well, with that passive up, Zeri can take you out very quickly. Kaiwing's here,
Kaiwing's
though.
here,
with
so is
flash.
Gemini.
Uh-oh.
Ivan, Dasher. Oh, he's tried it again. Oh, the flash forward and Gemini lands. Oh my god. Dasher, he walks one step too close, and Kaiwing will pick up first blood again.
Yeah, Dasher just disrespectful, walking up when he just needs to channel his recall and TP back in there. It is the kill going over to Kaiwing, which is, you know, at least a silver lining there, but honestly, Marble's picked up a pretty big CS lead for all of this, so it would have been amazing if Dasher could get out here. He makes the prediction, but for no reason really walks up here. I think he's hoping to... Well, he was trying to get level 4 there, but he's never touching the wave with 3 people in his lane.
Just goes down.
Nice play by Gemini, though. Hides in the bush. And, maybe the object permanence there for Dasher failing him.
I always get fooled by Ivan, which is...
It could be anything in there. Now, the items mid won't be too bad. It is boots picked up for Pretender. That's his advantage, and damn, there's a good trade.
Here we are. Life against the Rumble. Although, I mean, tell me if you disagree, but this feels awfully akin to the Udyr versus Rumble.
Yeah, true. I mean, maybe Galio's a bit more useful than Udyr later, but oh god.
That's 2 tower shots.
Yeah, he's just going to get walked off his wave now.
He doesn't have flash.
Oh god.
Jung's going to overheat. Can he get the auto attacks off, though? He gets one, but Evie's going to be fine.
Yeah, his lane is not the worst, but it's still pretty bad for this Galio. That was a horrible mistake by Evie to walk into that tower. Kaiwing's here again.
Oh, nice.
Man.
Nice steadfast presence, and the damage back is immense.
Yeah, that was blind. The headbutt pull from Kaiwing. Vista just reacted in time. Looking good on the Poppy. Rough start to the lane.
Yep, no surprises that Vista's looking good on the Poppy after his last game. Possibly the
1v9.
best support game we've seen, maybe, of the playoffs. Depends on the Kaiwing. He's going to get stunned out. Yeah, no way out. It's going to be Dasher picking himself up a kill there.
Easy as that for us. So patient in that bush. He spent so much time there. Pays off in the end. Wako kind of suffering down here.
Yeah, Marble trading evenly there with the Jhin, but has
Vamp
the Vamp
Scepter,
Scepter.
yeah. Fleet Footwork not going to make up as much healing as the Vamp Scepter does. And uh-oh, Jiang, no flash either.
Snare,
Oh,
gonna
wow.
go wide.
Force
Jung
not
not
6
level
yet.
6. Yeah, neither is Jung. I wonder how close he is. He's
Oh, Vista's coming.
Oh,
Has
yeah.
flash on the Poppy. This is a dead Rumble.
Yeah, Jung not going to be able to get out of here, but is he able to trade one back? No, Evie was tanking up the tower.
And Vista ends up just showing up for moral support, really. This is a huge wave loss for Jiang. Oh, God.
Oh, my lord, if that connected.
Yeah, that's scary. Kaiwing's coming too. Forest maybe not out of the woods yet. So the wave will crash. Late looks like it won't go down.
A lot of minions being lost here is a root not connecting there from Gemini.
Yeah, it looked like 2 waves gone.
Akko. Curtain call could be something to consider. Ooh. Here it comes. Lands 1. Lands 2.
Oh, please.
Lands 3. Oh, my lord.
Oh my goodness. Marble not able to dodge out of a single Jhin ulti until he gets his flash. I thought the move speed on the MF would be enough, but...
Yeah, she has to recall now too.
Yeah.
Jhin flash auto attack with the 4th shot will just annihilate her.
Honestly, especially in this ADC 1v1, I really have to question the cleanse this game from Marble. Barrier would feel so much better being able to man up and fight this Jhin with it.
Oh yeah, what are we cleansing?
So Ivern roots.
Root? Yeah, 2 roots.
Yeah, just silly. Roots don't bother MF all that much. She can just stand and push her ulti often. Punish there for not having the barrier Marble, I feel. Well played from Wako. Recognizes his level 6 timing, pulls the trigger immediately.
I wonder how much money Jung's made from this first strike, because
there's at least 1 pro.
He is actually, getting a lot, I feel.
Yeah, this Galio is going to catch on farm. Pretender has flash here, can also E over this wall. So we'll be fine, but some relief for Dasher, who's out of mana.
How annoying is Vista on this Poppy?
All over the map.
Constantly the right place. Gemini, I mean, one of the easiest champs to steal a camp away from. Is the Ivern. Now, Evie puts that ward down, doesn't want to be dove. I don't feel like they could.
And Evie is down 20 CS, and I'm pretty sure I watched about 20 creeps die to Jiang's tower.
Yeah, that's a concern. I think is a good word. About sums it up.
Oh,
but yeah, there was a lot of there was like 3 minion waves actually died to his tower.
It was, I'm not exaggerating. That could have been 20 creeps dying to the tower, and still just up so much CS, Jiang. As well as having first strike. Forest finds Gemini, though.
Yeah, Gemini gets the flash away. The Culling's not going to connect. Lightning Crash from Pretender trying to trade back, but Dasher is going to have what it takes.
Yeah, how
Picks
clean.
himself up a second.
How clean was that from Dasher? Following up on Forest. Does commit his flash to do it, but definitely worth it. Double buffs now on the solution. Might just push this very volatile lane over the edge, but Pretender should be okay. Does have a Vamp Scepter too, and Forest finds the root. Gemini's used all his spells here, so it couldn't be a better time to find this play. Dasher very clean with the flash Q there. Oh, there's a plate going Jiang's way.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see the difference in CS for these two top lanes. Galio, a notoriously difficult champ to last hit under tower as.
Yeah, just kind of expecting to have priority with a Galio.
Yeah.
So much wave clear on this champion.
Gonna be able to teleport back. Picks himself up a Spectre's Cal. Gonna be even more durable in that 1v1, but this Jiang getting the better of the matchup so far. Obviously did go down once, but...
Yeah, Forrest is itching for a fight. He's got his Leandries already. Vista level 6 now too. They'll take this fight on SoftBank.
Coming also level 6. Pretender no Lightning Crash just yet. Galio coming down.
Might
Keep
just
an eye
kill
out
Daisy here.
for that hero's entrance.
Daisy, a little too quick for the side of SoftBank, but Gemini just going to throw her away at this dragon.
Where is Evie? He's here somewhere. Here he is. Heading out to the mid lane. Now, Dragon down to half HP. Frank seemingly want to contest it, but again, Pretender still doesn't have access to that ult. Can we get this? We found our way in, but the smite's good there for Forest. Curtain call. Vista getting low. One more shot could just seal the deal. The flash away. Not going to connect, though. And on the top side of the fight, the culling, as well as the bullet storm, is going to get one kill back. Vista burning. Not going to go down. And Evie creating a lot of space. But once again, everything coming up. SoftBank.
Yeah, it was a nice ulti from Evie at the end there to save Vista, get him out of there. He played so aggressively in that fight and tanked so much on the Poppy. I'm pretty sure it was just a root landing onto Pretender. We'll see what happens on the back end of this fight. The top side is what's important because Pretender just gets Zyra rooted into MF ulti. No, it's just the MF ulti is enough to kill him. Actually dodges the root, but so much damage, and then Vista's able to play so aggressively with his Galio behind him. Wako can't contribute much to that but his ulti. Jiang did have a much better wave and his teleport up while this was happening. So we'll continue to pull even further ahead in farm. He's going to have a very fed Lucian to deal with as Dasher jumps forward to find Kaiwing waiting for him. That could have been scary.
Vista. Interesting to me that Dash has gone for the Kraken. Now Vista trying to get away. Steadfast Presence now gone as the Void Grub is going to be fought over, at least for the time being. Evie coming down.
Yeah, no smite up for Forest quite yet. Oh, reset though.
No equalizer as well, though, for Jiang. I mean, this is just a bare bones team fight at best. Daisy comes down. Lightning Crash available if Pretender is able to get to this fight.
Yeah, Vista's running at him, though.
Vista is sprinting at Jiang, but it's going to get locked up. I mean, it's a trade, at least for now. The Void Grub picked up for
Dasher
the life
Wako
of Jiang, but Wako staying in that bush, does flash away. He's going to be able to survive. Vista's so low, but once again, we'll just be able to make it out, and Jiang, the only person to go down.
Yeah, they managed to pick up a Void Grub, but almost while Frank is distracted, Gemini not in range to help out Jiang. Could have kept him alive for quite a while there with the Ivern. Doesn't have his redemption, though. Force is so accelerated relative to this Ivern. But again, Vista impressing on the Poppy. It's actually Moonstone for Gemini. I think I prefer the redemption generally as a first item.
Yeah. It's going to go for the Moonstone this game, so a little bit more team shielding. But so far, I mean, SoftBank, the lead is about the same as last game. just with a lot more kills. So Frank is still doing a good job, and I think most of that is top lane. Like Jiang is 0 and 2, but he's got a lot more gold than Evie.
Yeah, I'd love to see the gold difference between these two. Frank picking up more plates in the side lane so far. Tender.
Oh, Dasher getting so low in that 1v1.
Yeah,
Maybe the difference in strength just between the Blade of the Ruined King and the Kraken.
Yeah, he doesn't have lifesteal either on the solution. Just needs to be bailed out here. No TP to get back to this lane as the Lucian. Like Pretender's not going to push the issue though, and should be able to get back in time as Dasher. So I think Dasher's just going for a completely different Lucian build than we're used to seeing. Usually it's like the Blade of the Ruined King, Essence Reaver, Black Cleaver stuff, but a lot of magic damage on his team. Maybe just going to go crit and forego a Black Cleaver.
Yeah, perhaps now Rift Shield. Time for another fight. Lightning Crash down on Zeri, but culling likewise for Dasher. Not going to be available here. Evie looking for a recall, does have teleport, is going to be able to use that hero's entrance if he so chooses to join this fight as a Rift Shield down to 4k HP. Nice route once again will land onto Vista. You see the teleport coming through here from Evie. Reset coming through for this Rift Shield now as it will be healing back up. And Frank, they are walking in the opposite direction, just allowing Yi Jiang some time alone in that bot lane.
Yeah, I think this bot tower is missing about a plate worth of HP, but Jiang waits for his TP and actually shows up.
Yeah, he's teleporting in. Equalizer going to be available as this Rift Shield's down to 3k HP. Keep an eye on Yi Jiang. Keep an eye on that Equalizer. See what he can find. It does split up the fight a little bit. Marble going to be just not near his team, and in comes the curtain call. 1, 2, 3. Can he land a fourth? Yes, he will, but it's only going to be on a Marble who has that Bloodthirster shield. And nothing coming from this one for the time being. Root lands from Gemini, but no one able to go forward. Dasher just taking a bit of damage. Everyone's still up and available. Health bars around half HP for all involved. And this Eye of the Herald will not be secured by Frank.
Yeah, still feels okay if you're Frank. You get to deny the Herald that was certainly going SoftBank's way before Jiang TP'd in, and maybe just an ill-advised go from Vista this time around onto Kaiwing on the Alistar, able to cleanse that CC with his ultimate, just walk on out of there. Evie found himself in a bit of trouble trying to follow that up. But kind of a nothing fight altogether. I mean, Jiang got to shove in another wave, grows his CS lead to 40 now.
Yeah, and the gold lead is pretty much non-existent. Teleport coming through here. This is going to be Dasher showing up to the top lane, but Pretender's going to be fine at clearing this out without losing his tower, at least for the time being.
Yeah, any poke the solution lands is just meaningless. There's so much more lifesteal on Pretender.
Yeah, getting towards his rapid fire cannon very shortly though, and that's going to make his trading a lot more powerful as he is just going to be able to find trades from further away.
Did commit his ulti to chunk out Pretender. Pretender has TP up, so if he can lifesteal and TP to this dragon fight, it will be Frank favored.
Yeah, only the first dragon being picked up so far as we approach 16.5 minutes, so only the second. You can just give it up if you want to, although it never feels good to be on that time pressure.
This time around, it does look like Force is going for the Rylai's. I love that with the MF on the team. Just that much more setup for her. There's not a massive amount of setup for Marble, but I've honestly seen him just perform really well on the MF without things like a Rel. And they're probably just going to drop top tower here if they do want to take this dragon on SoftBank. And Frank can still fight if they want to, so SoftBank need to get on this quickly.
Yeah, they are going to be able to. Steadfast Presence already used there by Vista now. Let's see what Frank chooses to do. They have the Equalizer come down. It splits up the fight, and Dash is very, very low. Root doesn't connect. That Deathly Flash does go wide, and Dragon is so low. Through goes Kaiwing, though, but the smite comes through. Forest secures it. He has Flash available to get himself out.
Oh,
as the
Pretender.
Stranglethorn comes through, and Pretender, Wako, everyone is so low, but the Root connects, and that is going to be one kill. It's Dasher going down. The curtain call comes out, and Wako's hitting. One more onto Forest would seal the deal. Can he find it? No, my God, it's so close, and Forest loses his flash.
Evie tries to throw his jungler under the bus there with his charge forward. He was the only one blocking the fourth shot from Wako. Holds onto it very patiently, gets a flash out of Forest, but SoftBank do ultimately win that team fight, though they give away some shutdowns, and the gold is now slightly in Frank's favor. And the start of this fight is just kind of really scuffed for SoftBank. Vista loses his flash immediately. Dasher finds himself super low, but Kaiwing not coordinated with his team on this go. No one able to really follow up. Pretender just gets chunked out by Vista, but this route again, Gemini manages to find Pretender. After saving Pretender, manages to find Dasher. And then watch Evie dash out from in front of his jungler here and force Forest flash out. I think it actually missed.
It did.
So it went straight through him.
And he also kind of flashed in a straight line as well. There's a whole lot going on there. Let's not read into it too much. As Baron, 1 minute away. Obviously, that was the second dragon of the game secured there by SoftBank. So getting closer to a possible soul. It's going to be that Hextech soul. Very annoying and near on impossible to deal with, it feels like, especially against champs like Zyra.
Yeah. I mean, Forrest is having such a good game for himself on the Zyra too. Root just going wide there. But, you know, much better for performance than he had in game 1.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I mean, Evie hasn't died, but he is just falling further and further behind in CS. And Yijang, while, you know, it looks like he's having a rough game, he's honestly one of the strongest champs on the map.
Yeah, just mega farmed on this Rumble. Uncontested for the most part. Stacking up his first strike as Gemini makes a very scary Ivern gank.
Yeah, Dasher's feeling pretty fine. Kaiwing has to be careful. So does Wako.
God, he hit the ward.
Yeah, I think he accidentally...
They know where he is now.
I think he accidentally hit that thing. In comes Daisy, though. Vista, remember, he lost his flash. Root doesn't connect, though. Wako missing out on that Deathly Flourish and dash it. For his namesake, dashing. Culling comes out. That's onto Kaiwing, and he has Warmogs, but he won't have that health activation. So it is just a nice chunk, and Recall's going to have to come through. But what does it lead to? It looks like maybe the mid tower. Can Wako get there? It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, honestly, a really clean sequence from SoftBank, using Gemini being out of position to protect his top laner, to just route around, get Wako out of position to defend mid.
Tell you what, it's not often the mid tower is first tower of the game, but SoftBank have made it happen.
Yeah. And this should be Rylai's now picked up for the Zyra, and Forrest is horrifying. It's up to Kaiwing to just find him again like he did in game 1. Jung in trouble.
So there's going to be a 2v2. Dasher gets there. Jung trying to get away. Kaiwing finds the pill, and Dasher's going to be able to get the reset and continue on forward.
My God, he almost gets taken down by the Rumble there, but they get the kill ultimately.
Kaiwing sidestepping Gullio Q, but not going to be able to find the way back. But yeah, the amount of damage that just came out was extremely scary. That is going to cost teleport out of Dasher, as well as the flash was used too there. So it's not
might
all
go for this.
Horrendous. He does. Going to be able to find Pretender, but nice.
Yeah, really clean
timing.
dash, yeah. Pretender is in no trouble without the Poppy being able to get onto him. We're kind of looking for Pretender to carry this game, if we're frank. We've got an Ivern to back him up. Got good frontline in the Alistar. And Jiang and Wako, in terms of, you know, relative power, are definitely weaker than this Zeri. Working towards his third item now. While Wako and Jiang only working on their second.
Yeah. Will there be a brawl? I sure hope so. They're fun.
Yeah, I think Frank will fight this dragon. They almost just have to. I don't think there's any massive spike that they're waiting for. Wako gets his rapid fire cannon. I think that's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, we've got the Mosquito Jin. He can auto-attack you. And you don't really mind it.
Yeah, especially Evie on the Galio won't mind it. Randuin's picked up. I think that's a really intelligent purchase this time around. 2 crit-based AD carries on the enemy team.
Yeah, especially considering how well he's just surviving against Yijang now. Not having nearly as many problems as he was very early on. Root connects though. Forrest just gets caught out. Will he go down though as the hero's entrance, and Pretender has just been CC chained and taken out. The equalizer's nice. It's done a lot of damage. Many half-health members. And it's up to Wako now. It's a nice root. And Kaiwing finds his way onto Vista, but not onto Forrest. And there is no follow-up. Kaiwing just getting dragged around. He's trying to use that root that comes through from Gemini to find more damage. And Wako's going to get CC'd up. It's a fantastic bullet time, but not enough to get one of the kills to make it rain. So many low health bars, but only one bullet in the chamber. Can Wako do anything? It doesn't seem like it. Again, so much damage to come through, but just not enough.
Yes, slivers of HP for every member of SoftBank, but ultimately they outplay the fight. Pretender gets baited in. He thinks he can one-shot this Zyra, but they turn around immaculately onto him. And once this Zeri goes down and the Rumble ult is down for Jiang, there is just not enough damage coming out of this Jhin. They're mostly to facilitate his Wako.
Probably the first time this game he's used Cleanse, but he does use it well. Oh, that guy's probably not dying. I mean, he's going down half HP, and now he's turning it around, and he's trying to find any damage back. Kaiwing's very, very low. So many members, though, off the side of Frank and the three-man room. They get one kill onto Heavy, but it's traded back immediately as Kaiwing is taken out. But Daisy and Pretender, one, getting another. Yes, there's a second. The shield, but the redemption won't come through in time. Wako's rooted up. Wako's knocked up, but look at Ivan go as Gemini keeps his 80 carry alive.
Oh,
as the
Jiang with a snipe.
Jiang, he finds it from the fog.
Now, luckily for SoftBank, I think they did enough damage to Frank that they won't be losing a Baron here, but that was very close to them just losing the game on the spot there. This is just saved for 2 minions.
Oh my god, I thought the fight was over. But how wrong I was.
Yeah, Wako's just come alive in this game, and so much value out of the Ivern on that dive. Oh, we'll have to rewatch that fight. I don't even know what happened. Evie just TPs in, finds himself surrounded by 4 people. Takes a long time to go down, but SoftBank eventually are just in a fight that they didn't want to take. Marble, no ulti here on the MF. They actually just barely have any ultis at all, really. Evie barely goes down to the Liandry's there. Oh, and oh my god, Vista used his E on the Daisy to escape, but he actually just lined up a 3-man knock-up onto his team with Daisy. I've never seen that in my life. Forest, as any good jungler would, goes for his jungle camp here and gets headshot by the Rumble ult. Fight immediately.
Oh my god, we're back. Ivy getting low, does flash away, is able to jump away as well. Vista's going to cancel out on that ultimate. He's going to get that cooldown refunded, and it's Frank with priority here, looking potentially for a Baron.
Yeah, they take the gold lead.
I don't know where that red team turret went down. Maybe mid? Not sure, I don't see where it could have been, but anyway.
They're hitting the Baron.
Yeah, this is a Frank Esports type beat. Get climbing in position, hit the Baron, look for a fight. We have our ultimates available. Wako does not, though. There is no curtain call. He finds a nice auto attack there onto Vista, and each one of these auto attacks is just bit by bit doing more and more damage. Vista not the tankiest champion in the game here on the Poppy support.
Yeah, Frank just intelligently, I think, get off it here, but SoftBank have routed them. The root lands onto Pretender. He'll commit his ulti here for us.
This is very scary, though. Forest is going to commit that ulti, but nice equalizer is going to slow down all of SoftBank in their tracks. Wako trying to find someone that isn't heavy, but won't be able to do so. The damage is not that substantial onto that Galio. Nice culling, but returned back by Pretender, who just lands a simple W. Unfortunately, Wako won't be able to do the same, so SoftBank, they're certainly out, but it's them now that it's routed as Frank take control, I guess, over this mid wave. Now heading towards the Baron.
Yeah, as long as Frank aren't getting the Baron here, they should be okay on SoftBank. Just well played overall to punish Frank for hitting the Baron in the first place. You said not often do you see the first tower being the mid-tier 1. The second tower is the mid-tier 2 this game for SoftBank.
Nice chunk there onto Kaiwing. Kaiwing has ult, though. Maybe biding time, that flash, getting ever closer. It's again another snare coming through from Wako. Connects onto Evie, but he's not really taking all that much damage.
Only has 1.5 item on this Galio. Does Evie, and he still just looks so tanky. Frank are really trying to press the issue with this Baron, but they will take a recall now. Look at all these pink wards for Frank. SoftBank are still sacrificing so much tempo because they're worried.
Yeah,
they have no vision control.
Gonna be aware that the tempo is going to be in favor of Frank, although Pretender just teleported bot.
Yeah, they can just hit this.
He will be quick to get there. Equalizer can come through, and it's very scary to sit in that pit against the Equalizer. Yijang going to use it immediately, and look at the damage it's going to do. Marble burning, Forest burning, Root connecting, Wako in. He's just walking into the pit, and it gets taken. Forest able to get that Baron, and now can they make it out? At least one person's going down. That's Vista, and Pretender's found his way onto the back line. Through comes a W, won't connect though, and how do we find these last 2 members? There's 4 members alive. It's a 4v5, but Baron buff for SoftBank. They have to navigate this phenomenally. Evie standing at the front, trying to tank up, but Kaiwing finds his way onto 2. It's Marvel and Dasher knocked up. Evie buying time. Bullet time takes out Pretender. Jung gonna try and take down Evie, but the hero's entrance gets him out, and Kaiwing 1 HP. He has Warmogs. Curtain call. 1, 2. Forest trying to cancel it. Won't be able to connect there. Forest no mana. He's gonna go down, and Jung flashes forward. And it's a disaster as Wako claims a quadra.
I thought SoftBank had found a way to win that 4v5 there, but eventually Frank cleaned them all up, and it's going to be a negative 500 gold power play for SoftBank so far. They're probably losing this dragon too. Wako just comes alive into the game. Quadra kill now.
7-0. And it's Frank. They're only up a small amount of gold, but they're up a lot of tempo, a lot of momentum. They're getting this top tower. This dragon being started up by Gemini will be joined by Jung and Kaiwing.
Yeah, and you wonder if SoftBank could have just tried to get some members out and sacrifice the rest. They end up sacrificing everyone because they try to take the team fight.
Yeah, I mean,
Wako just runs into melee range of Poppy there. Gets taunted by Galio too, but they're just not looking for a fight at all. On the side of SoftBank, Kaiwing holds on to his ulti for so long here as well that he's able to just tank up for about as long as Evie does.
Yeah, even living.
Yeah, again, finds a two-man knock up there. Living on a sliver of HP. Pretender eats 3 ultimates and goes down.
This is Wako. He's completely untouched with an Ivan backing everything he does.
Yeah.
Forrest tries to land a root here, but just not in range, and any further if he walked, he'd probably just gonna get headshot.
Yeah, ends up just having to walk into the tower, and eventually they rout them and take out the entirety of SoftBank in 1 round of spells, it feels like. Wako's damaged in that fight.
Yeah.
This is a Jin kind of behind the rest of the map in terms of gold as well.
Probably not anymore, I
No,
dare
certainly
suggest.
not.
Quite rich now will Wako be. 7-0.
Yeah, still very strong carries on the side of SoftBank. This essentially just gets Frank back to a point where they can fight on even footing with these carries. Look at these Ivern items too. Gemini caught up.
Gemini just doing a great job of allowing Kaiwing to walk in and not take damage, thanks to that trigger steed. I don't know what we're fighting for.
Yeah,
but it
no
seems
dragon.
like it's time to fight.
Yeah, there's no dragon, there's no Baron buff up anymore for SoftBank, so we're kind of just A-ramming.
Yeah, I mean, we're just seemingly biding time for Wako to land 1 W.
Yeah, it doesn't have flash on the Alistair. Frank get position on the mid tower though.
Yeah, Wako's made it there. Dasher and Marble join though, and look at the damage. Marble gonna have to flash away. Nice culling coming out of Dasher, and Kaiwing gonna have to use that ultimate after getting stunned up. Evie though, he's found his way in the middle of 4, but he's only gonna be able to find that charm. Or rather taunt onto Kaiwing, and that's not gonna be all that impactful. The root comes through. The equalizer, flash forward from Vista. The bullet time's good, but it's gonna be run away from. And Curtain Call even is actually coming out. Evie's just walked back in. Evie's just walked in and been claimed. I mean, Wako just gets an absolute freebie there.
Yeah, Evie's panic ulted onto Forrest there, thinking Forrest was in more trouble than he was, I think. Frank gladly pick up the kill.
Daisy over there trying to solo kill out Forrest. Is the rest of Frank here working on his mid tower, and we'll be able to claim it. Forrest very low, no mana.
Yeah, this Ivern is feeling really difficult for SoftBank to deal with.
It's just so oppressive.
Tender picks up a tower, and somehow from nothing, it's 2 towers, 2 tier 2 towers picked up for Frank out of nowhere. Massive injections of gold.
Yeah, now approaching 32.5 minutes. Still, it is going to be SoftBank. They're on Soul Point. They can absolutely win this game. It's only a 3k gold lead. It's nothing that is substantial at this stage of the game.
So far into the game, it barely matters. One good MF ult even.
Wako just picked up an Infinity Edge.
Yeah. He is the target for the side of SoftBank. They don't have all that great backline access. They kind of want to front to back, though, on the side of SoftBank.
Yeah, I mean, 4-item Jin. At this stage, probably going to be able to make some good work on even Evie.
Yeah, it only has 1 armor item and a couple cloth armors. 140 CS at 33 minutes.
Pretender as well, noting that he is on the weak side of the map, but maybe it's a little bit too late. He actually walked off and then ended up walking back. Maybe they're not going to find him. It will just be this tower going down.
Yeah, finally a side lane outer goes down for SoftBank. Felt like they've been in control for a lot of this game. Finally getting the solution into the side. Kind of a weakness of not going the Blade of the Ruined King is just how much better the Zeri has been in the side lanes.
Why do we have another Morello Nomicon?
Yep, Morello plus Mortal Reminder doesn't feel super necessary.
Yeah, and it also looks like we're getting Bramble Vest.
I hope it's a Frozen Heart.
Well, with Randuin's that would be bad. Okay, I mean, it doesn't look like he does damage. It's hard to tell, though, because of the magic shield. Yeah. Oh, yeah, true. He's got Recurn Shield and the Galio W shield.
Now, Jiang is going to try zone some of these SoftBank members away, but he's in trouble now.
He's flashed on, but he does flash away. Frank, they're turning it around. The route lands.
Heavy.
But we don't have to commit to that. We don't need to commit to Eevee. We can wait for a better route to land. We have Kaiwing with flash available. Equalizes up. Jiang only lost his flash. Gets jumped on by Dasher. Not able to find any auto attacks though whilst he's on that Lucian. Wako gets rooted, but he gets out. He managed to find out. The cleanse comes through, and now Eevee's in trouble. Eevee has no way out. He's cancelled. His hero's entrance won't be able to go through, and Vista's so low, and Gemini lands yet another route. Marvel's got cleansed for one reason only is that Pretender's low, but the bullet time, he's able to get away. He lands a W. Wako is so low as well. Dash is going to be able to get this Jin. One more Ardent Blaze will do it, and Pretender and Gemini, they are now on the wrong side of the map. They've got to try and find a way out. Yes, there's a lot of shielding, but it's not very easy. Pretender, he gets over the wall and should be fine.
And Kaiwing just got stretched too thin that fight. Evie goes down immediately, but it's a poppy ult onto Kaiwing and then a nice flash.
Oh my god, he finds it time and time again. Vista's now on Pretender, but Pretender's still going. Pretender's not going down. He managed to get out, but how is he getting health back? There's no way to. Jiang, 10 seconds. Oh my god, there's no way he can do it again. No, he's not. He's not even going to try. Evie's found his way onto Gemini. I didn't see that. Teleport comes through and they're able to claim a kill onto the jungler of FAK.
Yeah, and they still have the lead on Frank, but it feels like the game has completely fallen apart for them now. Wako lost both his summoners in that fight. Gemini had to spend that fight protecting Pretender, and Vista found a nice ulti onto Kaiwing. So even though they were down Evie, it was like they were down more members on the side of Frank. Now, where does this TP come out? Yeah, it's right behind Gemini. I think he had to just go for the Suicide Steal or not. Because now up against this Hextech Dragon, Rapid Fire Cannon picked up for both the ADCs as well as the Zyra. All these champs use it so well.
Yeah, the game just got 10 times harder. Wako, he lost cleanse, but now he has a QSS.
I swear to God, Evie has not hit a minion for 10 minutes. I've been watching the CS number on the Galio all game, but he doesn't need them. He doesn't need the creeps on the Galio, apparently.
That's right, he's feeling good.
Yeah, looking like it should just be a SoftBank win now. We're kind of writing the game off because of how strong the Hextech Soul is. You'll see in a second, once the Zyra gets some plants set up, why this is so oppressive.
What if the Zyra gets caught out? Right? Yeah, it's just constant slowing. Kaiwing lost half his HP to a Misfortune Q.
Yeah, at least he has the Warmogs on the Alistar. I'm not actually sure, I haven't looked, but
yeah, he does.
Is usually the build. Evie's going to get this mid wave in. The rest of SoftBank on the bot wave.
Dasher going to teleport down. They have Baron still for a minute and a half. This will be at least this tower going down for certain. What more can they get, though, is what needs to be answered.
Yeah, they're looking for more. Evie's wave looks like it's not going to crash in time.
Daisy just used to try and delay this minion wave. What a massive minion wave it is. Oh, we've landed a nice route onto Forest, who's half HP, but down comes that culling. No forward movement allowed here. As
such a massive wave. The wave almost takes the tower by itself. Evie's getting the top wave in, the mid wave in now rather, but he's way too late with it.
Oh, Wako! No flash! Oh, he lives. Oh my lord, that was close though, but just look at how impossible it is.
Yeah.
Make it rain into bullet time, and you are slowed for like 90%, and Pretender gets found. Pretender's stunned. Pretender's lightning crash. He made it out, and Dash is going to find him though. He makes it out of the knockup. Kaiwing and Pretender are down. Nexus is going to go down. And SoftBank, there's no way. They've come back already. They're now 1 game away from making it to Worlds, to making it to fight PSG.
Yeah, I mean, there's SoftBank's red side win. Frank picked one up early in the series that now stands as actually their only win in the series. So you wonder if they'll go for it for the red side next time around. I felt like they had it in the draft, but it was just a scrappy game, honestly. And SoftBank, in the end, just got more dragons in the early game and then outplayed in a couple team fights when it mattered most. Plenty of outplays for each side.
Yeah. And the Galio seemingly works.
It looked so tanky that game.
Yeah, it didn't seem killable.
He had like 4 CS per minute and was still just unkillable in that game.
Yeah, weird game, but well played by SoftBank. And as I said, I mean, the LJL representatives, 1 more game is all they need. But I do think going ahead, we are probably going to start to see Jimmy come out. I think, you know, this is something they've done before. Backs against the wall, bring out their other mid laner, change it up a little bit.
Yeah, and Pretender had a pretty rough game that time around, getting caught quite a bit in those fights, especially by Marble on the MF, the last thing you'd expect to pick off a Zeri.
Yeah.
Often not even with a Zyra route or landing or anything. And Forest, how good were those routes that game?
Yeah, during the end as well, just like landing them time and time again. It was very, very impressive by him. And I think, we got to change something up for Frank now. Change up mid laners. Not that Pretender played necessarily bad over the course of this series so far, but I mean, you have just lost 2 in a row. You need to now win 2 in a row. Get a fresh mind and get a fresh look, perspective, possibly win that draft, and more opportunities in some ways, possibly.
Yeah, I'm sure Jimmy will be, raring to get in there. Maybe we'll see some of his synergy with Gemini. As Dasher, I think, had a pretty accurate assessment of these mid laners.
I noticed someone's missing from the team room.
Yeah, Jimmy is likely just getting ready to get in. I think Jiang also having a pretty rough game, honestly. Ultimately, not to just judge a game by the score, but he was like 0-4-1 on the Rumble. Still getting a lot of gold and farm for himself. But
And he had really good ults.
Yeah.
His ults were very good. I think ultimately it just comes down to the AD carries, both getting caught. Like Waku getting snared up randomly in the river.
Yeah.
Pretender randomly dying like 3 times in a row. It's like, this is just not really acceptable.
Yeah, compared to how Marble and Dasher played in the previous game.
And this game. I mean, honestly, they played perfectly well this game as well. Dasher, he had a few fumbles here and there, but he was playing so aggressively and creating so much space for the team that it was like working out, right? Because Marble was just pretty untouched the entire time, being able to just unleash as the misfortune. And
barely had Marble on our screens. He played so safe in that game. Still did plenty of damage. Who's your MVP that time?
Maybe Forest.
Yeah, I liked Forest as well. I think he was 100% KP 3-0-3 to start that game out. And Gemini found plenty of good plays in the early game too, but Forest just ran the map. And ultimately picked up his team all those early game dragons that in such a chaotic game just decided it. SoftBank could afford to lose a bunch of fights, lose all their Baron buffs, lose a dragon, but because they had so many dragons early on, it didn't matter ultimately. And then once Frank lost 1 fight, you get Soul on the enemy team and it's just a wrap.
Yeah. I mean, the entire game was very strange, just in general. It was just a very weird game from both teams, not just by Frank by any means, but just like how that game progressed was like, okay, our bot side is winning for Frank, and then Kaiwing leaves to go top or wherever he went, and then Wako's like down 10 CS and almost solo kills Marble, and then it's like nothing happens, and now out of nowhere, Jin, like we should be losing as Frank 100%, this game's over. Jin gets a quadra.
Yeah.
What's happening?
This was ultimately the final fight where it's a really nice ulti from Vista. Kaiwing could have wreaked havoc on the backline of SoftBank, but getting the Alistar out of this fight early on, as well as this just nice pick again from Forest, and Pretender, I don't know what did that damage to him. I think it was just an MF auto Q. He has to be protected by Gemini. Ultimately, Wako is without his support in jungle. That is mincemeat for a Lucian, however fed you are on the Jhin.
Yeah.
Forest, so much damage.
For sure. And I actually kind of like this draft from Frank too. I think that Ivan looks so powerful.
Yeah, I thought they won draft.
But the Ivan can only protect you so much when you are just sprinting.
Yeah, we're just getting hit by spells, ultimately. Just skill shots landing for the side of SoftBank. And
that is one of the gold drafts of all time right there.
Yeah, and I think we needed to see a bit more damage out of Jiang in this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I guess he's like ultimately not doing that much to the Galio in the side lane. And honestly, Eevee's just not even in a lane against him. Eevee is just grouping with his team.
That guy just didn't farm.
Yeah.
He actually just didn't farm.
Yeah, and honestly, Jiang's ults were really good. Like, some of them weren't hitting people, but they were splitting up a fight completely.
Yeah, like the Baron one.
Yeah, and like, that does a lot in its own right? Like, just doing that allows you to win team fights sometimes. You don't have to land it on top of 5 people. And I think he was doing a pretty good job, and it doesn't really get reflected that well in the damage. But I think that's also because Zyra just did so much that it's like blows everyone out of the water.
And usually a sign of a hectic game that an AD carry has the most damage taken per death. Wako going down only once that game, I think, but when he does go down, they get the Elder.
Yeah.
Ultimately, he had so much on his shoulders.
The Hextech soul, you mean, but Forest does pick up that MVP. Gemini actually had 100% KP for himself, but certainly was Forest that was finding root after root on these key targets, and just, I mean, look at the damage dealt.
Yeah, including Gemini too, was finding him in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, a good look for Forest. I think this is the best game we've seen from him thus far in the playoffs, and
yeah, definitely.
He just needs one more of those, and he'll be going to Worlds.
Yeah, and this was the 3-man dive onto Jiang. He still, I think, after this finds himself very far ahead. Yeah. In this lane. Another wave is coming and gonna die to this tower. They play it very slowly. Kind of something we've been missing from Forest so far in playoffs. Sometimes in these moments he'll panic and rush and make a mistake, but cool, calm, and collected throughout this whole game was Forest.
Yeah. Oh, I love the death animations.
Rat on the floor.
Yeah, poor little Rumble, but I mean,
nice to see Rumble lose.
Yeah, it doesn't happen that often these days. One more game. What do you think it's going to take for SoftBank to get across the line? Do you think they just stay to how they're playing now? Because Jimmy's going to be coming in. So something's going to change at least for Frank, which means probably something's going to have to change as well for SoftBank in reaction to that.
Yeah, feels like SoftBank already pulled out a couple tricks in this series between the Poppy and the Galio. Things that Frank are maybe not used to, and things that maybe Frank will look to ban away, but honestly, I'm as confused as you are. I don't know what they'll have to do.
This entire series has thus far confused me, but what doesn't is that we're going to go to a break. When we're back, game number 4.
Take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train, I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game, start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game, I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I
Damn. Cool, different intro there for that one. And
yeah, I like the action thumbs up shot.
yeah, really aggressive. And I mean, he's been pretty aggressive. He played a game at Galio where he just forego every bit of CS. He just, oh, well, we don't need farm. We need to stand in front of my team and press all of my buttons. And now we are going to have Jimmy in, as we did say prior to the break. They are going to be on blue side. So it will be a different look no matter how you think of this. And they need to get 2 wins across the line to qualify. It would be a very, very sad end to their run if it were to end here.
Yeah. I mean, credit to SoftBank. They have just brought it to them.
Yeah.
These have been messy games, especially this last one. And that honestly was just anyone's game till the very final Dragon fight. The gold was just dead even the whole time. Wako putting on, you know, a performance of a lifetime to pick up a quadra kill on a completely behind Jin. I was saying we're looking for Pretender to carry the game because he was so far behind. I believe you called him a mosquito Jin even.
Yeah.
So everyone was doubting him. Still picks up a quadra. Unfortunately, not enough. And I'm a little bit surprised to see Frank go for the blue side, considering how impactful that counter pick for Jiang was in game 1.
Well, here we are. Wako, gum in mouth, ready, waiting. Game number 4. It is SoftBank, once again, that are just one singular win away from punching their tickets into that final, for guaranteeing they have a slot available for themselves at Worlds to keep that LJL hope alive.
Yeah, and they banned the MF here. A very big tool for Marvel. Similar to what they did in Game 2 draft, I think. No, they would have been blue side Game 2 draft. So far, Frank not changing anything, though.
Yeah. Interesting they've gone for the Misfortune ban. I don't necessarily think Wako was just going to immediately slam it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a Frank first pick. They prefer something like a Maokai on the first pick, and Zyra taken away after Forrest showing on that. I totally respect that. It does mean Kennen and Rumble are both available. Kennen favored in that matchup.
There goes the Maokai. Yeah, I don't see a reason not to pick the Rumble. Honestly, the Galio didn't seem like it did that well.
Yeah, the Kennen is a stronger laner, though. You're giving Evie a very strong champ for himself. I don't think he'll hesitate to lock it in, yeah. Now, Forrest is also freed up to just lock a Vi here if he wants it, but will be Marble on the Ezreal.
Yeah, very decisive pickup. Just immediately locking that one in.
Yeah, last draft as well, they were insta-locking.
Merc Tread stocks at an all-time high.
Yeah, still feels bad to go Merc Treads on a cannon, right?
Yeah, not that bad.
Oh, it could just be Sejuani Yone. I forgot we've got Jimmy in it.
Yep, certainly could be. Is he feeling confident enough to just blind pick it?
Yeah, he has been punished for the blind pick Yone by Gory on the LeBlanc.
I mean, you have to be worried about Nasus genuinely coming out into it.
Yeah, Lucian also seems like a champ you could pick Nasus into. But yeah, Vi has looked very good for Dasher and looks very good in this game. Now they will drop mid here.
It's always good. Sorry, it's always good to have that lockdown onto champs like Lucian too.
Yeah.
It's something, I mean, we saw Dasher just kind of being able to do what he wanted in some of those team fights in our last game.
Yeah, just run past everyone, get onto Wako, very fed on Jin. But Lucian wins those 1v1s.
Kai'Sa taken away from Wako. I think we're at crunch time now. We probably want to be giving Wako a true late game, sort of DPS hyper carry.
Yeah, something like Zeri, but honestly, these 3 champs picked for SoftBank already, very scary for Zeri. We'll have to play an immaculate game on Zeri, but very capable of doing that. So I like the Talia ban. I think SoftBank are angling towards some AP for Dasher.
Yeah, what was it in game 1? They went to Leah. I forget what their second ban was.
Game 1 was so long ago.
Yeah.
The Rel Rumble will be denied again. Poppy banned away by Frank, and SoftBank have the opportunity to get rid of Alistar here. Kaiwing has been playing nothing but it, yeah. So they drop Alistar here, Frank, and probably
Zyra
just
Khan.
quit. Oh, wow.
So Zaya, an AD carry that's fantastic against Vi. It's also a champion that Wako made a staple.
Yeah.
Back in 2023, just the entire year, all year round, he just absolutely giga smurfing on this champ.
Yeah, I worry if Dasher's got a long-range mid-champ in his arsenal here.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, this is a difficult champ to deal with for the side of Frank, assuming he can get out of this lane against the Lucian reasonably well. There just isn't the range to deal with him. It's going to be up to Gemini and Kaiwing. Well, if you want a game in anyone's hand, it's those two.
Yeah, but here we are. I mean, I would hate to be Zaya in this game.
Yeah.
Good in isolation against Vi.
Yeah, and Alistar.
Yeah, but then that's not what you're worried about. You're worried about the Zia and an Israel.
Yeah, both these champs can just interact very one-way with the Zaya. Almost impossible for her to get, damage back onto those champions. But if I know one thing, is that Kaiwing is very capable of finding these engages, even against the soft counterpick in the Alistar, who's a very good champion at denying these Rakan engages, and really only has to deny Rakan in this game.
Yep.
Does Vista. He's got plenty of engage on his team, so he can just sit around and mark Kaiwing. Gonna be difficult to navigate.
Man, truly crunch time here. All the supporters in the crowd.
DCG shirt.
Yeah.
My man.
True. I love that org. I love that team. But they weren't able to surpass SoftBank here that we have. And they're looking to also take down another PCS team.
Now, Gemini did play his last game before being subbed out for Pretender, or Jimmy, sorry, on the Lucian. But I think this time around he won't be TPing on top of this cannon.
Oh yeah, surely we've learned our lesson. We didn't learn our lesson about the cannon.
Yeah, they have grabbed a very powerful pick in the Rumble, but usually teams prefer the cannon side of this matchup because they pretty equal in terms of team fight impact, and then the cannon is just a stronger laner.
Yep. Still can be volatile, especially with the addition of junglers making their way up top lane if they choose to do so. Press the attack here on the Azir. Something we've seen more and more common.
Yeah, it used to always be Halo Blades into ADC's mid, but nowadays everyone going for press the attack. Just a stronger rune at the moment, I think.
Yeah, I think it's because you can get cut down.
Yeah, maybe absorb life if you can get away with it on Azir.
I think he'll have presence of mind. But it's just, I think it's literally because the precision tree is just so good.
Yeah, cut downs especially.
Yeah.
I mean, not able to proc his press the attack there. Should be favored in the early game for Lucian. He can dash past these soldiers, get good trades. Has a much easier time proccing the press the attack. It's going to be a lane that, Dasher's going to have to weather the storm a bit. So
that's Vista's level 1 done.
Yeah. It's his contribution. I don't think that's going to be enough to get them level 2 first, so going to just be playing far back as the SoftBank bot lane. Both junglers pathing up this game, though. So might see a game centered around these top laners.
It could do. I mean, there probably shouldn't be many kills happening, but I mean, you can never count it out, can you? Let's be entirely honest.
Yeah, not before there's level 6 on these champions. Both these junglers honestly just want to get to level 6 ASAP, so any camp you can take away or advantage you can get in terms of the Scuttle Crabs is going to feel really good.
Fantastic trade there from Jimian.
Yeah, there's that aggression Dasher was talking about.
Oh, Vista, nice double knockup, but probably not too much to come from it.
Yeah, Kaiwing still gets the Demolish proc off. Wako takes a tower shot, probably won't matter.
We've seen an absurd amount of
just random tower shots.
If he taking 2 last game.
Yeah, Jump chunked out here. Has to maybe worry about a dive, but he's got Gemini right beside him. So all the prio that Evie has in the top lane means this Scuttle Crab should not really be contestable for the Sejuani, though. Similar amount of prio for Lucian in the mid lane. Jimmy not interested in moving though. Gonna just be a flip.
Yeah, Vault Breaker going to be used there onto Gemini. I didn't see who picked up Scuttle. It was Gemini eventually. The stun comes through. Permafrost, but it's Forrest who picks up first blood. Jimmy trying to trade it back, but it's a nice Vault Breaker once again. And eventually Jimmy has to flash away, not able to get that return kill. So first blood just going over to SoftBank.
Yep, and it is the prio in the Kennen lane. Jimmy not willing to rotate as early as Evie was. Evie just moved immediately as soon as he got his wave in. Is the Scuttle Crab secured for Gemini, but definitely not worth giving first blood over to the Spy. Kaiwing.
Yeah, Kaiwing going aggressive. And Gemini's going to be able to spot out the fact that Vista is in the area and too much. I mean, it was quite a bit of damage unloaded there onto Dasher.
Yeah, can just TP back if he wants to. Evie, though, managed to rotate down and still is in time to catch a massive wave under his tower. Not going to take all that much poke, though. Part of the reason this matchup is good for the Kennen is just his auto attack range is exactly outside of the Rumble Flamespitter. Wako really low on mana. But 2 biscuits to his name. Should be okay for the time being.
Yeah, probably just trying to look for a wave crash and recall.
Nice dodge by Kaiwing.
Wow.
Almost gets the 2-man.
Marble, he just used his E and didn't get the refunded mana that you get from that Essence Flux, and so he's now even more out of mana than Wako.
Yeah, I think it shouldn't amount to too much. They have been proc and demolish on this bot lane tower, though, so maybe plates again for the Frank bot lane, who have pretty consistently been getting small advantages for themselves. Boris is here, still level 5, though.
I am just worried about how these two teams' team compositions interact. I think SoftBank, they just have to do nothing. Get to items, and all of a sudden, you're pretty much down Wako, right? It's just so hard to ever interact with either Marble or Dasher in any meaningful way. You can thwart off a Vi engage, sure, that's nice. The Featherstorm does do well at that. But there's just so much more to follow up. Vista can come through, Evie from a flank, and the Featherstorm can only be used for so much.
Yeah, Wako is the type of player who can probably play Psycho enough to have impact in this game, but he does just have to play like a madman to get any damage onto this Ezreal Azir. And yeah, I understand why you're worried, because if you remember Game 2, on the 2 safe backline carries, Marble and Dasher didn't have a death between them, and both put out incredible damage. Looks like Forrest did pick up 1 Void Grub and then got out of here. Jiang has gained a lot of prio because of that roam from Evie early on. Evie only just now getting a recall and TP back to his lane. Forrest is here now, level 6 for both these junglers. Marble should be fine. No one recalling in bot lane now means these fights are very meager.
Yeah, Wako was able to pick up that plate solo.
Yeah, well played.
It's a nice amount of gold. Yeah.
Now, level 6 for Marble. Does he pop a biscuit and ult this wave and try fight for prio here?
Wako popped a biscuit, but there you go. He does eventually. Does use that ult.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they'll be able to fight for prio, though. Still stuck under their tower, kind of just bleeding plates.
Neither bot lane truly wants to help contest this dragon.
Yeah. The supports have moved up here.
One interesting thing is the Conqueror on the Zeri. While obviously you don't have the access to lethal tempo that she used to love, lethal work against Israel tends to make sense.
Yeah, I would have thought even press the attack, but Conqueror kind of does the same thing lethal tempo does, just doesn't feel nearly as good. And kind of the reason we don't see as much Xayah, Jinx, champions like that.
Well, I think the lethal tempo, well, obviously the attack speed's really nice, especially on a champ like Xayah. The additional range always feels really good. Especially because, you know, Xayah, Kai'Sa, these types of champs are some of the lowest range in terms of those AD carries. Not the lowest, but...
Yeah, I'm almost there.
Yeah.
Only like Sivir, maybe lower range.
Yeah, Vayne, I believe, is as well.
Still just stuck under his tower Marble, but honestly, he's not too sad about this. Climbing level 6 now. Oh, Vista, how close is he to level 6? Because there is a level 6 Rakan and Sejuani here running at him.
Yeah, and they don't have a ward here. Did he just put one down? There. He doesn't. He's just got to be found by Gemini. I mean, he has Flash. Arctic Assault's going to come through.
Oh, no.
He gets the Nimbus Cloak from Ignite, but that's, again, just another cooldown use. A second plate picked up in this bot lane, and they are down in gold, but not the bot lane, at least.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good discipline there from Marble. He just finishes his recall, recognizes the spot he's in. His jungler wants to play around this top lane. As, uh-oh, Forest onto Jung.
Yeah, cease and desist. Slicing Maelstrom's going to be able to come out, but Jung flashes away. He's created a lot of distance, and he's actually turning this around. He gets low. Oh, my lord. He almost turns it.
Yeah,
and almost stays for too long.
Yeah, I think Forrest just lost his nerve there a little bit. He queued the wrong direction. Could have finished off Jung and flashed out, maybe. Will still be a favorable play for SoftBank. You feel really good about forcing this Rumble to recall, missing more creeps. And this 1v1 feels a lot better for Marble than the 2v2 does.
Wako somehow manages to find a nice blade caller. He's going to have to be pretty good on the old trigger here with his Feather Storm.
This is very risky without level 6 on the Alistar.
Goes for it. Wako, I mean, he doesn't even have to use the Feather Storm now. He's looking to trade aggressively, but Dasher's on the way down. Jimmy's going to be able to appropriately follow, and Wako turns around more damage than was done to him.
Yeah, Vista needs to get level 6 ASAP. He comes back to the lane, but might just be forced out when Kaiwing gets here, and Marble's going to be stuck under his tower again.
Going down there ultimately. Kaiwing trying to find himself on a flank as Vista still level 5.
Yeah, where is the 1k gold lead coming from? I've been watching Frank just shove and take plate spot lane all game.
Just slight CS leads as well as a kill, I suppose.
Jimmy, pretty bad trade for him here.
Yeah, he's going to have to eventually pop that culling. I guess the gold, I mean, 600 gold is kill and assist, right? Kaiwing going to get headbutt back into Marble, but Grand Entrance gets himself over the wall. Dasher Prison goes wide there. Dasher able to get himself out of harm's way. Not even having to lose a lot of mana or some.
Neither jungler meaningfully connecting with their first ulti has led to a very slow start to this game. No lanes broken. So Dasher finding himself up some CS in a lane he probably shouldn't be. So Jimmy will TP back and get some of that CS back and maybe a plate for himself even.
Well, plate. This could be a third play here. In fact, it is with that Demolish going down.
Yeah.
Forrest is here though. Teleport's coming as well. Wako, he's in a really rough spot. Here's Feather Storm. He's going to have to use it, but he doesn't. He gets out eventually. Dasher looking. Flash. Wako! Not going to be able to get out. He's trying to trade it back though. Marble getting low. Wako is taken out. Flash away from Kaiwing, who will survive. Wako not able to create enough distance. You see the frustration on his face there in the player cam. Forrest still going aggressive. Jimmy and trying to find damage back. It's a nice true shot barrage, but still low health bars across the map means people are just going to limp away and feel okay. It's still SoftBank. They're the ones feeling great.
Yeah, and Jimmy couldn't even take some plates mid. He had to rotate to defend his team. We'll pick up this wave at least, and I think Forrest flashes halfway through his ulti here just to connect that much faster on Wako. Catches him off guard. Wako's trying to save his ulti for the last second. Nice play from Dasher to find him too. Wako actually almost kills Marble here. If Gemini had maybe committed his flash to get the locket off faster onto Wako, could have turned that around.
Wako seemingly going for that Essence Reaver first here.
Oh yeah, I don't even know the Xayah build. I was not expecting to see this champion. Maintaining, item parity with the Ezreal. Will be stronger on one item until Marble can get to a second item and proc his Mirror Mana. Which is very delayed because of how long they lock the Ezreal in lane, right? Only 80 stacks, 100 stacks now on this tier.
Dasher taking a bunch of plates for himself. Dragon started. It's 30 minutes in. Frank Arga just going to give it up. Kaiwing actually getting very low, but he has a lot of movement available there on the Rakan. Gets himself out.
Now Frank kind of just forced away. SoftBank do take a pretty late first dragon, but I favor their scaling in this game, so even one dragon in the early game is great for them.
Yeah, they're in a really good position.
Force even gets this red buff right under their noses. Frank look like they don't really know what to do. Gemini and Kaiwing kind of grouped together, but who do they play around here?
Forrest, he's going to have that Vault Breaker available to himself as well. It's the cease and desist, but not going to pull the trigger. He's just going to instead turn around and continue farming as he's continuing to develop himself a CS lead as he's done the entirety of this series.
Yeah, playing the carries into these tanks very well is Forrest. Ivern not a tank, but same kind of beat. Now Frank aggressing into the enemy jungle. They don't really have their carries behind them, but they'll steal the blue.
Gonna walk the other way now.
Yeah, and the problem that these two players, these facilitators on Frank are having is that their carries just need to hit waves right now. They're not spiked. They're not strong on the Xayah or the Lucian. Lucian gets his Blade of the Ruined King now to match the item of his year, but Wako still needs to pick up an item to get even up the Triforce. Uh-oh, Kaiwing.
Kaiwing. Oh, nice dodges out of Vista's engage as well, but takes a lot of damage and Forrest still looking aggressive. It's going to be first blood tower down on the bot side there as, we found our way onto Marble, but he's able to create enough distance and get himself out. Now Jimmy in a lot of trouble. Cease and desist comes through. No Emperor's Divide as Jimmy with the flash makes enough room, but down he goes. That True Shot Barrage helping out. And eventually it is Dashu who picks up the kill. Now Wako all alone, but the teleport. Jung, he has his equalizer up and available, but Evie's going to match that teleport. It's a 4v5. We're not fighting that. Wako has to be careful. Wako doesn't realize. Oh no, the Slicing Maelstrom. The barrier comes out. Wako survived for now. He is going to get that Featherstorm. He is going to survive. And now Evie might be in trouble. In comes that Blade Caller. And there's nowhere for this Kennen to run. Gemini's trying to get there. Not going to be able to. Shutdown picked up. And it's Kaiwing who gets it.
Yeah, Evie over-aggresses there, doesn't use his flash, importantly. Very important summoner on the Kennen. But I can't quite take out Wako between the barrier and his ulti. Well played by Wako there. Baiting Evie in. With the Leandri, he's not really built to deal with his Xayah at this point in the game. Kaiwing holds on to his exhaust too. That's Nerves of Steel.
Yeah, and it's still, I mean, despite that, they pick up a first blood tower, they pick up a kill onto Jimmy.
Yeah, still the play heavily favors SoftBank at the end of the day. Kind of a meaningless kill onto this Kennen. Especially because it goes to the Rakan, right?
Yeah. As have every single first blood they've had. They've had 3 of them, all of which went to Kaiwing.
Yeah, none really his fault, right?
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Pretender could have auto-attacked that first one. Chose not to.
Evie is just sitting around in the mid lane with his team, is sacking this bot lane tower to do it. Might let his team pick up the Rift Herald, but he's now going bot lane. Jimmy's going to be able to pick up this tower and TP to the Rift Herald.
Realize he's been in a position against a Kennen before.
Yeah, getting deja vu. He will still get the tower here. Oh, God.
That's calling flash from Evie. Jimmy's just going to be taken out.
Not like this.
A lot of damage. This is a scene I have seen before.
Yeah, Jimmy and no flash. Greeds his TP. Though I don't know if he can really get very far. When did Jimmy fall 30 CS behind?
Just bit by bit. Honestly, though, for the team of Frank, like, that isn't the worst death. You got the ultimate out of Kennen. You got his flash out as well. No teleport for Evie. Oh, wow. Glacial Prison lands, but it's onto Dasher, and there's no follow-up. Kaiwing with the quickness. He does get Emperor's Divided away. Jung trying to find his way in, but not able to do so. Vista low, but has the Alistair ult up and ready and going. And look at how difficult it is for Wako to find anything, any damage at all. He just can't.
Yeah, they have to be really coordinated with these goes. Just chucking a Sejuani ult like that is not going to do it. He found the right target. Jung might get... Oh, he doesn't have ulti on Dasher, sorry. Use that to shut down Kaiwing's engage. But... yeah, what should have just been a TP into a Rift Herald 5v4, and probably the Rift Herald picked up for Frank, because Evie finds Jimmy in there, they end up getting the Rift Herald themselves and winning a fight off the back of it too, SoftBank. An absolutely commanding position.
Yeah, Evie getting flashed on. Jung looking for the solo kill. Someone's got to step up, and he's going to be the one to do it, and he walks out.
Wow, well played by Jiang. Gets his team a kill on the board. Much needed. It's been a while.
Wow. Yi Jiang, I mean, it's crunch time. One loss and you're eliminated. The rookie stepping up, gets that solo kill over the veteran. The massive veteran, that is Evie. Tao, though, is going to be fouled. Goes the sandcastle.
Yeah, look how massive this Azir is. CSing ahead of the clock, has a kill and an assist for himself. 2 items picked up already at 18 minutes. Dasher just looks so good every time he picks these AP champs.
Yeah, he sure does. Still, you see SoftBank pretty firmly in the lead. Up 3K, but all is not lost just yet.
Oh, nice interrupt by Gemini there.
Yeah, that was really insane. Oh. Vista's going for some sleigh rides.
Oh, yeah. Usually the bauble is picked up on these engaged supports, as Kaiwing has done.
Evie, still no flash, but will be very strong now on McKinnon. Forrest just going forward, gets that smite, takes it away. Season Assist comes through, slicing Maelstrom as well. Kaiwing does a nice job to stun up that Kennen, exhausts him as well. And it's still Jimmy who comes in with the culling. Gemini's made it out. He's going to go eventually down to Dasher, but Dasher's committed a lot to this. Can Frank capitalize? Oh, the equalizer! Jiang! The rookie is stepping up truly. He finds the angle. Jimmy and one more auto. He is taken down. It's a 3v3, but look at Jiang. He's rounding out the sheep. Flash from Vista. Kaiwing's going to go down, and Jiang finds another. Featherstorm, Marco flashes away, and Dasher, oh my god, it's a 2v2, it's top at 80 versus mid and 80. Jiang, he's looking to play aggressively, but not able to do so as tower goes down, but not a bad look for Frank Esports.
Yeah, to have an even fight at this point, I think, is a miracle. Unfortunately, so many of these kills keep going to Kaiwing, but couldn't even be helped there either, as I think Forrest kind of just lost his mind and boredom ulted the Sejuani here. He doesn't have his carries in range. Dasher is the only champ on their team that kills this Sejuani. Eventually he arrives and takes her down as they commit Kennen ulti onto the Sejuani too. Dasher eventually shows up to take her out. And here it looked like SoftBank might just get wiped, but Evie, again with a miracle play, gets the better of Jimmy, and to trade 1-for-1 here is a miracle. And now Dasher is out of mana here. Otherwise this would go a lot worse for the side of Frank. If he's able to, you know, use some dashes and zip around in this fight, he could maybe pick up both kills. SoftBank on the Dragon.
Yep, Dragon number 2 started up for SoftBank. Should just be taken.
Yeah, no contests for the side of Frank. Understandable, they're a bit behind, and it's only the second Dragon of the game. Soul not really a win condition. Less so when it's the Chemtech Soul.
Yeah. Kaiwing does love the solo. Very good at utilizing those blast cones, as we touched on. Going aggressive, yeah. Forrest locked up, very low culling. Not going to have enough damage as Jimmy loses a lot of health there to Dasher, who's having a fantastic performance here on the Azir.
Yeah, the Sushin is just so behind, not enough damage to take down the Vi. It was a good look from Gemini. They need more of those. So I don't think they can rely on SoftBank to make another suspicious engage like they did previously.
Yeah, just look how much damage Dash is doing. Such a great performance.
Yeah, taking over the game. Never even in really danger of dying so far either.
Oh my lord, it's just...
Yeah, that's true
like
support
a
item
truck.
too.
Now, Kaiwing does have Warmogs available now, so we'll just heal that back up pretty easily, but still.
Yeah. Waco's quietly keeping up with Marble in terms of CS and has himself a 2-item spike now. Not quite as strong as the Ezreal's.
Yeah, but the problem is just how is he trying to find damage?
Yeah.
Who's he damaging? Alistair with an
Needs
ult.
his flash up.
Equalizer comes through to defend this bot lane tower, but SoftBank is still going to walk forward towards it. Kaiwing arrives now as Forrest is here too, looking aggressive. Vault Breaker available, going to go over the wall but not commit that ultimate.
Yeah, this mid game is looking a lot cleaner for SoftBank than in the previous games. Just not really giving Frank an opportunity to fight, using the Nashor's Tooth Azir and the Ezreal Power Spike to just take out tier 2s. Evie maybe has his work cut out for him, but his team is so quick to reset. There's no wave even. So Frank will be kept away from this mid-tier 1 tower for now. Dasher 2 levels up on the Azir. 250 CS.
Ridiculously strong. See what can be done here. Baron being pinged at, but not the fastest Baron really on either side, especially if Azir's not there to hit it off the rip. Still though, SoftBank, they have control over the map. They're just stronger. I mean, we have a Xayah that can't really interact. It's kind of a non-factor. Two-shot barrage, gonna go wide. Jimmy and actually...
They've dropped mid-wave.
Yeah, but... I mean, Frank can't walk up ever.
Yeah, not with a cannon behind them in this bush. Meanwhile, while all this is happening...
This is just farming. Forest actually takes a lot of damage there. Great entrance lands as well onto Vista, who is just going to blast Cone out of there.
Yeah, Frank are fighting for their jungle. They've managed to hold off SoftBank for now. Keep them honest and keep them off the dragon, but priority in all of these lanes. And as you said, Dasher has just been farming away while this all happens. Jimmy does not have that luxury.
Yeah, 80 CS up at the moment.
Jesus, he's about to get Flame Horizon.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything up to Dasher. Not up to him, like the rest of the team are strong too.
It should be his game to carry.
Yeah, he's just in such a commanding lead. See how he gets this one across the line. He picks up his 3rd item now. Jimmy sitting at 2 in their mid lane counterpart. And now it is SoftBank hitting this Baron. What can Frank do about it? It doesn't feel like a whole lot. Kaiwing! He finds a 2-man engage. It's a nice equalizer and flash away from Marble. He does have to use that barrier as well, but Vista, he finds a 3-man engage as well. These supports both are popping off. Now Dasher does dash away, and in comes Forest, in comes Evie, and out go Frank Esports. Wako's in the middle of so many people. It's a nice Feather Storm. He's trying to trade around 1, but he's not going to be able to, and it's going to be an ace. Only Jung survives, and SoftBank are running away with game number 4.
Yeah, and that fight is so clean from SoftBank. Evie and Forest pair up to take out Jimmy and then eventually Wako off the end of that fight. Dasher barely got to contribute to that fight. As fed as he was, Jung just kept him out of the fight for almost the entire time. But the rest of these SoftBank members able to get it done. Jung in trouble now, maybe. It's okay. But yeah, maybe not happy still. Though he does survive on the Rumble. Baron goes over very early to SoftBank.
And Frank, so much to do. Such an uphill battle at this stage.
Yeah, the engage was great. The equalizer was also really good. Maybe the Sejuani ult could have been a bit better. Dasher just kept out of this fight completely by Jung. Forces out his Zhonya's early, but look how much damage Wako is taking while not being able to hit anyone. Yeah. And eventually Evie flashes in before the exhaust can even go on him. He's taken out Jimmy, and then, yeah, Wako plays out of his mind, but his champion just doesn't look that great.
It just doesn't interact with anyone. Once again, SoftBank, the coaching staff, they're so happy. All despair on the faces of Frank Esports. So close now. 9K is the gold lead. SoftBank. It should be straightforward.
Yeah, one Nexus between them and Worlds.
Now just sitting up. Getting this push on in the top side. I mean, Frank, they don't really have the wave clear to clear it. Dasher, so much zone control. Kaiwing's just pulling the trigger. He finds his way in, but it's onto Vista once again. Vista gets cancelled on his engage, though. It's a nice ultimate from Sejuani. Equalizer, cutting them off. They're not able to run anywhere. But the cease and desist, everything onto Jung. He hasn't died yet, and he still won't, but it's going to be a Q from Marble that takes him out, gives him his first death.
Yeah, and the equalizer stops them from running away on SoftBank, but they're not interested in running away at all. They actually just turn it onto Jung. Nice smite from Marble at the end there. 3.7k is the Baron power play so far.
Yeah, and it's going to continue. 10k gold lead, SoftBank. They are so close now. And goes Dasher, he finds on to Jimmy, but Jimmy gets away. Jimmy's trying to turn it around, but look at him, he's slicing Maelstrom. It gets exhausted. Dasher, he's in the middle of everyone. Gemini's going to go down. Can Wako find the kill here? Oh my god, there's so much damage coming from the feathers. Jimmy goes forward, but isn't able to get one. Wako's trying, but Forrest is trying to stop him. Featherstorm comes through, and oh my god, the concussive blows. Forrest snipes Wako as the Vi, and Gemini and Kaiwing, the veterans of the roster, they've got so much to do as Inhib goes down mid.
Yeah, they've got Jung to help them out now, but I'm not sure how much they can do. Mana's pretty low for this Vi. They slow up.
Gain entrance lands, and Marble's finding a lot of damage back. There's no damage threat onto this Ezreal. He's literally just sitting there auto-attacking. Harpoon goes wide, and Marble able to E out. Hold up! Oh, the Glacial Prison, there's still no damage. He's just running away. And then comes the quickness. Then comes the grand entrance, but there's no damage, and Forrest just turns it.
Oh, they're finding everything, Gemini and Kaiwing, but there is just no follow-up. The carries are too far behind on the side of Frank.
Now the True Shot Barrage will go wide. Evie, as well as Dasher now teleporting in. Wako and Jimmy and do respawn, but Jang's dead. It's a 4v5. Forrest low, yes. But doesn't matter. He just needs to find a way in. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have ult. Vista's found his way in. Vista has ult. Vista's gone in, and Dash is doing the damage. And SoftBank, they are so close, but Nexus Tower #1 goes down. And in goes Dasher. He's carried this team the entire series, and he'll get it done in game #4. SoftBank are going to Worlds.
Yeah, and all they needed in that game after a very clean mid-game was one Baron buff, and they close it out. Kaiwing and Gemini try as they might. They land everything. They find the right targets in these fights, but they don't have the carries behind them. And SoftBank, as you said, on their way to Worlds now. But first, a match with PSG. Chance for the PCS to get some revenge up against the LJL.
Yeah, SoftBank, they've gone through and methodically taken out PCS team by PCS team, but the one team they have yet to beat is PSG Talon, who they will face tomorrow. But most importantly, this squad, the LJL representatives, will be representing their region and ours at the 2024 World Championship.
Yeah, and Trial by Fire, they beat everyone they had to get here. I believe DCG and Frank were the teams they took out. Based off this playoffs, those were our best teams besides PSG. And they do it pretty cleanly, honestly. Especially this series, we were not expecting a 3-1. You actually initially predicted a 3-1.
Yeah, just opposite direction.
Yeah, but... Oh, yeah, right.
And they are Frank. It's been such a pleasure to watch them. I mean, the come-up this team's had. They started off the playoffs. They lost to Team Bliss. I said at the top of the day. Lost to Team Bliss. First PCS team to ever lose to an LCO team. To then almost losing to West Point, but just narrowly winning.
Yeah.
Narrowly winning against Team Bliss in their rematch, destroying Ground Zero, and then just methodically taking out team by team by team by team. The only hurdle they faced was PSG, which everyone faced that hurdle.
Yeah.
And eventually it came down to this. They won game 1, but it was SoftBank, were just better.
Yeah, what did they play? 31 games now, and they were 2 away from Worlds. So that has to be heartbreaking for the side of Frank, though. I think they should still be proud of themselves. Not slouches over on the side of SoftBank, and it felt like every draft, especially after the first, SoftBank just had a curveball to throw at them.
Elation on the faces of SoftBank for good reason. What an achievement this is.
Yeah, and they didn't do it the cowardly way by banning Riven.
That's right.
Evie said bring on the Riven, and he gave Jung his first loss competitively on the Riven.
He sure did, and gave him a couple losses on the Rumble as well, just for good measure. And Evie, what a storied player, and it's only fitting that he gets to go to Worlds.
Yeah.
He deserves it. He's been such a character, and that means we get to continue seeing him. Even tomorrow, we get to see him once more.
Yeah. As, yeah, they've got their work cut out for them if they're going to take out PSG, though. Last time they met in the finals, it was 3-0 to PSG.
Yeah.
And they look even cleaner.
Yeah, and let's be honest, neither of the teams we had today have done any prep for PSG.
No.
Because it doesn't matter. As
you
long
want
as
to
you
make it to Worlds, yeah. If I'm any of these players, I just want to make it to Worlds, and then if you've made it to the finals, figure out what you're going to do against PSG at that point. And yeah, they've got some figuring out to do.
Yep, no one yet to figure out what to do against PSG Talon, but importantly, as we said, they figured out what to do against FAK Esports and they managed to get that one across the line. It was back and forward each game, really, except for the last one and the first one.
Yeah, the last one was very clean.
Yeah, the other ones, very back and forward. I mean, FAK definitely in positions where they should have been able to win. Weren't able to do it. And, you know, if you're not able to get it done when you should be able to, then you probably don't deserve to move on forward. And that's just the nature of the beast.
Yeah, honestly, I think SoftBank played better on the Rift. They had better drafts throughout the series, and they deserve to be going to the final and to Worlds.
Yeah. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for both Worlds and tomorrow. I mean, it's just so hard. We're entering the unknown, really. What replay was this? Oh, Kaiwing, yeah.
Yeah, Kaiwing finds a nice engage. I mean, the only thing you can complain about is the Sejuani ult. Otherwise, everything going as well as you hope for FAK, and Wako not able to do any damage in this fight, still falls down to half HP.
Jimian, he is going to live with constant nightmares of Kennen.
Yeah, I cannot believe it happened again. In bot lane, almost the exact same spot. Yeah, these carries, we were worried about what they'd be able to do for the side of SoftBank. Marble and Dasher get it done again.
I'm surprised Wako did that much damage.
Yeah.
Genuinely. I think, yeah, I mean, FAK drafted themselves into a hole.
Yeah.
In this game number 4. You just got a Xayah, sure, good against, in isolation, the Vi and the Alistar, but not good. It doesn't do anything to champs like the Kennen, like the Azir, and like the Israel.
I mean, you saw him in that last fight that was just replayed, half HP before he got an auto off. Wasn't particularly out of position or anything, managed to avoid the Vi and the Kennen. But by the time he was autoing, he was committed to dying already.
Yeah, and MVP for this game?
Oh, Dasher.
Yeah, I think so too. Vista, honorable mention.
Yeah, Vista, especially in that last
good.
fight we just watched. 3-man knockup, but yeah, Dasher, massive mid gap in this game. I don't know what happened. He found himself up so much CS in the mid lane. Just played the side lanes really well as well. Bunch of nice ultis as well. We'll get to see one of those.
Surely. We've got to, yeah.
Maybe catching Wako in the bot lane felt like that was just a horrible start to the game.
The flash ult one? Is that the one you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, Wako still uses his flash and goes down.
And just gets yoinked back.
Yeah, felt like that set the tone for the rest of the game, really.
I mean, yeah, it's just flabbergasted by this finals drafting, really.
Now,
this is where he just like kind of one-shots everyone.
He one-taps them under the tower. I think he's just survived on a sliver of HP here. 3-man knockup from Vista as well. Not to go without credit on the Alistar, and Jimian just vanishes. Wako joins him very soon after. And again, it's just Kaiwing and Gemini left to defend the base, but what can they do?
Yeah. And it's always sad to see a team go, but it's always happy to see a team proceed as well. So, you know, it's always a bittersweet time. Unfortunately, that does do us with FAK Esports now. It's always a pleasure. Wako, one of my favorite players. Yeah. He's always exciting to watch. Didn't have the best showing here in this series, but still, what we've been able to see from FAK over the course of this playoffs, I think, is very inspiring. Just in general, the entire storyline has been inspiring. It's been an amazing sight to behold, but they're gone. We are going to now, though, however, as I finish my dialogue, go to Gamescom, and there'll be an interview afterwards, so please do enjoy.
好的，那让我们用最热情的掌声，再次恭喜 SHG 获得本次的胜利，顺利前往我们的世界赛。好的。 的，那我们现在呢，现场就要进入我们赛后访问的环节了。首先呢，我们先来问一下我们的上路选手 Avi。今天呢，其实在第3局的时候，突然拿出了加里欧，大家真的非常的惊讶，很好奇，想问问看，这个是秘密武器吗？跟为什么会选择在这个时候亮相呢？
So the first question is for every top laner. The third game, we actually choose Galio. And it's actually a kind of special pick. So I want to ask you why you chose this champion. Is it a secret weapon that you prepared? And can you tell us why you guys chose that?
今日のゲーム3のガリオピックは誰も予想できなかったんですね。そのタイミングでピックした理由を教えていただけますか？
そうですね、やっぱり今のメタでランブルっていうすごい、強力なチャンピオンを上げた時に、なんだろうな、ランブル自体は強いんですけど、ドラフト的に、こっちの方が有利に取れるし、ガリオを使ってランブルを抑え込むことができたら、チーム全体として、いい感じになるのかなと思ったので、結構ガリオをランブルのために用意してきましたね。
那虽然说在现在的 meta 里面，蓝宝这个英雄在不管对线期还是团战，他都是一支可以发挥很出色的角色。那但是呢，当我选择了加里欧，那可以造成我们在 ban pick 上面是比较有优势的。那因此我在练习的时候也有使用过，那今天也实际拿出来在实战上运用。
So actually, Rumble is a better pick in this patch, but picking Galio actually, because I prepared it in our scrims, and also I think it gives us a little advantage in ban picks, so that's why I chose it today for Galio.
好的，那我们呢，一样呢，还是要问一下我们的 Avi， 因为其实有看到了赛前访问，我们知道你很期待今天跟 FAK 的上路选手一剑交手，那现在拿下胜利了，可以分享一下心情吗？
So I want to ask Avi again, because before the game, we actually saw a lot of your interviews, and you said that you really anticipate playing against Egen on the top lane. I want to ask you, how do you feel after playing against him today?
イジェン選手との対決はとても期待されています。今日勝つことができて、今の気持ちを教えてください。
いやー、そうですね、本当になんとか勝ててよかったなと思ってます。EJ 選手、めちゃくちゃ上手な選手なので、なんだろうな、正直怖かったし、でもやっぱりそのプロとして長くやってきたその経験っていうところを武器にして今日は勝つことができたのかなと思ってます。
我说真的，今天真的是很辛苦的一场比赛。那一剑他也真的是很强，那也真的是一位很可怕的选手。那不管是操作还是观念上面都是非常厉害的。那我今天能够获胜的一个最大的契机，应该说原因的话，会是我常年累积下来的经验。
I want to say that Eden is a very, very good player, and he's a very scary player, and today was a very hard match against him. But I think the reason I was able to win is because I have more experiences.
好的，那么非常谢谢 Avi 带来这个今天非常非常精彩的这个上路对决。那再来呢，我们要问问看我们的打野选手 Forest， 因为今天呢就是确定了拿下了这个世界赛的最后一张门票，那也是你第一次前往世界赛，有没有什么想跟大家分享的呢？
So for us, actually, after today's win, you guys are for sure going to Worlds. You got your Worlds ticket. This is actually your first time going to Worlds. I want to ask you, how do you feel right now?
ワールズ進出おめでとうございます。フォレスト選手の初ワールズとなりますが、今の気持ちを教えてください。
지금까지 했던 이제 롤 대회들 보상받는 것 같아서 기분이 되게 좋고 처음 월즈인 만큼 잘해보겠습니다.
今までロールをやってきた結果を全て出し切ったって感じですね。那我打LoL打那么久，那今天终于算是收到了整个的回报。
So I played League for a very, very long time, and today finally I got the result that I really want.
好的，今天真的是一场非常精彩的比赛。那再来呢，我们要来询问的是我们的中路选手 Dasher。在我们知道 FAK 会有2名的中路选手会替换的情况下，不知道Dasher 会不会有不同的应对方法，或者是会不会影响到你的发挥呢
So Dasher, actually we know that FAK has 2 mid laners. And knowing that, do you guys have 2 strategies planned playing against this team today?
FAK のミッド選手は2人とも出場する可能性があると知った上で、戦い方って変わったりしますか？ダッシャー選手は影響されますか？
僕的にあんまちょっと今日は感じなかったです。
我说真的，我今天没有特别的感觉到任何的差别。
So to be honest with you, I don't really feel any differences in the mid lane today.
好的，那一样呢，要问一下我们的 Daisho 啦，因为你呢，毕竟是在 SHG 待了5年了，这真的是非常长的时间。那今年呢，终于可以和队伍前往世界赛了，有没有想跟大家说的心情呢？
So Dasher again, so you actually were on SHG for 5 years now. Now this year you're able to go with the team to Worlds. Do you have any special feelings you want to share?
SHG に入ってからもう5年経ちますが、今日で、念願のワールド出場が決まりました。今の気持ちはいかがですか？
が大丈夫ですか？大丈夫ですか？
はい、大丈夫です。
僕が最初に LJ 切った理由として、ワールド行くのが一番夢で切ったんですけど、エビさんがいる TFM とか、いろいろのチームに邪魔されて、ちょっと行けなかったんですけど、そのエビさんとか、その上手いみんなとトップジャングル ADC サポートと、ワールドまで行けて嬉しいです。
那其实我最一开始会从韩国远赴到日本来参加 LJL 的联赛的一个最大的原因，那就是我想要前进世界。但没想到呢，曾经被这个 Avi 也曾经待过的这个 DFM 等等的这些人影响，那害我到现在都还没有去。那终于我们5位现在很强的各个位置的选手一起集结在 SHG 这个队伍，那让我们可以前往世界赛，真的让我非常的开心。
So before, when I got to LJL from LCK, I actually wanted, the reason that I go to LJL is that I wanted to go to Worlds. Because of DFM's Evi and the past few years, they were really strong and weren't able to go to Worlds. But this time, I am able to go to Worlds with all my really strong teammates.
好的，那再来呢，我们就要来询问我们的 AD 选手 Marble 了。其实今天呢，在第1场比赛的时候 ，FAK 其实真的是非常强大。他们的首场呢是节奏很强势的拿下了比赛，但是从第2场比赛开始呢 ，SHG 调整的非常的迅速。想知道队伍是做了什么样的调整？
So actually, for Marble, actually, in the first game, FAK was very fast and their tempo was really fast. They won the game very fast. So I want to ask you, what did you guys change or fixed in the second game and onwards that you guys were able to win off the entire series?
ゲーム1の時あっさり負けてしまいましたが、ゲーム2から見事なパフォーマンスを見せてくれました。具体的にどのような修正をしましたか？
そうですね。バイカルコーチがゲーム1負けたと、やっぱ僕たちが主導権ピックをしていった方が絶対に俺らの勝てるよっていうことを言って、そこからワンピックを修正して綺麗に勝ち切ることができたかなと思います。
那在 Game 1结束之后呢，就是我们的教练那边有跟我们讲说，在我们的 ban pick 选择之上，我们应该要去掌握它的主导权。那于是我们在 Game 2的时候，我们就开始改变我们的策略，那并且最后也成功的赢下这个系列赛。
So after losing game 1, our coach told us we have to take advantage and we have to take the lead in the ban pick selections. So we changed our strategy after the first game, so that's why we're able to win off this series.
好的，那再来呢是我们的辅助选手 Vista。今天的比赛真的是很精彩的，有来有往。那想请你统整一下，你认为 SHG 今天能够获胜的关键是什么呢？
So Vista, actually, I want to ask you, what do you think is the key for SHG to win today's series?
改めて勝利おめでとうございます。SHG が勝つことができたキーポイントを教えてください。
多分俺的には俺たちがライン戦だけ勝ったら絶対勝ってと思うからこのライン戦がめっちゃ大事だと思いました。
我认为呢，就是我们首先要在对线上取得优势，那我们实际上也做到了，所以我们成功的赢下来了。
So I think the first thing we have to do is get advantage in the laning phase, and we were able to do that today. That's why we're able to win today.
好，那最后呢，还是要交给我们的 Vista 了。明天呢，你们即将就要对上 PSG 了，有没有什么要跟对手说的？
So tomorrow, Vista, you will be facing against PSG. Do you have anything you want to say to your opponent tomorrow?
PSG へ一言をお願いいたします。
この前は俺たちが3対0で負けたけど、今回で PSG を勝って俺たちが優勝のトロフィー持ってきます。
虽然呢，我们上次在春季赛的时候3比0被你们干掉了，但是这一次的话，我们会赢下你们，并且把我们的 PCS 的奖杯带回日本。
So even though we lost against you 3-0 last season, this year we're going to win the championship and bring the championship cup back to Japan.
好的，那么再次呢，把掌声给我们的 SHG， 恭喜他们获得今天的胜利，顺利的得到了世界赛的门票。而且明天呢，他们就将要与 PSG 来争夺总冠军赛。我们的赛后访问到这里告个段落了，我是赛后访问的主持人小熊。接下来呢，我们要把画面交还给主播赛评喽。
Of course, thank you once again for the interview. And
Dash has been on SoftBank for 5 years.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
He's the GOAT. For
Yeah.
real.
Damn.
Dude, they think they're taking it back to Japan.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
I have some pretty strong opinions about tomorrow's series. I'll save them for tomorrow. But no one's come close to even scratching PSG. But
I mean, SoftBank are looking on good form. They pick up a 3-1 pretty clean series over Frank.
Yep.
Yeah, some shaky middle games from them, but ultimately they got it done, and their drafts were very promising. Now, they're in the final.
They are.
And we always hope for a good series, a close series, you know, between any of our teams. But I'm not expecting one tomorrow.
Yeah. It's like partly because SoftBank and Frank both would have prepped only for themselves, only for each other.
Yeah.
Like, why would you prep for PSG? You've got to get to them.
It would be dumb to prep for the next series when there is so much on the line in this series. So they've got their work cut out for them tonight. These are SoftBank coaches.
Yeah, and meanwhile, PSG, they've played 6 games of the playoffs.
Yeah.
6. They're the grand final. They've played 6 games. It's been 2 3-0s. 1 was against Frank. 1 was against SoftBank. So, I mean, I'm going to be real. Looking historically, she's looking rough.
Yeah.
I think ultimately, even looking at solo queue accounts, it's someone I go to a lot. Junja, completely smurfing. He is over 700 LP, higher than the next closest person competing in this league.
Yeah. I mean, he's top 10 still, challenger in Korea, I assume.
Unreal. Well, it's going to be a difficult journey, but the journey does exist, all thanks to our sponsors, of course. Once again, it is Changhua Telecom, and if you do sign up with them in the near future, you will get 12 months free of Hami Video, as well as the Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel, who have allowed SoftBank to now come, compete in our playoffs, and now reach the final and eventually Worlds. So a big thank you once again to the Sheraton Grand Taipei Hotel. And China Airlines getting everyone over here and not sending SoftBank home. They're going to make it out to the entire end, and eventually we'll be able to return before Worlds. But still one game to get there, and that game is going to powered up by Carry Energy. Carry Energy. I'm pretty sure, I actually know this for a fact because I follow him. One of the people that work for SoftBank tweeted a photo of him drinking Carry Energy.
Oh.
So there is proof that this stuff does in fact work. TTL brand noodles, of course. We see them during the broadcast. I ate them over in Taipei. They are fantastic. If you do find them at a grocery store, certainly do check them out. Now, once again, we must bid a farewell to Frank. I must bid a farewell to my voice, and I've still got a grand final to do. But, Frank are done.
Yeah, it is really sad to see Frank go, but if anyone was going to beat them, I am glad it was SoftBank. This team is really exciting to watch.
For sure.
Each member of their team just seems capable of pulling a win out of nowhere and surprising us with a performance. I mean, Forrest, honestly, frankly, had an abysmal Game 1 on the Zyra, and then he locks it in for Game 3, I believe, and just solo carries, gets an MVP for himself. So mentally resolute. Forrest looks like a very young man, so impressive mental fortitude from him. Not as shy as his demeanor maybe gives away.
Not on the roof, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's happy to send it, especially on that vibe. But yeah, the more I watch SoftBank, the more I enjoy them. Dasher especially is a highlight for me. But once again, everyone, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this lower bracket final, and stick around for tomorrow because we are going to have that grand final. We at long last get to see PSG Talon once again. It's a rematch of spring. It was a 3-0 for PSG last time. Can SoftBank fight back and take glory home to Japan?
Before we put this time behind, let's go again. We feel so alive. put this all behind. Let's go again. We feel so alive. One last
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？睡哦。家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信。舞动精彩，共创未来。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
关键时刻，握着阿嬷帮我准备的球拍，让我更有把握赢球。阿嬷，好睡吗？
睡呀。
家人的爱是多年的依赖，就像我多年以来依赖中华电信。金白来，最疼我的家人，最挺我的中华电信，舞动精彩，共创未来，
永远走在最前面。中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
关键。